P-A-S-C-A-L. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild. Haitian in the building, so original. Got the intense feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to every single one of y'all. How y'all doing? Y'all living? Y'all vibing? Y'all surviving? I am too. So we got some things we got to talk about. A lot of things happened yesterday. A lot of reactions to what happened yesterday in this trial. So we're going to get into that conversation here in just a second. But before we do, and of course, they're going into closing arguments. So we're going to be covering that and talking about that as well here. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm on all of them. So make sure you are hitting that follow button. Follow, please and thank you. Follow, please and thank you. Okay? Hit that subscribe button right here on my YouTube channel, The Pascal Show. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. We got clips from things from lives and all that over there. So go subscribe over to the second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Set it to all. Okay, hit that notification bell. I'm sorry. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random, love. It is. Okay, so make sure you do that. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Support the channel if you can. Check out my Patreon, which is in the ticker going across the screen right now as we speak. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. PascalMerch.com. All right. Anyway, we got to get into some things, okay? We got to get into some things. So things are percolating in the courtroom right now as we speak. Karmelo Anthony's trial is their closing arguments have set underway. They have started, okay? And of course, all of us are waiting at bated breath to see what's going to happen here. Because yesterday, I'm going to tell you, yesterday was just this sound effect. Yeah. Whether you are on the side of free Karmelo or if you're on the side of justice for Austin, no matter what, yesterday was definitely... I was shook, absolutely shocked. And I think this is the moment. This is the only moment in this whole trial, which is kind of wild, that I think we can all agree on, that we all were thinking yesterday. You know what I mean? Just saying that out loud, okay? Because honestly, wow. Surprising stuff happened. Defense had their chance in the ring to present to the jury their argument, their story, their narrative, showing that, hey, Karmelo Anthony did this out of self-defense. They had their opportunity. They had their chance in the ring. Now, in comparison to prosecution and defense, here's the thing. Let me just say this really quick, okay? You have prosecution presenting 21 witnesses. 21, all right? 21 mother-loving witnesses. And then defense comes in and presents 6. And I don't know. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. We don't know if the defense had We don't even know if the defense had maybe 21 witnesses and 21, a mixture of witnesses and experts coming to the stand to testify on behalf of Karmelo. I don't know. But what I do know was that they came in with 6, and some of them were debunked on the stand in real time. Yeah, you didn't. Sir, you say, young sir, okay, young man, you say that you saw what happened, but in actuality, we caught you on video. You're looking the other way. You didn't see anything that happened. So can we just say it's safe to say that your mind is playing tricks on you a little bit, or you think you saw something, but you really didn't see anything at all? And these witnesses that were called up by defense, some of them were like, yes, sir, you're right. Yeah, I guess my mind's playing tricks on me. I guess I thought I saw something and it really didn't go down the way I thought it went down. I mean, I'm just saying, this is exactly what was being written in these transcripts. Of course, it'd be different if cameras were on and there were cameras inside this courtroom. That would be extremely helpful, right? But we have to trust what was written. We have to trust what was said in their testimony, So again, it is pretty shocking. So I'm going to ask you guys this first and foremost. I just did a short about this about an hour ago, but I'm going to ask you guys again in the chat here too. Is it quality over quantity, or is it quantity over quality? Because you got to remember, prosecution brought in 21 witnesses. Defense brought in 6. And it almost seems like they just we're not in the room. But how it's reading, it almost seems like they just stopped. It almost like there's no point in bringing all these other witnesses because they're going to be debunked on the stand. It almost seems like that. Again, like I said, I'm not trying to be like, pro or against any person in this trial. I'm just stating facts. And optically, it looks weird, right? It looks a little odd. They're like, we call such and such to the stand, debunked. We call this person to the stand, debunked. We call this person to the stand. And I mean, I don't have it in chronological order, but they did bring somebody up that was like, they were like, hey, the defense was like, hey, witness, you said something completely different to the cops the day of. Can we say that you are not telling the full truth, or can we say that you're what you said over there at that time was more of the truth than it was this time? Under oath. I guess you're right. I don't recall kind of stuff, right? Very, very weird. Like I said, there was a mix of different kinds of statements being made, conflicting statements that were made by multiple witnesses on both sides of the aisle, okay? On both sides, defense and prosecution. Whether you like to hear that or not, that is the truth. There were conflicting accounts from multiple witnesses presented in this trial from both sides. Now, what's going to be interesting is, and a lot of things that people have been talking about, is this. What was the weapon used? Why did he have the knife in the first doggone place? Why did he have the weapon in his hands in the first place? In his possession. Okay? In his possession. Okay? Wow, that is a threat right there, Bradley. Wow. That is a full-on threat. Huh. That's a full-on threat. Interesting. So, that's a threat to me. What for? For reporting the news and sitting on the fence and not taking either side? So now you're threatening my life? The audacity of some people? Anyway, moving on. Really? Bradley Hill. Really now? Okay. Mahoney just said this too. Yeah, I'm getting threats. I'm not even out there in the streets, out there at the courthouse or anything of that sort. Real talk. Not even out there. I'm just reporting what's being said in the news. And now I got somebody saying, first off, call me boy. You got another thing coming. Second, threatening my life. Threatening harm on me. Okay. Moving on. Mahoney just said, why can't black folk not accept he did it and always defend the guilty? Well, first off, here's the thing. If the kid says that he did this out of self-defense, he has every right to have people supporting him and having his back. Okay? Whether they are white or black, because there are white people, other races, multiple of other races actually having his back. So it's not just black people. Okay? Yes, I get it. This is racially charged and all that. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that think that he did this out of self-defense. There's a lot of white and black people that think that he did this maliciously too, that he did take the life of Austin Metcalf. All right. But again, like I said, always defend and always defend the guilty. No, black people don't always defend the guilty. I don't understand what's up with all this, these racially charged comments, especially in these super chats. Okay. All right. Especially super chatting to threaten my life. That's a big problem. Okay. That's a big problem. But here's the thing. Everyone has the right to side with whoever they want to side with. If a black person happens to side with Austin Metcalf, saying that, hey, what Karmelo Anthony did here was wrong and all that, and he deserves to, get the full, the brunt of whatever, okay? Whatever's justice is coming to him, okay? That's okay too. Everyone is allowed to have their opinions. That's what makes America so wonderful, right? So here's the other thing, okay? As far as that goes, hold on, let me get this super chat before it disappears. As far as that goes, it's not a white or black thing, because there are a lot of people that do think that he, okay, did this out of self-defense. There are other people out here that think that he did not do this out of self-defense, okay? And it's multitudes of different, a rainbow of different colors. Now, I get it. The people outside of the courthouse, it is very divided. It is white and black. I get that 110%. Fully. But at the same time, okay? Hold on. So, Black Lake, let me say this really quick. I think Karmelo was wrong and will do time. Rest in peace, Austin. You crybabies in the chat are weird and karma will take care of you. Yep, I agree 110%. It is pretty insane what people are saying out here. Okay. So hold on. All right. So, like I said, I'm going to give you guys, this has never happened on this show ever. Okay. Because usually we have good people. Yes, you have your opinions and all that, but they've never, you come threatening me, you're getting blocked. That's it. You're getting blocked. That's it. Now, here's the other thing. Because I was trying to get these super chats because they keep coming in, but the super chats are just racially charged, okay? And they're still threatening me. For what reason? For giving you guys the information. It's insane. So let me just say this, okay? When it comes to whether it's black or white, blah, 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 I've been seeing a lot of people on different sides of different races on the opposing side where you think that, you know, it would all be just all white people saying that it's justice for Austin and then, you know, all black people on justice for Karmelo. You're not seeing that. A lot of people are doing, you know, are on opposing sides, but there are, you know, a good portion. There's a voice out there on white and the black sides. OK, now, here's the thing, and no threats to anybody here in the chat, too. OK, I appreciate it, Black Lake, but it's all good. OK, so I appreciate it, but I'm not going to read that super chat. OK, now, here's the thing. All right. With this being said, with all this being said, that person also said, why always defend the guilty when they're always guilty? Not all the time are these black men and women that are standing trial guilty. Not every time. Okay? There are plenty of, from the past up until today, men and women, black men and women that are incarcerated and thrown in jail, thrown in prison for the rest of their lives, being framed or because of being incarcerated solely because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And you know what? I will say it, because of the color of their skin on top of that too. So there are plenty of cases of that kind from the day that trials even existed up until today. All right. I think it's very sloppy and very irresponsible and extremely immature to automatically go, why? Why do all black people just, always defending the guilty? There are plenty of men and women, even white men and women, that have been wrongly accused and wrongly incarcerated, and they're still in prison right now as we speak, or died in prison and never got a chance to have a true, fair trial in the first place. And those are just facts, Jack. Those are just the facts. So, if this teen is black and happens to have people behind him that are black, that's fine. They have every right to have that kind of people, to have any type of race of people behind them. If they're white, black, Puerto Rican, Asian, polka dotted, or purple, doesn't matter, right? It does not matter. That's just how the cookie crumbles. That's what is so wonderful about this country. We have the right to side with whoever we want to side with. But yes, there's quite an uptick of presence outside of the courthouse. And yes, it is white versus black. Absolutely. But you see a little mixture in there too. Some white people are with the black people, and some black people are with the white people. It is what it is. Okay? This case should have never been about race. That's what I truly have to say about this. Because, then I wouldn't have people going and threatening my life for stating what's going on in a trial that I'm nowhere near. I'm not even inside the damn courthouse. I'm just giving you guys the info. But even my life is being threatened live. See, we really do need, even though I say this country is really amazing, it really is. We still have a lot of work to do. Because people like that swooping in and saying what they're saying to me, of all people, it makes me really, really fearful for the rest of this country and what the future of this country really is going to be. And I'm going to tell you this too. Some people are really dumb. Okay? Some people are just really, really dumb. And they don't use their ears. This is the problem. This is why we have racism in this country. This is the reason why we have bigotry in this country. This is why we have divide, because people don't open their ears and listen to each other. They only have their own thoughts in their own minds, and then they go on to people's live streams and threaten their lives in real time without even finding out what the guy's all about in the first doggone place. They just see a black guy on a microphone talking about this case, and instantly they go and they threaten the person's life. See, some people are dumbasses. Don't try it here, man. So, we're going to continue on. Gene, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate your reporting. Ridiculous. Some chatters are taking things so personal towards you. Yeah, which doesn't make any motherfucking sense. Zero. And I don't use the F word very often or at all. But I'm going to say right now, you fucking stupid trying to come to me like this right now. You got another thing coming. Tipsy, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to play this here really quick. All right. Because we got some things to get into. Our world needs to change. We've done a lot of change, but we still got a lot. We still got a lot of work to do. Clearly. All right? We clearly have a whole lot of work to do still. Many miles to go before we find some peace in this country. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Let's continue.
It's arrested in the racially charged case of 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony, the black Texas teenager charged with first-degree murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, who is white. So far, the jury and the trial has featured days of emotional testimony. There have been gruesome details from the medical examiner for the jurors to listen to, and at times contradictory statements, mostly from the teenagers who make up most of the witnesses. Karmelo Anthony admits to stabbing Austin Metcalf in the heart with a 3.5-inch long pocket knife back in April of last year, when the two teenagers from rival high schools crossed paths at a track meet. Prosecutors say Karmelo Anthony provoked the confrontation by entering and then refusing to leave Austin Metcalf's team's tent. They say he then stabbed Austin Metcalf in a sneak attack. The defense says the much larger Austin Metcalf started the fight, and Karmelo Anthony reacted in a split second of fear. The case has drawn tense and highly charged protests outside the Texas courthouse, and we're told there were both Proud Boys and Black Panthers outside the courthouse today, though there was nothing on the scale of the heated confrontations we saw outside that courthouse last week. The prosecution rested its case on Saturday after calling 21 witnesses, including first responders, the medical examiner, Austin Metcalf's football coach, and several students who were all there when Austin Metcalf was killed. Speculation reached a fever pitch today after the defense called the last 3 of its 5 witnesses, and then court took a long break, nearly 3 hours. The question everybody was wondering was, would the one person best suited to argue a case of self-defense to the jury take the stand? In the end, Karmelo Anthony's defense team announced Karmelo Anthony would not be testifying. Closing arguments are now slated to begin tomorrow morning. Joining us now are former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani and criminal defense attorney Mark Eiglarsh. Mark, I'm going to start with you. You know, the whole defense rests on Austin Metcalf's state of mind, that he was terrified, he was surrounded by one or more athletes who were much bigger than he was, and this was a split-second decision made out of a place of fear. How do you make that argument if he doesn't take the stand?
You do it based upon the available facts and circumstances that witnesses testified to. You cannot put him on the stand. He would have been eviscerated. There is no way that these veteran, trained, aggressive prosecutors would have left him with any dignity once he was done. So you could.
Now, I disagree with that. Okay? I'm going to be real. I disagree with that. Yes, it would have been tough. But would he have been eviscerated? Really? I mean, it seems like that's what his team believes. If you really think about it. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. But at the same time, it's like, you know, they could have just put him up there. And if he gets eviscerated, he gets eviscerated. Let's be real. They already put up all these other witnesses, and those witnesses got debunked real quick. There's other things that they never really explained, like I said earlier, before we were, before we got derailed by racism, okay, and threats, okay? And yeah, I'm fine. I'm totally fine, okay? That ain't cool, but I'm totally fine, okay? I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to keep doing what I do, all right? But moving on, all right? They still did not explain what that knife was there for in the first place. Remember, the whole argument, this is the problem, y'all, with the defense side. They didn't even say, why did he have the knife in his book bag in the first place? They didn't say, oh, yeah, he's a Boy Scout, or he likes fishing, or he uses it for X, Y, and Z. He uses it as a tool at track meets and football games, which I still don't understand why you would need a knife at a football game or a track meet and how you would use that as a tool. But like I said, I wasn't a football player, and I definitely wasn't in track in that kind of way. So you would wonder, why wouldn't they just present to the jury, he had the knife there for this particular reason, right? Here's the other thing, too, that they also have to show, okay, that there was malicious intent, that there was absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, that he was actually walking in there and going, ooh, I'm about to take that man's life. Real talk. They would have to do that, too. Okay, that's defense. Or I'm sorry, prosecution. Prosecution would have to show, yes, he walked in with the idea of, I want to unalive somebody today. You see what I'm saying? But in actuality, they didn't present that either. All they've shown is, oh, you don't bring a track, and they've been using the buzzwords. Sorry, but they are buzzwords, okay? You don't bring a knife to a track meet. You don't bring a knife to a track meet. They kept saying that over and over and over again, but they never ever said, oh, yeah, he wanted to single out this kid, this guy, Austin, and take his life. Not once have we seen or heard any of that, right, from prosecution. So again, this charge of M, first degree M, by the way, may be an overshot. They may have overcharged this young man. I hate to say that. They may have overcharged this young man. So, Allie, thank you so much. Lesser charge added. Okay. 20 to 20 years is the sentence. Okay. So, lesser charge has been added. Like I just said a second ago, it would make no sense to try to put first degree M on this kid if it wasn't first degree M. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So, very interesting. All right. Again, they never talked about, defense never talked about how or why he had that knife in his bag. Then the other side, did not show, in my personal opinion, did not show that it was a premeditated attack. So if he's found guilty, all right, if he's found guilty, that would be an overcharge. That would be a stretch. Unless the jury literally thinks, oh, yeah, what he did here, okay, all that he did here, oh, absolutely was malicious, right? Oh, it's definitely first degree. It's first degree M, absolutely. First degree M all day long. But they haven't shown that. I think the only thing that his team, Karmelo Anthony's team, is hoping for now is they're probably hoping for a hung jury. But now they've put in lesser charges, okay? That maybe there's lesser charges being added in here now, okay? If that is the situation, my lord, then there may not be a hung jury anymore. But let's continue on. This is from earlier this morning, I think, or from yesterday. But let's just take a listen to a little bit more, and then we're going to go into the transcript stuff.
Wouldn't have called him. The best chance you have is for the attorneys to argue this was self-defense, hope that not all would agree unanimously to the murder verdict, and hope maybe, just maybe, they'll come up with manslaughter.
Nima, how did prosecutors do in muddying the waters? Because one of the defense's own witnesses basically sort of backtracked a little bit on cross-examination. This defense witness was a teenager who was there, had said that Austin Metcalf and his twin brother, they're both linebackers who were almost 100 pounds heavier, each of them, than Karmelo Anthony. He said he was surrounded, Karmelo Anthony was surrounded after being asked to leave 10 times and refusing. But then on cross-examination, he said, well, maybe he wasn't surrounded, or maybe the video doesn't show that. In other words, he didn't recant the testimony, but the water was muddied nonetheless.
No question, the prosecution did a good job on cross-examination today with this particular student. And the fact that there were Karmelo Anthony's teammates that were told to actually leave by their coach, and they did leave. And it was Anthony that didn't follow his coach's own instructions. So I think a good day for the prosecution, made even better by the fact that Anthony didn't take the stand and testify. And the conventional wisdom is, in a self-defense case, the defendant has to testify. I agree with Mark. He would have gotten beat up proverbially on cross, but the only chance at an acquittal here would have been Anthony testifying. I think that's out the door. At best now, you maybe get a hung jury, maybe get manslaughter, but there's no way I think the defense has any chance of acquittal right now. And they're really looking at the possibility of a conviction on that first-degree murder count.
And Nima, because you're the former...
Hold on real quick. Shouty, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Where is it? I pray it comes back as a hung jury because this baby didn't go to the track meet to hurt anyone. He went into survivor mode, point blank. Now, there's a lot of people like Shouty that believe this, that actually agree with this, right? And that is okay. You have every right to have that opinion, okay? You have every right to have that very opinion, all right? But again, what is gonna happen? It's up to the jury. Now, we're gonna get into all that here in a second. Let me just finish a tiny bit more of this video, okay? And then we're gonna go into what they've been reporting from inside the courtroom.
Our prosecutor here, why did the prosecution charge him with first-degree murder? First-degree murder to the non-attorney like myself implies you planned it, you went to this event thinking I'm gonna kill him. I mean, there's been no evidence presented that this was anything other than a spur-of-the-moment event.
Well, it has to be intentional, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be lying.
So it can be intentional for a matter of seconds?
It can, and he brought a knife to a track meet. And
I don't think, I mean, obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't agree with that entirely, okay? I think that in this situation, he got nervous. He got, he was a little scared, but he was trying to, protect himself. And then bad things happened, right? Bad things happened. I don't think he literally said, I'm gonna ice this fool right now. I really don't think that, okay? I don't think that.
And there was a discussion, apparently 10 to 15 times, that he should leave. He reached into his backpack and he said, don't put your hands on me. Again, I'm not saying that the facts fit squarely within premeditated first-degree murder, but there's certainly enough to go to the jury. And I think by prosecuting it that way, I think the state definitely wants at least manslaughter, right? When you're presenting self-defense, if it's perfected, it is an acquittal. It's a walk. I think ultimately maybe that was what was offered here. We don't know, obviously. But if you're going to go to trial, you're going to throw the kitchen sink at a defendant, anything that's readily provable, and I think there's enough for first-degree murder in this case.
Mark,
interesting. I don't see it as grounds for first-degree murder. I really don't. With all due respect, I just don't. Okay, JM, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much to CODIS, Pascal. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you. You're honest and fair. Much love to you. God bless. You rock. Thank you so much, CODIS. I appreciate that. Really, it means the world to me, okay? It's nice to have the support system, okay? Real talk. But yeah, racists and threats to anyone in this chat, in this family chat, are not allowed. Period. You get blocked like that. Toot sweet. just so you understand. But moving on, let's get into these live updates, okay? The moment that we've all been waiting for, because there have been some updates. So let's get into this, all right? Actually, let me get this. Black Lake, let me say this. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't think it was survival mode. I think two teenage boys were both being arrogant and prideful, respectfully. That's what I think so too. I think it's both. I think two things can be true at the same time. He's trying to protect his ego. He's got all these other guys going, yeah, right, you got something, you know what I mean? Get out of here. You see what I'm saying? You add ego, you add a little fear, you add the fact that, you know, Austin, just looking on the side of Karmelo, he's sitting down, you got a big boy coming up to him, been like, hey, bro, you need to go. Allegedly, another big boy yelling at him too. Okay, a bunch of other kids are saying these things. He's approaching him as he's talking to him, trying to like basically tell him to get to F off. There are reports that there were, you know, expletives exchanged and all that. I could see someone like Karmelo feeling like, I don't want to find myself in a really bad situation, but I'm going to keep talking, right? I'm going to keep yapping. And while they're talking ish, I'm going to keep talking smack. They're talking smack, I'm talking smack. But this guy's still advancing. But I don't want to look like a dumbass. I don't want to look weak, because if I walk away, then I'm the loser. First one to walk away is the loser. The same young testosterone, ego in play with this whole thing, when he should have just walked away in the first place, just so you know, okay? You put all those things into consideration, yeah. I don't think that he maliciously wanted to take this kid's life. I think he freaked out. This whole thing, this situation happened, and now you got Austin Metcalf lost, okay? His life lost. So again, like I said, you know, I don't think it's as clean cut, no pun intended. I don't think it's as clean cut as everyone's trying to make it to be. Okay, I think there's a lot of things, a lot of layers going on here with this situation. Opposing teams, you got young kids. One guy is trying to show that he's a leader, Austin. You got his whole team behind him, so he doesn't want to look like a fool. You see what I'm saying? You had all those pieces in there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The Tabitha, thank you so much for the super chat. You're amazing. People are effing dicks, yep, and showing their ignorance. Absolutely. I mean, the ignorance is insane, okay? They never cease to amaze me. That's pretty sad to expect so little from them. Yeah. It is what it is. We're going to move on, though. We're moving on, okay? All right. I appreciate everybody for saying that. On today's episode of It's a Crime to Be Black in This Country, it's absolutely an overcharge. It's murky and sad. This is from Mrs. Steelers. Thank you so much. Sending love to Pascal and chat. What's up? And thank you so much for being a member for over 48 months, my Lord. Wow. Over 4 years? Damn. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Steelers, okay? But again, like I said, and thank you so much, Fly Gal, for the super chat, okay? But again, like I said, I get it. That there's going to be, we all should see that there's going to be layers of stuff going on. Ego, trying to look like they're men, right? Not looking like they're cowards or wusses. So everyone's trying to stand their ground, and I don't mean stand their ground in that way, but you get what I'm saying. It's trying to stand 10 toes down. Basically saying like, hey, I ain't no wuss. I ain't no yellow bellied such and such. You know what I'm saying? We're going to stand our ground, right? I'm going to stand up for myself and not walk away. Maybe not stand your ground, but you get what I'm saying, right? And then all hell breaks loose. And this kid makes a very bad choice. He did. Let's be real. Austin Metcalf's gone because of him. He admits that he did do this, guys. It's not like he said, I didn't do it. Some other kid did it. No. He says, I'm not alleged, I did it. He made a very, very bad choice. And it all revolves around ego and all that too. Rep, the reputation. You see what I'm saying? All those things. Put all those things in consideration. All of it. Okay? But let us get into this. Okay? The moment we all been waiting for. Again, please do me a solid. Okay? If you hate racism, okay, hit that like button down below. Hard. Okay? If you're here because you want to know what actually happened and you don't like the racist BS bigot pieces of trash that are out here in these streets, you better smash that like button. Send it all the way up. I want to see 1K real quick while I go through all of this information. Okay? Yeah. All right, let's get into this. So, let me pull this back here. Today is the 9th, so we're here. Defense objects to jury instructions. So, both sides of the case will have 35 minutes for closing arguments. This is what Judge Roach said, period. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go back to the other lives. Anyway, before closing arguments, Karmelo Anthony's defense attorney objected to the jury's instructions, which include that the jury can find the self-defense argument is not viable if they believe the defendant provoked the attack. So the prosecutor said that a rational jury could find that Anthony provoked the situation, so the instruction should remain. Roach agreed with prosecution, overruling that objection. Wild, okay? Crafting Miss Ica, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. I'm all the way in Portugal. Wow, Portugal, y'all. Okay, Portugal, thank you. And I come here for the news. Thank you. That means a lot. I don't agree with everything, but you're factual and entertaining. I've been here for years. Aw, thank you so very much, Crafting Miss Ica. Hopefully, Portugal is treating you very well. All right, moving on. Jury can convict of lesser charge of manslaughter, but criminally negligent homicide. Not criminally negligent homicide. This is a big update. Anthony's defense attorney also objected to the jury's instructions not including criminally negligent homicide as a lesser charge, okay, that the jury could consider. Prosecution came out and they argued that that criminally negligent homicide should not be an option for the jury because there is not, quote unquote, any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. Roach also overruled this objection. In addition to the murder charge, which is a first-degree felony, the jury will be able to consider convicting Anthony of a lesser charge of manslaughter, which is a second-degree felony. So for those of y'all who are like, they can't change the charges now, they did. So they have a choice. They could literally go into that room, deliberate, and basically say, nah, he didn't do this with malicious intent. I think this is one big-ass mistake. He definitely did this. Let's slap him with a lesser charge of manslaughter. Very interesting. Very interesting. That's a big turn of events. So that could literally mean, because you got to remember, prosecution doesn't want that. They want to charge him for the full first-degree M, y'all. But the defense said, oh, no. Hold up. Come on now. He didn't do this maliciously. So please, let the jury have this other choice, a charge of manslaughter. Huge, guys. So that might mean we ain't going to see no hung jury, okay? Just so you know, we ain't going to see a hung jury. We're not going to see a hung jury, okay? He will most likely get a manslaughter charge, and then he will be charged, and we'll see what the years he's looking at if he gets hit with the manslaughter charge. So, in addition, let me repeat that one more time. In addition to the murder charge, which was a first-degree felony, which they did. In my personal opinion, the prosecution did not prove that. Just so you know, which would mean he walked in and he said, "I gonna take that man out today. I feel like killing somebody today." Nope, that did not happen. They did not prove that. They just kept on saying, "Well, why would he bring a knife to a track meet?" And then the kids would be like, these witnesses would be like, "I don't know, sir. That's a really good question. You shouldn't ever bring a knife to a track meet." That's all they've been saying. They didn't say, "Oh my Lord, he intentionally did this and he wanted to lead as many people as he could." Nope, not at all. They did not prove that, guys, in my personal opinion. Just saying. But he will most likely get charged and found guilty of manslaughter. So let me repeat this one more time. In addition to the murder charge, okay, which is a first-degree felony, the jury will be able to consider convicting Anthony of the lesser charge of manslaughter, which is a second-degree felony. According to Texas law, murder is when the defendant intentionally or knowingly causes the demise of an individual, while manslaughter is when the defendant recklessly causes the demise of an individual. Bingo bango, right there. We already know what the verdict's gonna be, guys. It's a wrap, okay? He will be found guilty of that. He will not get the first-degree murder charge. I'm telling you right now, this is my prediction, okay? I'm channeling Miss Cleo real quick. Come get your free reading, okay? My prediction, I'm going to say it out loud, and I'm probably going to put it in the chat, because he's going to be found guilty of something. It's either going to be first-degree murder or manslaughter. And let me tell you something. He gonna get manslaughter. I'm just telling you right now. He going to get manslaughter. If he gets first-degree M, I'll be shook. I will be shook. But right now, given the breadcrumbs and the evidence that have been presented by defense and prosecution, we already know it's been a landslide for the prosecution. Whether you agree with this, with that or not, whether you are on Karmelo Anthony's side or you are on on Justice for Austin's side, it does not matter. You saw 21 witnesses be presented by prosecution, 6 faulty, if at best faulty witnesses by the defense, and then they rest. He did not take the stand at all, okay? So, again, I don't think that this was intentional, okay? I think that this is a mistake, in my personal opinion, okay? He did something, bad choices, and this young man, Austin, lost his life. But again, what was presented in court, I'm telling you right now that prosecution, for what we've read so far, did not show that he intentionally or knowingly knew that he was going to take the life of this individual. I think this whole thing is he made a mistake. It's a mistake. That's what I think, okay? While manslaughter is when the defendant recklessly causes the demise of an individual. That is what I think that they're going to go for. That's just my prediction. I'll put it in the poll here in just a little bit, but let's keep on rocking and rolling. So the jury decides to convict if the jury decides to convict on the murder charge, Karmelo Anthony would face a prison sentence of 5 to 99 years or life in prison. I mean, if you're going to give him 99 years, you might as well just say life in prison. Damn. But anyway, a manslaughter conviction would bring his sentence of 2 to 20 years in prison. I'm thinking he's going to get the manslaughter, but we'll see. We'll see. The jury has a choice between one or the other, so we'll find out. I will be shocked if he gets the full thing, but we'll see. The full M. All right. So the charge of criminally negligent homicide is a state jail felony, the lowest level of felony offense in Texas law. The state jail felony brings a sentence of 6 months to 2 years in prison. Interesting. Let's see. We got new updates. So that's crazy. So closing arguments have ended. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was about to say, what? Okay, we got some things. Okay, good. So defense begins. So they're already on verdict watch right now as we speak, okay? Just so you guys know. But the defense begins closing arguments. Metcalf had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo. So prosecution waived the right to begin closing arguments. So lead defense attorney Mike Howard was the first to address the jury. Leaning into the defense self-defense argument, Howard said that Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Karmelo Anthony from that tent. He had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo. Howard said Karmelo was in a public space or in a public place. Howard asked the jury to put themselves in Anthony's shoes, reminding them that it was also raining. You want to get out of the rain. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say, who are you? You need to leave. These guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance with these teenage boys with their raging hormones? Howard said Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave, Howard said. Melo, who had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. Interesting. That was from the defense. Defense questions bias of Memorial student witnesses. And I think a lot of people are too. I'm going to keep it real because there was a lot of conflicting information that was coming from prosecution when they were presenting these witnesses. Some of them were debunked in real time. Sorry, but some of them were, okay? Because they said something different to the police moments after Austin Metcalf lost his life. You see what I'm saying? So, moving on. They say they're questioning the bias of these students. So, defense attorney Mike Howard spoke to the testimony of numerous student witnesses who said that Karmelo Anthony was the aggressor and provoked the situation. I know it's obvious, but let me just say it. Every single one was a Memorial kid. We should be on guard for having a bias because of course they would. Austin was their leader, Howard said. Prosecution's closing argument. You do not get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the actual shove. So after the defense presented its closing argument, prosecution began speaking to the jury and rebutting the self-defense argument. This is one of those rare cases where every important fact can be boiled down to one sentence. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. This is what prosecution said. Why didn't Karmelo Anthony, just not walk away? He said to the jury. You had a choice. Okay. You see, Karmelo had a choice to walk away and abandon the actual encounter. You can't meet deadly force with deadly force in Texas, but you can't meet a shove with deadly force, a stab. Size differential, it doesn't work in this case. You don't get to kill someone just because they're bigger than you. So prosecution further explained why he thinks the self-defense argument does not hold up in this case. Self-defense has to be a reasonable belief. A reasonable belief means a belief that would hold by an ordinary and prudent person in the same situation as the actual defendant. It has to be immediately necessary. Where was the immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed young man? It's not self-defense, folks. It's murder. Murder, plain and simple. This is from prosecution. Closing arguments have ended. Jurors receiving instructions. So now they're going into deliberation, and that started about 40 minutes ago or so when deliberations started. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Again, we got more. We got a whole lot more. So don't worry. We're covering the bases, because I know JD Miles had some statements or updates here as well. Okay. Messi, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm sorry, I just DM'd the charge documents. Okay, I'll take a look at that in just a little bit. Thank you so much for letting me sending me that info. So the scene outside the Collin County courthouse this morning. Closing arguments will begin less than an hour in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. I'll be inside the courtroom bringing it to you in real time. I expect the jury, I guess, to start deliberating around noon. And they've already started deliberating way before noon. So interesting, right? Interesting stuff. But moving on. Let's see. Defense in Karmelo Anthony's trial objecting to jury charge before closing arguments began. They are citing provoking the difficulty instruction under the penal code. This is related to the self-defense argument and provocation. Let's see. Prosecution argued against defense objection, saying that a rational jury can find there was provocation. The lack of defense wounds, defendant's comments, and a folding knife that was open. Judge overruled defense objection and another objection to that the jury charge will not include criminally negligent homicide as a possible lesser offense. So you got criminally negligent homicide, you got manslaughter, and you also got first-degree M on the table, which is insane. Okay? That's insane. Let's see. Is there more? Whoops. Is there more? Okay. Interesting. Okay, we got some things to get into here. Okay, so they're allowed to consider manslaughter in this trial, okay, as well as first-degree M, like we already talked about. Okay, but this is from a reporter, CBS reporter, that's inside the courtroom as well. Okay, closing arguments are 35 minutes each. Prosecution waived the right to open, so lead defense attorney Howard has started. So they said, according to what they're saying defense has said, Austin Metcalf had no legal right to use force to eject Karmelo Anthony from that tent. He had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo. Karmelo is in a public place. We ask you this incredibly tough task, which is to follow the law. The government wants to make this case about Melo. Could have just left. You heard that a track event is a social event. It was completely common for kids to be milling about and go by and say hi, stop into the tents. We know it was also raining. I don't know why we had to have this argument about whether it was raining. We know how Texas weather is. So it's easy to think, boy, I better get out of this rain. He says, as a witness testified, we had no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. You have to put yourself in Karmelo's shoes. So you start under that tent. You want to get out of the rain. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say, who are you? You need to leave. These guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance that these teenage boys with their raging hormones? Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did have the right to use deadly force to make him leave? Melo had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. Moving on. We heard a lot of differing accounts from the kids who were under that tent. I know it's obvious, but let me just say it. Every single one was a Memorial kid. We should be on guard for having a bias because, of course, they would. Austin was their leader. So we heard a very jumbled account of what actually or what really happened in that tent. It was a shove. It was a hit. It was a lineman drill on Karmelo Anthony leaving the scene. Not exactly escaping like the guilty do. Karmelo had an opportunity to go right out that exit. Oh, okay. Karmelo had every opportunity to go right out that exit and just run away. We heard about Karmelo's emotions. Every single person who saw him down on that track said he was crying. What did he say? Melo said, he's not going to die. It's clear he thought that he stabbed him in a place where he thought he was not going to die. Austin repeatedly said to Karmelo, according to a witness, if you don't move, I'll beat your ass. As much as we may not like it, even a 17-year-old kid can legally have a 5.5-inch knife. Even in high school stadiums. Yes, it's a violation of policy, but it's not a crime. Texas law doesn't not require that you wait until you get hit. So ask yourself, has the government ruled out reasonable doubt when you put yourself in Melo's shoes under that tent? You didn't hear the words motive in the jury charge, but you can make reasonable deductions as to how that applies to intent. Karmelo has no motive other than he absolutely felt like he was in danger. The evidence is very clear. These kids didn't know each other. The case is not about race as much people want to make it about that. There's no evidence that Karmelo did anything but really thinking he was defending himself in the split second of chaos. He says the way the knife entered shows that it wasn't intentional. He says Melo's hand was underneath the knife, not on top of it. On credibility of the Memorial students who testified, I understand I understand where they're coming from. Okay, they lost their brother. On Karmelo not walking away. Okay, if you turn your back on him, who knows what would happen? We have this chorus of people, but it's too late to turn your back. What's going to happen? I don't know. On Karmelo keeping his hand in his bag. You don't have to have something in that bag. You don't have something in that bag. Sorry. I do have something in that bag. On the touch me and find out comment from Karmelo, that is the ultimate warning, is the ultimate back off. So it's the ultimate back off. Okay, like, hey, my hand is in this mother-loving bag. Do not come towards me. Don't even take one more step near me. Right? So, okay, interesting. Let's see. Is there more? That was an hour ago. So hopefully there is more. Hold on. Okay. Prosecution. They come in and do their closing argument. So on Karmelo's touch me comment, do not let them turn threat into a warning. You heard the testimony. You know it was a threat. It wasn't a warning. On defense attorney that Austin could have stabbed himself. That's ludicrous. What should be important is mindset. He took a knife to a track meet. There's the buzzwords again. But of course, this is what we've been hearing over and over and over again. And again, we'd like to know as well, why did he bring a knife to a track meet, right? He was going to come up, he was going to come out on top of a hostile encounter. That's mindset. This is one of those rare cases where every important fact can be boiled down to one sentence. You do not get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. It's crystal clear. The facts are simple. You don't get to shove, or you don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. They said he was confused because the twins were coming at him. Again, trying to turn the threat into a warning. There was no fuse on this thing. They went from 0 to 100 like that. Thank goodness we have the video, and the video tells the story. Why didn't he just walk away? You see, he had a choice to walk away and abandon the encounter. More on the closing on prosecution side, on whether manslaughter would apply in this case instead of murder. If you think Austin Metcalf impaled himself with Karmelo Anthony's knife, find him guilty of manslaughter on the witness. They all said Karmelo provoked it. Why self-defense doesn't apply? You can meet deadly force with deadly force in Texas, but you can't meet force with a shove with deadly force, a stab. Size differential, it doesn't work in this case. You don't get to kill someone just because they're bigger than you. Self-defense has to be a reasonable belief. A reasonable belief means a belief that would held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same situation as the defendant. It has to be immediately necessary. Where was the immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed young man? It's not self-defense, folks. It's murder. Murder, plain and simple. No one's standing up. No one's surrounding Karmelo Anthony. The Memorial kids hadn't turned on him. The video was so important. You can see with your own eyes how important that day was. At some point, when he reached into the bag, he opened it and he had it ready to go. And Austin Metcalf had defensive wounds. No. Oh, sorry. Did Austin Metcalf have defensive wounds? No. He never saw it coming. If this case was really about a young man trying to stay out of the rain under the bleachers, that's weird. That's a weird sentence. If this case was really about a young man trying to get out of the rain, get under the bleachers. Interesting. Now that makes sense. Weird. If this case was really about a young man trying to stay out of the rain, get under the bleachers. Can you get under the bleachers in that area? I don't think you could. But okay. That's fine. That's what they're saying. On why? Because I think the under the bleachers is all cement, right? It's a cement bottom, right? So anyway, moving on why he ran for an exit instead of a coach. It's a guilty mindset. He touched me. He did this. He did that. What would he have said if he was really confronted by both of the twins? His words alone belie the fact that this was one-on-one. This was not a mob of Memorial kids. Reciting a witness who testified about Karmelo's behavior, he had it in his mind what he was going to do. Moving on. So they finished there, I guess. So the jury in the trial has just retired to deliberate after closing arguments finished. They will decide under murder, manslaughter, or acquittal. Okay. So they have three different choices. Whether he didn't do this at all, like he didn't do this with malicious intent, he's an innocent kid. Manslaughter, which is like, hey, he was just protecting himself and this just was a bad turn of events. Or he did this with malicious intent. He had the intent to take the life of Austin Metcalf, call it a day, wrap it up. Him guilty of first-degree murder. Just so you guys know. All right? So here's some screenshots of the judge's charge. Judge's charge to the jury in the Karmelo Anthony trial. It's the instructions they follow to determine whether the defendant's actions met the requirements of a murder or manslaughter. If they don't meet the requirements of either, he will be found not guilty. So, let's see. I know that Messi just sent me some things. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, so it's the same thing that JD Miles put up. So let's take a look at this, shall we? Let's take a look. Skadoosh. So there's a couple things. Actually, I'm going to have to save these real quick, guys. All right? Give me a second. I got to save these. Let's see here. So what do you think so far? I mean, do you think that prosecution, and don't worry, I'm going to be putting up a poll here in just a second, because I'm wondering, do you think that the defense had a strong argument, or do you not think that they had a strong argument? I'm kind of curious as to what you guys think. Did prosecution have a solid argument? Did the defense have a solid argument? Do you think it was just absolute trash? What are your thoughts, right? I'm quite curious about that as well. Hold on, guys. Gonna close a few things. I gotta check something here too. Hold up. Okay. And shout out to JD Miles, man. Real talk. JD Miles coming in with that heat, with that fire, with that fur. Just saying out loud. Coming in with that info. Let's see here. Let me pull up some of these right quick. All right. Let's take a look at this thing, shall we? So, here we go. Jury instructions, members of the jury. So, Karmelo Sincere Anthony, the defendant, stands charged by indictment, with the offense of M, alleged to have been convicted on or about April 2nd, 2025 in Collin County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. The law requires that I submit the following instructions to you in this case. These instructions contain all the law necessary to enable you to reach a verdict. If any evidence was presented to raise an issue, the law on that issue must be provided. You are to read these instructions as a whole. Law applicable, okay, to this case is as follows. So, presumption and burden of proof. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense, unless each element of the offense is provided beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. That's interesting. Okay, that's true. All right. He's not required to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. Okay. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state fails to meet this burden, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all reasonable possible doubt. Okay? It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. Moving on. Term definitions. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure. Page 1. Yep, this is page 2. Just want to make sure. Deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Individual means a human being who is alive. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of a bodily member or organ. So if you maim somebody, you take their life, you physically disfigure them, okay, that kind of thing, okay? That's serious bodily injury. So offense definitions. A person commits murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. A person who commits murder if he intends to use serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the demise of an individual. A person commits manslaughter if he recklessly causes the demise of an individual. Mental state definitions as to the M charge, okay, as to M, all right? A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with the respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. So in other words, murder. The intent to take that person's life, knowing that you're going to take this person's life. Now, murder. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about April 2nd, 2025, in Collin County, Texas, the defendant, Karmelo Sincere Anthony, did intentionally or knowingly cause the demise of an individual, namely Austin Metcalf, by stabbing Austin Metcalf with a knife or a deadly weapon, or with the intent to cause serious bodily injury to Austin Metcalf, an individual did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life by stabbing Austin Metcalf with that knife, a deadly weapon that caused the demise of Austin Metcalf, then you will find this defendant. You'll find the defendant committed murder as charged in this indictment. If you do not believe so, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will next consider whether he committed the lesser included offense of manslaughter. Mental state definition as to manslaughter. Okay. We all know about what muerte means, okay? We already know about what the M charge is. What is the confines, okay? What is the confines of manslaughter? Let's check this out. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Interesting, right? So, the risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard care of that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. So, manslaughter. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about April 2nd, 2025, in Collin County, Texas, the defendant Karmelo Anthony did recklessly cause the death of an individual, namely Austin Metcalf, by stabbing Metcalf with a knife, a deadly weapon, then you will find that the defendant committed manslaughter as included in the indictment. If you do not believe so, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the actual defendant and say, by your verdict, not guilty. Interesting, right? So, with all that being said, think about this for a second. You got murder, you got manslaughter, or you got him not guilty. I really think that they're going to be leaning towards the reckless, because I don't think that they saw anything about ill intent or about the idea of murder, okay? Where is it? Let's go back to the mental state definitions as to murder, okay? A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result, which is unaliving somebody, right? I don't think he had the intent to unalive somebody. You see what I'm saying? I really don't. He did this, but I do not think that there was premeditation to this situation. I think he grabbed that knife for protection. What he thought in that moment, I don't know. I'm not in his head, but I also do think that he's not sitting there going like, I'm about to ice this fool. I'm about to ice this fool, son. No, I don't think that. I think that he had the intent to hurt him for sure and get away. But I do not think that he was like, I'm going to ice this fool, right? So that's just one part. I'm just saying, like, technically when we're going through these pages and all that, now that we're looking at that, I'm like, I can see where the jury may argue this, because you know for a fact some are going to be like, nah, this is murder, man. This is murder, son. And then some others will be like, well, I don't see this as murder. I see this as manslaughter. That could be possible. I'm just stating what's being said here, and I can see where the jury could think otherwise. Okay, but let us continue. All right, let us continue with our conversation. Page 4. If you find the defendant committed this murder or manslaughter beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next consider whether he acted in self-defense. So let's talk about this self-defense, baby. Okay, self-defense using deadly force. All right? You're instructed that a person is justified by using force against another when and to the degree he reasonably believes the force is immediately necessary to protect himself against the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force. The use of force against another is not justified in these situations. 1, in response to verbal provocation alone. So the use of this type of force against another is not justified if it's in response to somebody just saying words. Okay? It's just a response. Like him just sitting there going like, you know, if Austin said, yo mama, and then he just lunged at him with the knife, that is not justified. Okay? If the actor provoked the other's use or attempted to use unlawful force, unless the actor abandons the encounter or clearly communicates to the other his intent to do so, reasonably believing he cannot safely abandon the encounter, the other nevertheless continues or attempts to use unlawful force against the actor. So I feel like these are all pretty straightforward here, okay? I mean, you know, if he could use deadly force if he tried to walk away and then Austin Metcalf came at him even so, but he came at him with deadly force as well, then he could protect himself, right? See what I'm saying? But he cannot just go up to him and just be like, F you, right? If he, let's just say Austin Metcalf walked away. What if the world was spun around? Austin Metcalf walks away and he just lunges at him with a knife and taking his life. That's not self-defense either. Clearly that's not self-defense. That's you hurting another person. See what I'm saying? So let's move on. A person is justified in using deadly force against another when, if the person would be justified in using force against the other, and when and to the degree the person reasonably believes the deadly force is immediately necessary to protect himself against the other's use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force. Again, if they're coming at him with some sort of deadly force, he can rebuttal, he can react by using deadly force to protect his ass, right? Moving on. A person who has a right to be present at the location where the deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using deadly force, and the finder of the fact, when determining whether the actor reasonably believed that the use of deadly force was necessary, may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat. Where there is more than one assailant, the defendant has the right to act upon the hostile demonstration of either one or all of them, and to assault either one of them if it reasonable appears to him that they are present for the purpose and acting together to take his life or to do him serious bodily injury. So in other words, like I said, like I hate like they use all this weird language in these legal documents and whatnot. But again, if he felt like he was about to get ganged up on, if he felt like he was about to get jumped, so on and so forth, he would have the right to protect himself. He would. Okay? So if it was like more than just Austin Metcalf stepping towards him and he's like, yo, whoa, what are you doing? Hey, he got his hand in his book bag like, don't you dare touch me. You touch me, you gonna find out. You gonna F around, you gonna damn show find out, right? If all these guys are coming towards him, right? Then yeah. It's like, yo, this is self-defense, son, right? But that's not what these kids and these witnesses are saying. They just said it was Austin standing next to him, like coming towards him. And one account said Hunter was on the other side, kind of barking at Karmelo. He was apparently Hunter was the first to turn to Karmelo in one witness's account, saying, "Hey man, what are you doing here, bro? What are you doing here?" But away from him. And then twin brother Austin walked around and was like, "Yeah, bro, what are you doing here, man? You're under our tent. Why are you here? You need to kick rocks, son." See what I'm saying? And it was like the twins and others were talking, as Austin starts to slowly get closer and closer, and that's according to one witness's account. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the question too. You know, did Hunter lie? I don't know. I don't know. We might have to circle back to that infamous interview that he had after Austin Metcalf, his twin brother, lost his life. But we'll look at that. We may look at that if we have some time here, okay? By the way, guys, do me a solid, all right? It's a simple solid. It's a simple ask, okay, guys? Please make sure you are hitting that like button down below. Can we get it to 1K? I see a lot of y'all in here. Hit that like button. Send it to 1K real quick right now, okay? We had a bumpy start, but we good. We here, okay? We're here to talk. We're here to get through this. Reasonable belief, let's continue, means a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent person in the same circumstances as the defendant. Deadly force means force that is intended or known by the person using it to cause, or in the manner of its use or intended use, is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. You are further instructed that is your duty to consider all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the alleged unaliving and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, if any, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the alleged offense. Now, therefore, bearing in mind the foregoing definitions and instructions, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Collin County, Texas, or on or about April 2nd, 2025, did commit murder or manslaughter, but you further find from the evidence or have reasonable doubt thereof that the defendant reasonably believed that deadly force, when and to the degree used, if it was immediately necessary to protect himself against the use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force by Austin Metcalf or others with him, you will acquit the defendant and say, by your verdict, not guilty. You are further instructed, however, that if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time and place in question, Austin Metcalf or others with him were not using or attempting to use unlawful deadly force on the defendant, or that the defendant did not reasonably believe that his use of deadly force was immediately necessary, then you will find against the defendant on his plea of self-defense. In deciding whether the state has proved that the defendant did not reasonably believe his use of deadly force was necessary, you must not consider any failure of the defendant to retreat that might be shown by the evidence if you find both. 1, the defendant did not provoke Austin Metcalf and the person against whom the defendant used deadly force. And 2, that the defendant was not engaged in criminal activity at the time he used deadly force. If you do not find both, 1 and 2, you may consider any failure of the defendant to retreat that might be shown by the evidence in deciding whether the defendant reasonably believed that the use of deadly force was actually necessary. If you find and believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant immediately before the difficulty did some act, used some language, or both with the intent to produce the occasion to bring on the difficulty and take the life of Austin Metcalf, and that such conduct was reasonably calculated to and did provoke a difficulty, and that in response to his provocation, Austin Metcalf attacked the defendant or reasonably appeared to attack him or to be about to attack him, and that the defendant then unalived Austin Metcalf in pursuance of his original design, if you find there was such or produced a necessity for taking the life of Austin Metcalf, you will find against the defendant's claims of self-defense. Very interesting. It's very interesting. Like it's the language for me, dog. It's the language for me, dog. But let me get some of these super chats here really quick before they disappear. As Latino, it's bizarre to see black people identify with same color over people with same values. Wrong is wrong. Frisco is affluent. Nobody carries knives here. Well, thank you so much for the comment. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's a very affluent area, affluent town. Karmelo Anthony, it seems like he comes from a very, affluent family, a very well-off family, middle class, maybe higher, upper middle class family. And then he does something like this. It, carries around a knife. What reason? I do not know. Like I said, it is a bit strange. I'm still trying to understand what's going on. Okay. So Quantum VP, thank you so much. What's your take? Because people keep saying it's not about race when there's a full white jury. Yeah. They say it's not all white. You see what I'm saying? They're not. So thank you so much for the super chat, but they're not saying it's all white. They say that there are a few other races in there, but they're sprinkled in. It is majority white, but that will depend on what they do. My take is this, and I've been saying this I'm going to keep saying this till I'm blue in the face. See, because here's the thing. None of us have any skin in this game. None of us, everyone that's outside, all the commentators, the armchair commentators and watchers that are watching this whole thing, we all don't really have a skin in the game. The person that has a skin in the game is Karmelo and his family, right? And at the end of the day, nothing good comes out of this situation. There's already a kid that's lost his life and another kid that may be seeing the rest of his life behind bars. That's it. There's no skin in the game for anybody. Okay? We don't get to go. Like if Karmelo Anthony is exonerated, let's just say he does. He is, and he's found not guilty. We don't go home with him. His family does. At the end of the day, this tragedy happened. This tragedy did happen. The only reason why it's turning into a race thing is because social media turned it into that. That's it. Turned into a race thing solely because social media decided we're just bored today, so let's just start some stuff. Let's start some problems. And that's it. Because right now, because remember, even myself, I was like, if it is racially charged, we will hear that in the testimonies. No one has gone up and said, yeah, Austin Metcalf said the N-word to him or said something that was racist or anything of that sort. He didn't, according to the witnesses on both sides. You even heard, for a fact, the defense would have used those words too. You don't think the defense would have said, yeah, he said a racial slur and then all hell broke loose? Nope, that didn't happen either. The only reason why this has turned into such a volatile and extremely divisive situation due to the color of this kid's skin and Austin Metcalf's skin is because people on social media got bored. That's it. I said it. I don't care. Okay? That's it. People suddenly are like, ooh, let's make it a big problem about that. But now the fact that we've heard in this trial, that none of them said anything about anyone saying anything racist, this has to do with two kids in a very bad situation and bad choices were made. That's it. That's it. Okay? JM, my black cousins have inferiority complex, like they're not black, hood enough, need to prove themselves like Melo because Frisco is the richest part of DFW. See, now here's something. That's a part that I think is very interesting because again, and let's talk about it. We talked about it yesterday, but I'm gonna say it again here too. There is a part that Austin Metcalf did say allegedly, and it came from a couple of different accounts. Okay, so I just need to point this out. But apparently, he said he had his hand in his bag. He's like, touch me and find out, something like that. You know what I mean? There's so many different accounts. They've said so many different things. Touch me and find out. Oh, I'm gonna kick all y'all asses. Whatever he said, right? But nonetheless, he put his hand in his bag and he said, touch me and find out, right? You're gonna have to make me move. Whatever he said, right? But then a couple of them said, Austin Metcalf said, ha ha ha. You ain't got nothing in that bag. Man, we in Frisco. Some people could look at that and be like, yo, okay, you suddenly hood? You see what I'm saying? You suddenly hood? Okay. You see what I'm saying? Okay, bro, we in Frisco. You ain't got nothing in there. You ain't hard. And that could be a way of like, some people could look at that as like, yo, you tell me I ain't hard? You really think I ain't got the streets in me blood right now, son? That could be it too. I don't know. I do not know. I don't. Okay? But one thing is for sure. Something happened. He lost his life. This kid did that. He admits it. There's no fight about that. Is it about ego? Is it about? You see what I'm saying? Is it about that? I don't know. I don't know. Is that enough for someone to try to prove that they're hard? Prove that they're street? Prove that they're gutter? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But he did say, do not touch me. Touch me and find out. There was warning. But like I said, it's all up to the jury as they go in there and they talk. Okay? Is it him? Here's the thing, because I know some people are like, that is premeditation. So if this kid, Karmelo, puts his hand in the bag and says, touch me and find out. First off, that's warning. That is a warning. Do not touch me. Do not touch me, homie. Do not touch me. That's a warning. Kid ended up going and touching him, right? So is that premeditation? If he says, do not touch me, if you touch me, you're going to find out. I don't know. And that's the other thing too. This is the other problem. Hold on. Let me get this. JM just said, so Melo crashed for the culture, blame the culture. No, I'm not saying that, but it could be like they were just taking jabs at each other. And I don't mean that as like jabs, okay? I'm just saying that they kept like, it was insult after insult. There was one that allegedly was saying that, it got to the place where they were talking about each other's football teams. You know what I mean? Like, y'all, your team, apparently Karmelo was calling out Austin saying, yo, you had a crappy season last year now, didn't you? Or this past season. You had a crappy season, son. Why are you sitting here trying to talk to me when you guys had one of the worst football seasons ever? Like, they had that kind of thing going on. It was tit for tat, bang, 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 like that. Back and forth, 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 right? So again, maybe it got to the place where things started getting volatile. The witnesses keep on saying, "Oh no, everything was cool. Everything was fine. No one was raising their voices. It was totally cool." How do we know about that? What if they say that just to make Austin sound like he was just perfect in every way? What if they were starting to get agitated with each other? There was only one testimony that we've heard that I can recall right now, where they said it was cool at first and it slowly started to escalate. The words that were being said to each other. etc. The exchange of words that were going on, it quickly rose within 2 minutes. And then the altercation happened. It's not like it was like, come on, bro, you need to leave, and everything was cool, and suddenly just he stabs him. That doesn't make any earthly sense. So there was a buildup. Why would he suddenly, out of nowhere, if Austin was calmly saying, hey, we need you to go, bro, why would he reach into his bag? Clearly, there was an argument that was going on. And I think it was a battle of ego, a battle of wits, whatever you want to call it, a battle of insults that were going on. But I do not think it had anything to do with race. I don't. I think it was about school and who you repping, right? V, thank you so much. Thank you for being fair. You're the only one I'm a member of. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. So again, the question still remains. What actually happened in that dialogue? Okay? What happened in that dialogue? Why did it go from where we are now to something, you know what I'm saying? This is so odd. It's so odd. But I got questions, y'all. Just like you guys have questions. I truly do not think, okay? I do not think that these witnesses from prosecution were telling the full truth. I said it. And them not telling the full truth is a huge problem. I'm saying it. Okay? I said it. I think these kids were too busy trying, and I think the defense had every right to point that out. Hey, you clearly see that there's a bias here. There's clearly a bias going on here. You brought in a landslide treasure trove of witnesses from Austin's team, but they were all there. It was all his team. So again, of course, there are going to be people that might feel like they can't tell the truth or tell the full truth because they don't want to get in trouble with their team. Whose team are you on, bro? Are you on our side or you on his side? You see what I'm saying? So the bias is there. Absolutely. The bias is definitely there. But again, that's the thing. It was the defense's job to prove said thing whilst they were on the stand taking saying things under oath. They did not do that, apparently. Allegedly they did not go up there all the time and go, well, sir, according to your police records, it's X, Y, and Z. You said something different the other day. Now you're saying something. Now you're saying this. What the hell? You see what I'm saying? But they only did that with one person, as I recall, with the prosecution. They only called out two of the guys out of the 21 witnesses that came forward. All teammates of Austin. V, thank you so much. No fact he was suspended. No fact he was suspended from school for bringing a knife on campus. Google it. I'll take a look at that. I'll definitely take a look at that. But that's crazy if that's the case. But then again, I would want to know why you carrying around that knife in the first doggone place. What's up with that? You live in an affluent community. Okay, you're from an affluent family. They're middle class, upper middle class family. Your family's well to do. So why would you suddenly do X, Y, and Z? Why would you do this? Right? Why would you hold this? Right? Like that. I'm curious. But let's continue on, guys. Quite the conversation. Evidentiary instructions. So at times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence nor passes on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the actual objection. The fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. You are instructed that you may consider all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, if any, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense alleged in the indictment. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he chooses to do so. But if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him or prejudice him in any way. But what's going on right now? The fact that he decided not to take the stand, that is happening right now, at least in the court of public opinion. The one thing that they say is like, hey, do not use that against him. You cannot use that against him, the fact that he was not willing to take the stand. But there are a lot of people that are looking at this and going, homie should have taken the stand, because now some people are like, yeah, he should have taken the stand because of X, Y, and Z. Now he looks even more guilty. How's that going to, translate to the jury? The fact that he wasn't willing to take the stand, blah, blah, blah. But in these instructions, they're saying, hey, do not take that and run with it towards your verdict. Don't use that to lean on your verdict. So, interesting, right? You're instructed, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed, that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. Interesting. So like I said, they're saying you cannot use the fact that he decided not to take the stand against him when it comes to coming to this verdict. Yeah, True Crime, thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me know that. We're at the last bit of this page. This is the last page, and then we're going to go on it's verdict watch and all that, so we're going to find out what the heck is going on. Maybe they've come back from jury deliberation, which would absolutely be insane if that's the case. So, concluding instructions, you are charged that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. So just because the other person's like, yeah, I heard that Mello was he was summoning the devil in those bleachers. And yeah, I read that from a gossip column. That's what I did. I went online and I just looked things up. Okay, so he guilty. He don't love Jesus. Like, they can't do that. Okay? You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight be given to this testimony. But you are bound to receive and to follow the court or the law from court. After you have retired to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in their charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your foreperson through the bailiff who has you in their charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. After argument of counsel, you will retire and select one of your members as your foreperson. It is the duty of your foreperson to preside at your deliberations and to vote with you in arriving at a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. And after you have arrived at your verdict, you may use some of the forms attached by having your foreperson sign the particular form that conforms to your verdict. And this was signed by Honorable Judge Roachy Roach. Okay, so very, very interesting stuff here. Let me see if there's any updates. I don't see anything so far, but let me see what JD Miles has said. Nothing from JD Miles. I'm checking a few things here, guys. Hold on. Grant me some grace here. True Crime Gal just set the what? Okay, so it looks like there's something going on. I don't know. I'm still trying to compute what's going on here. Where Purple stand together, fight for justice, shut down for justice for Karmelo. Purple whiteout protest. Join us as we come together in unity, wear purple and white to represent justice, peace, and the fight for what's right. And that is happening today. We demand justice for Karmelo, fair treatment, accountability, an end to bias and injustice. No justice, no peace. We won't be silent. So this is just a flyer that apparently is being shared right now on the internets. Wait, actually, hold on. Where's the location? It doesn't have a location. That's interesting. Is this even real? That's the question I have. Show up, speak out, stand strong. I mean, maybe it's just outside the courthouse that they want people out there, you know what I mean? Rocking the purple and white. Maybe that's what's going on. Okay. All right. As long as it's peaceful, that's all I give a damn about. As long as it's peaceful and respectful, because it may be a nightmare out here. You never know. We're gonna look at a few things here. I don't see anything about there being. I'm just getting rid of this paperwork here real quick. I don't see anything about them coming back to trial. Yeah, I don't see anything of that sort, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see anything so far. Yeah, just jury deliberations have begun. People are waiting for things. I mean, I don't see anything so far, but, you know, if there was some sort of deliberation going on, that would be, or I mean, like a verdict going on, that would be a little bit of a surprise to me. But I do want to pull up Court TV. Shout out to Vinnie Politan, the incredible Vinnie Politan. In fact, hold on. Before we go to Vinnie Politan, let me see. Nope. They just have a whole a verdict watch, whole discussion that they're going to be doing. But let me get into this. Hold on. Where is it? There is one here. Oh, there it is. Boom.
It is the trial that the nation is talking
Let's check
about.
this out.
A case which has divided the community.
I'm skipping ahead.
In trying to figure
'Cause
out
I'm getting to
whether
Cody-
or not this
Cody
provocation took place. Whether or
Here we
not
go.
it was Karmelo Anthony provoking this confrontation underneath the tent. Because there's no cameras in the courtroom. Which to me is I mean, I could do a whole nother episode just on this issue. When you have a case like this that divides the community and there's going to be a verdict and there's going to be a reaction to that verdict, right? And people didn't get to actually see the trial, it lessens the trust in the system. So the judge in this case in keeping cameras out has done a disservice to the public that the judge serves in Texas and around the world. Because it's much more difficult to trust a verdict if you don't see the evidence. And like every other part of our government, the judicial branch is working for the people. And the people here are not going to get to see it. But the good news is, folks, that we have someone in the courtroom at the courthouse. His name is Cody Thomas. And joining us now from the courthouse, Cody Thomas. Cody, great to see you. Wow, what a case. So you are our eyes and ears inside the courtroom. Obviously, cameras have been prohibited, microphones prohibited. Give us an idea of where we're in the defense case, right? Where the defense is going.
Yeah, so this is day 2 of the defense's case, Vinny. We know we had a Saturday session a few days ago. I was in there. The defense got in 3 witnesses after the state rested. The state rested after only 21 witnesses being called. And today, so far, we're out of the lunch break now, but there were 3 witnesses called this morning. 1 student, an officer who was at the scene, and then another student. And the first student who was on the stand was, giving his account of what went down.
Just a quick reminder, this is from last night. This is yesterday. Okay, so he's talking about all the testimonies from yesterday. All right, just making that abundantly clear.
Saying that the rain was coming down. They went into a dugout. Him, Karmelo, and about 2 or 3 other people went into a baseball dugout behind the stadium, to which a coach told them they couldn't be there, so they came back out. This one student who was testifying, a minor, so I can't name him, but he testified about warming up on the field along with his 4x100 meter team, and then Karmelo going back in the bleachers. He didn't see Karmelo again for a few minutes until he looked up in the stands and saw what he described as, a crowd under the memorial tent with Karmelo there. He noticed his teammates. He says he recounts people standing up. He says that he was walking towards the bleachers because he heard a commotion. He looked away for a second, and then he saw, a bunch of kids sporadically, running from under the tent. And then he saw Karmelo running off. And of course, he's describing the moment that the stabbing happened. But under cross-examination, Benny, when the prosecutor came up, the prosecutor brought the video back up, the surveillance video of the situation. And he brought up where the kid would be warming up on the field. So you see him, and then you see where the stabbing was going down. And the prosecution challenged it because the kid's account says that he was walking towards the bleachers because he heard some things happening. He paused it. He's like, boom. The prosecutor literally says, boom, in the middle of the courtroom. He's like, this is where the stabbing happened, and you're still standing right here. Okay, so then that happens, and the kid's, just going through the motions again. And then the prosecutor was like, we've spoken before. And the kid's like, yes, sir. He's like, when I showed you this video when we spoke, you admitted to me that you were wrong about some of your accounts. And the kid agreed that he was wrong, and his eyes were open after the meeting that he had with the prosecutors before this trial. So it was a very challenging moment there with that first witness, Vinny.
Let me ask you, Cody, a big picture question here. And obviously this is difficult for children testifying in a murder trial, right? That's tough. Yeah. We know eyewitness accounts. You have 7 people, you get 7 different versions. We get it. But here you have different high schools. Is the testimony breaking down in any way where, the kids from Memorial are seeing one thing and kids from Centennial are seeing something different? Centennial Karmelo School versus Austin School. Is that playing out inside the courtroom, that we're getting 2 different versions of what's happening here?
It actually is not, Vinny. And the way I've described it is that the story is like a tree. It's the same trunk, but different branches. The foundations of the story are the same, but there's some minor details that may have shifted. As, for example, some of the kids say that the push was 1 arm. Some say it was 2 arms. Some say it looked like maybe a slight punch. Some say the push wasn't aggressive. Some say both of the kids were getting aggressive. But the situation, there's commonalities between them all, and the main one being that Karmelo eventually put his hand in that book bag saying, touch me and see what happens. 100% of the students, not only the prosecution's witnesses, the defense's witnesses as well, the student witnesses, have said this same thing, which leads me, the defense, I would imagine they would have called student witnesses that were testifying in favor of Karmelo, but it seems that, the facts are the facts here, and they're walking down this story, and not the big pictures of the story haven't changed, only minor details in it. Again, like the pushing, whether it was 1 hand, 2 hand, or whatever, what have you, whether they were sitting or standing. But the big picture parts about the hand in the book bag, the touch me and see what happens, the phrasing, they all said they weren't really scared about something happening because they thought it was just 2 boys at a competition mouthing off at each other, being from different schools. They all said that Not only did Austin ask him to leave, that multiple people under, the memorial tent asked him to leave, because the way they describe this tent culture, they've had coaches on the stand from all these different schools talking about how each tent is, like the locker room, and you wouldn't hang out in an opposing team's locker room. So again, same trunk of the tree, just some slightly different branches coming off of it.
And
Interesting, right? But like I said, you're hearing multiple different accounts from this, from different testimony. It's hard to just suddenly go, oh yeah, this is 110% what actually happened. Like I said, everyone has a different account. Every single one of them does. Some of them even changed their story after the fact. They told a story at, moments after Austin Metcalf lost his life to police, and then they say something completely different here. And you also got to remember, these kids, I'm sure they were still going to school with each other. They were still practicing with each other. They're still, you know what I'm saying? They're still doing all these different things. You got to remember, this crime happened a year ago. You don't think that these kids weren't talking about it amongst each other over time? It's been a year. Some of these kids are still running track, still on the football team, etc. You don't think that they've had conversations and suddenly what they heard becomes what they saw, eventually morphs into what they saw? You see what I'm saying? Remember, what they first saw initially and what they, what they said at that time when they reported everything from the cops suddenly became different when they're doing the testimony. I just find it a little weird. I'm not saying that they are lying. I'm not saying that they were coached or anything of that sort, but these kids are still running around with each other, still hanging out with each other, still practicing with each other, still doing school projects with each other. They're still in school with each other. So again, even so that there was a gag order, let's be real. You got kids talk. They're going to be around each other during these things. They're not being held off. They're not being cordoned off for a year. They're amongst each other. They're going to talk smack. They're going to talk things. The boys talk too. You see what I'm saying? Boys talk a whole bunch of smack. Not only are they talking about getting laid or trying to score a fake ID so that they can do some underage drinking for the weekend and all that, they're still having conversations about a friend of theirs that lost their life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. I can prep too. You're alleging conspiracy. I'm not alleging conspiracy. What I'm trying to say is that these kids are young and that there is a conversation that they could be having with each other in passing, all right, that could morph their opinion. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying, hey, everybody lie on behalf of Austin Metcalf. No, but I think that you're around each other, and even though they're not supposed to talk about it, you mean to tell me they're not going listen, this is what I saw. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I just think that it's not conspiracy. It's just kids being kids and just talking. That's all. They lost their friend. I'm sure at some point, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to make excuses for these kids at all. Not at all. And I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying that things could be talked about in passing in a way that wouldn't be conspiring, wouldn't be conspiracy, okay? But could just be them talking about it, They got to, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are confiding to each other about what just happened, because they went through it together. They saw it together. They lost their friend. You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't know. Okay. I'm just throwing out possibilities here and asking questions. All right. But let me continue. Okay. Let's continue on this.
The branches aren't breaking down by school to school. It's just witness to witness, like in any other case that we would have, where 5 people see a car accident and, there's going to be slightly different versions, maybe different colors of the car. I've seen that happen inside a courtroom. Okay. So
see what I'm saying? So like I said, they were saying different things to the police, allegedly. I mean, to some of them. Some of the students were, okay, some of these kids were, and then they go over here and their story changes a little bit, right? And what even makes it even worse for defense is defense brought in people and the prosecution was able to debunk all that. Remember when we sat down and talked about this? From the prosecution. Remember when we sat down and talked? Just a few months ago, you said something completely different, son. Now you're telling us something different now. Can we just say that maybe you remember it a certain way, but that could just be your mind playing tricks on you? How about that? And it's like, yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, you might be right. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty wild. That happened to two different witnesses for just the defense itself. They only had 6 people called up. And here's the other thing, too. Why the hell did they not call up Hunter mother-loving Metcalf? Why didn't they bring up Hunter Metcalf? He was the other eyewitness to this whole situation. That is Austin Metcalf's brother. And in some accounts, he was the one who started the conversation, not Austin. So why did they not bring in Hunter Metcalf? Forget prosecution. I'm talking about defense. Why didn't they bring him up? It's not like that kid is off limits. So why did they not bring in Hunter Metcalf? Huh.
the tent seems to be a big issue here. We keep talking about what's happening under the tent. And that brings us to another big question. Why is he there to begin with? Does the defense have a different explanation, or what is the defense explanation as to why Karmelo Anthony would be under the tent of a different high school? Like you said, like being in another high school's locker room. You wouldn't do that in a gym. I never did track. I think you're a track guy. I think you have some track experience.
I did in high school, yeah.
Yeah, so explain what the defense and or the witnesses are saying about that as an explanation, because to me it doesn't make sense, but I'm trying to figure out why he would be there to begin with.
Right, so there's two narratives that the defense is putting on as far as why he was under the tent. One, they're talking about, this big rain, and a lot of the students have talked about this rain coming down. They said, it's Texas weather out here. It'll come down heavy, then it'll stop and get just a little nasty and yucky and be a little misty, and then it can come right back, similar to Florida. I know you're very familiar with Florida rain down there too. But they talked about, he wouldn't want to be standing out there soaked. And oddly enough, Centennial was the only team out there with no tent that day. That's a big thing they're harping on. And so when this rain started coming down, they're saying Karmelo was in the bleachers just looking for somewhere to get out of the rain. And then compounding upon that, we heard about this kid named Eddie. Eddie is an adult now, so we can identify him. They talked about this kid named Eddie, who was childhood friends with with Karmelo's ex-girlfriend at the time. And Eddie was under the Memorial team. He went to Memorial High School, and over the weekend on Saturday, he actually tested.
I'm sorry, Eddie did. I feel that Eddie did Karmelo dirty. But here's the thing. I just want to make this abundantly clear, okay? Eddie could squash this whole thing like that if he just said, hey, man, that's my boy. We cool. Hey, Austin, Hunter, guys, chill. That's my boy. That's my friend. He's just coming over. He's just visiting for a second. It's all good, but Eddie didn't do that. But let me tell you this too, all right? Just because Eddie did him dirty, all right, by not just going up there and saying, hey, man, that's my dog. We good, homie. He didn't do that. But he didn't put the knife in Karmelo's hand. He didn't put the knife in Karmelo's bag. Everything else was on Karmelo. I get it that he had to basically defend himself and all that, and there was it was a game of ego and wits going on between Austin and him, and possibly other boys that were there too, right? But at the same time, Eddie was an op. Most definitely Eddie was an op. Come on now. That's some diabolical ish. You literally are going, hey, You could have easily just said, hey, he's here with me. He's just visiting. It's all good. He's not even competing today. Wait, are you competing today? It's like, nah. Okay, he ain't even competing today. So what's up? He cool. He's my friend. We good. He could have done that, but he joined in on the roasting, on the talking smack, right? He's like, ooh, world star. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And instead of him, you know what I'm saying? Instead of him actually stepping up, he didn't do that. But here's the other thing too. Somebody said, well, maybe Eddie told the truth now on the stand. No, he didn't. Even on the stand, he said, we ain't cool. Like, I know him, but I don't know him like that. You know, I don't know him like that. You feel me? And then defense came up and said, oh, really? Y'all don't know each other? What about that photo right there? What about that photo? It just goes, yo, you look real young in that photo. Mm-hmm. You look real young in that photo. You mean to tell me you don't know each other? Ooh, look at that. A picture of y'all together. Double date. Look, Karmelo Anthony's girlfriend, you know, your friend who's the girl, and you with the girl too. Look at you double dating. Look at you looking good wearing ties in your suits. Oh, you say you don't know each other for real? Y'all acting the fool in these photos, playing the guitar, making funny faces. In this photo, looks like you guys are having a great old time. You mean to tell me you don't know him at all? I don't. See, that doesn't make any sense. See what I'm saying? Eddie did him dirty. I'm sorry, he did. But I'm going to tell you right now, Karmelo's the one who did the deed, not Eddie. And I will say this, because I saw in the corner of my eye a comment. Somebody said, well, Eddie was actually competing. And I get it. But at the same time, the dude dapped him up and sat down next to him. If he knew that they were in a competition and he shouldn't have sat down with him, he probably should have just been like, bro, go. No, man. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Yeah. You can't see it, man. Go. Go. He could have done that, but he didn't. Now, did he? Nope. He sat down. He sat down with him, and they chopped it up. And instead of him going like, yo, that's my dude. We good. Austin, stand down. Hunter, stand down. We cool. This is my boy. He's only visiting for a minute, all right? He could have easily done that, but he didn't. But again, like I said, it's not Eddie's fault, okay? Now, I didn't say anything, Indiana cutie. I didn't say anything different yesterday. I said the same damn thing. Same damn thing. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and play that replay. I said the same damn thing. I said he did him dirty. He lied. Okay? But he did not put the knife in Austin Metcalf's bag. He did not make not Austin Metcalf, I'm sorry. He did not put the knife in Karmelo Anthony's bag. He did not put the knife in Karmelo Anthony's hand. He did not make Karmelo Anthony jump up and put the knife into Austin Metcalf. He did not. But something that could have stopped this situation from going haywire would be him vouching for Karmelo. That's all Eddie could have done. Okay? Yeah, no, I know it wasn't just Austin telling Karmelo to leave. It was a whole bunch of guys saying, yo, leave. It was Hunter, too. Allegedly, from other accounts, it was Hunter that was the first one to say something about Karmelo being underneath the tent and being like, yo, man, what are you doing here? Go. Move. Bro. Move, bro. And then Austin came through and said, yeah, my twin brother over there said you need to go. You do need to go. Why are you here? Who are you? Why are you here? So, like I said, it's not Eddie's fault, okay? But Eddie could have stopped the situation from going haywire if he just came up and said, that's my dude. It's a friend of mine. That's it. And damn the whole, it's a competition. We're all human, right? And people are known to walk by the tents and saying, what up, doe, from opposing teams. So what's the big deal if Karmelo walked by, sat by or close to the tent to one, try to stay dry and try to say what's up to his friend, and keep it moving. I don't see anything wrong with it. Okay. Like, you know, it's that whole, like, the rules apply to thee, but not to me, or something like that. Whatever that phrase is, you know, that kind of is the situation here too, you know? But yeah, Eddie did him dirty, but he is not the sole reason why Karmelo did what he ended up doing. That's choices that Karmelo made in the situation that he was in between Austin, some other teammates, Hunter, and all that. Okay. So yeah, the whole thing is jacked up. Let's continue.
Now, we've heard this Eddie character in opening statements. We've heard that from several of the student witnesses that Karmelo came up, he kind of gave Eddie a handshake, you know, as if they were, you know, really close friends. But then Eddie got up on the stand on Saturday and all but said, like, yeah, we were cool. I knew him. He, you know, knew the girl, or was dating the girl I grew up with, but I wouldn't say we were really good friends, which was shocking to me because we've heard that name so many times. And then for him to say that, but then the defense challenged back because Eddie was like, yeah, I know him, but we don't know each other that well.
And that's what's crazy. We're going to be looking at that in a second. But yes, Nick Glenn, you are not wrong. He is a child. He definitely is a kid. Yeah, let's not forget that too. Like I said, he made a very, very bad choice. He did, I still think he did him dirty. Okay, but like I said, he did not make Karmelo do the choices that Karmelo ended up making later on. He did not make the choices or make Austin or Hunter or any of the other kids say what they ended up saying that caused things to build up to where they are, to what it is right now. You know what I mean? But we may not be at this trial if that conversation was had. You know, if he stuck up, if he said, this is my friend, it's all good. Or maybe we'd still be here. I don't know. I do not know. But it's very interesting.
But then the defense came back with several pictures, picture after picture, 7 or 8 or 9 pictures of Karmelo and Eddie in the same photos at Eddie's house for, you know, birthday parties. And there's group photos.
At Eddie's house at birthday parties. I mean, let's be real. Let me just say this, okay? Sure, there's a possibility of Eddie not really knowing him that well, but why would Eddie dap up Karmelo and let Karmelo sit next to him if he didn't know him to a little bit or to a certain extent? You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, think about that for a second, you know? Again, photos is like, ooh, we see you at a birthday party. Is at your house? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Wow, that looks like he knows you. He's at your birthday party, hanging out with, you know, the girlfriend at your birthday party. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's weird that he's sitting here going like, I don't know him, but you do. You actually do. But I digress.
And there's photos of just them. So I thought that was kind of a win for the defense, showing, all right, saying you didn't know him, but here you are with 8 or 9 pictures together. So the narrative is that he was trying to get out of the rain. He knew Eddie. Eddie says they didn't really know each other, but the defense came and proved a little otherwise under their cross-examination on Saturday.
And this is an important fact in all of this, in trying to sort through the facts of what happened under the tent. It all begins with, well, why was he there to begin with? So you've got rain. But it seems other teammates were warming up. He's not warming up. He's not competing in the track meet, is my understanding, right? He's there sort of helping, but he was hurt.
So his coach testified also on Saturday. That was the first defense's witness. We've heard the narrative that he wasn't competing. We've heard things about he was suspended from school. Nothing about the suspension has come up in this trial so far. But today, we found out through testimony that Karmelo was actually an alternate for the 4x100 meter race. And this kid that just testified said that he was actually on schedule to do one of the jumps, whether it was triple jump or long jump, he couldn't remember, but he actually was competing that day, which was, you know, another crucial fact because we've heard a lot of things about he wasn't supposed to be there. Well, yeah, he was on the team. He was supposed to be there. It's just unfortunate that this sad, you know, act had to happen here, but he was supposed to be there that day.
Okay, well, I mean, there's been a lot of
interesting
rumors information, misinformation, disinformation. And that's why we have trials, to get the facts out inside the courtroom. And Cody Thomas is bringing it to us because, again, no cameras, but we've got Cody Thomas. So let's talk about underneath the tent now. So he's there either to dodge the rain, to see his friend Eddie, or perhaps to start some trouble, right? Because there's that narrative from the other side. So what have we heard? You said we've heard these different branches. What is the tone of what is happening under that tent? And what is the moment when things escalate, right? When does it go from nothing to something? And are there different versions of that?
Well, the common denominator, just to make it as simple as possible for people to understand, from 100% of these witnesses, defense witnesses and prosecution student witnesses, down the board, they say he came under the tent, wasn't malicious. They say he came under kind of calm, didn't really say much. Some say that he saw Eddie, gave him a handshake, didn't say much, but he was sitting there under the tent. So now they're asking, does anyone know this kid? Who is this kid? You know, this and that. He's just here. They start asking him who he is. Eventually, you know, some sort of verbal altercation start happening where they start asking him to leave. And it's not just Austin. It's not just Austin and his brother Hunter. There's kids that have been up there, mixed of all races, because we know the racial aspect is a big component here. But we have black kids testifying, white kids, Hispanic kids. So kids mixed of all, over 10 of them are testifying about how they even chimed in, like, hey man, come on, get out of here. You know, you shouldn't be under this tent. Just go back to wherever your tent is. And they said it all started kind of calmly, and then they said Karmelo was being stubborn and didn't want to leave. Like, you're gonna have to make me leave. You know, they described it as him trying to be like a tough guy. You know, and then eventually they have, some coaches say that Austin was a thrower. He was one of the discus shot put throwers. They've all kind of echoed the sentiment that the throwers were kind of the leaders, and they were, he was a senior, so, the upperclassmen are picked to kind of take charge when the coach isn't directly around. So eventually Austin kind of takes this lead to try to be like, all right, man, like it's enough of this. It's time for you to go. Things start getting heated. They do admit that Austin was getting, heated as well, getting frustrated, and they were going back and forth as, two testosterone-fueled young teenagers. We know how that goes with boys in competitive sports. And then, eventually they talk about the frustrations escalating on both sides. And then Austin saying, like, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. They're getting aggressive with each other. And then eventually, the statement that we've heard many a time, Karmelo has his hand in the bag, touch me and see what happens. Austin goes up to touch him, to push him. Again, different accounts of that, whether it was a touch, whether it was a push, and that's when the whole unfortunate circumstance occurred here.
So it's as simple as, you're under this tent, you shouldn't be here, leave, I'm not going to leave, make me leave, and then it escalates to touch me and see what happens. So the verbal confrontation being described by the witnesses seems to be initiated by Karmelo Anthony. Is there anyone that said, well, no, they were getting loud and telling him to get out before the refusal?
No, there's been no testimony as far as that. Down the board, all the prosecution's witnesses, all of those students have been saying they're calling Karmelo the instigator. They're calling him the aggressor. They do admit that Austin was, fueled up too, and being too prideful, boys as they get. They even talked about how when, the statement with Karmelo with his hand in the book bag, they said Austin said back to him, like, oh, you're not going to do anything, calling his bluff. He's like, oh, you're from Frisco. We don't do that around here. And they're all sitting there not thinking that there would be an actual knife in the bag. So, all of them have said that Austin was kind of being a tough guy too. And then he went over to him, goes to push him, goes to shove him. But again, verbal altercation that led to this unfortunate event, something that, it shouldn't have been a stabbing here. We got two young kids who had their whole lives ahead of them, two 17-year-old men, and just this heightened mistake here that happens to be the most pinnacle of mistakes that has affected both of their lives just emotionally, and obviously it's changed their lives forever.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very interesting trial, and it's tragic because nobody wins. At the end of the day, nobody's winning in this trial. And of course, I may come back to that video and hear the rest of it. But of course, shout out to Vinny Politan, Court TV, Cody Thomas, of course, for great unbiased breakdowns of what's been going on in the what's been seen inside of this trial. But again, like, this is a very man, everybody's at the edge of their seat right now, and and the streets are talking. So there are a few things. This is some very interesting stuff. So I'm just going to pull this up, and we're going to kind of go through this timeline here, or this feed. Okay, so first and foremost, we all know about Jake Lang, okay? He's trash, okay? If you don't know about that. But he apparently he trying so hard. He trying so hard to be relevant. He latches on high profile cases, and he latched onto this one quite a bit because of it being Karmelo, the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf situation. You have a black kid who took the life of a white kid. So if you don't know who Jake Lang is, he's a white supremacist. He's a piece of trash, bigot, racist. Sorry, I don't care. All right. He's a racist, and he's a piece of trash. He is, as my boy Trey would say, he garbage juice. Okay. He garbage juice. All right. But he's out there, just so you know. Oh yeah, Jake is crazy. For someone to have that kind of energy, to be focused solely on like all this racism stuff, and just be so riled up, you clearly have some mental health issues. I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it real. And remember, I've said this before. All you racists out there that are so focused on color, imagine if you had that focus on something that actually could better your life. You could be a doctor right now. You could probably run this country by now, right? But a lot of people who are out here doing this kind of stuff that are so hyper-focused on racism stuff and bigotry, what are they doing for themselves? They out here doing stuff like what Jake Lang is doing, okay? Yeah, this is not a home. This is not a place that welcomes racists, just so you know, if you didn't already know that. Now you know, okay? Yeah. So let's take a look at this piece of trash, shall we? So Jake Lang, he says breaking. He just put this up about an hour ago, and there's a lot that we're going to look at here in just a little bit, all right? Because there's some reports from outside the place. There's some coverage going on outside. There's a lot of commotions going on outside as everybody waits for this verdict. It's absolutely crazy. So here we go again. Just like DMX, here we go again. He says, okay, his organization is holding a press conference tonight at around 6 p.m. So Protect White Americans is holding a press conference at Austin Metcalf's Texas courthouse tonight at 6 p.m. This cold-blooded murderer will receive guilty verdict tonight. So he's saying DP, he's saying a lot of stuff. But let's hear what this piece of trash has to say, shall we?
Black supremacist bullshit. You guys are complicit in the murder of white people. Irina Zarusky, Henry Goldman, Austin Metcalf. Where's the justice? 400 years. Where's the justice? 400 years. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging outside this courthouse.
Oh, that's not surprising at all.
Bring this man up out of one of these trees. He's a murderer.
No place in America.
He's a murderer, racist murderer.
Yeah, guys, yeah. Queen Sheba, shout out to Queen Sheba. She gives us an update, but she's saying, by the way, she says jury deliberations have officially begun, right? Now, she says the defense may have scored its biggest win in closing arguments. I'm quite curious to hear where what that entails. I'm curious.
All right, y'all, really quick, I wanted to give you an afternoon update. The jury has begun the formal process of deliberations, okay? So we're going to go back in as soon as we're called back, okay? The closing arguments for both the state and the defense, they're done. They each received 35 minutes to present their case. The state passed the floor to the defense team, and they got the party started, okay? So this is what happened. Mike Howard shined today. He's a technical guy when it comes to law. And when I tell you he made it all make sense, whether you agree or not, what is the job of the jury as it relates to the law? And one thing he said is, listen, right, wrong, or indifferent. This is not about what you approve of, what you disapprove of. This is about the law. And according to the law, Karmelo Anthony is legally allowed to carry a 3.5-inch knife. And even though he carried the knife to a school event, it's not against law. It may violate school policy, but he did not break the law. He also leaned into the self-defense theory, and he says under Texas law, Karmelo Anthony is not required to wait for Hunter Metcalf or Austin Metcalf to harm him. According to Texas law, if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that an individual has the propensity to harm you, you are allowed to defend yourself. He described Karmelo Anthony as being surrounded by a group of boys that were very large. He highlighted the difference in the weight. He said, we're talking 130 pounds versus 213 pounds times 2. And then you have all of these other guys that are shouting, leave, 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 but you're surrounding him. He's still seated, and you all are in the aggressive position. He talked about the testimony of the medical examiner when she talked about the angle of the knife wound, and he physically demonstrated in the courtroom intentionality. If I wanted to intentionally kill you as it relates to first-degree murder, I would go like this, or I would go like that. He said, but in the case of Karmelo Anthony, the medical examiner testified that it was like this. So then he also reminded the jury that the state failed to establish a motive. And he said, I ask you, what motive would Karmelo Anthony have to walk into a tent to intentionally take the life of a young man he does not know? Your job is to base your decision off the law. And if there's any reasonable doubt, you are to find him not guilty of first-degree murder.
Interesting. Interesting. Like I said, there's that is very, very interesting. I'm quite curious. Because I mean, yes, I get it that he's stating facts. I'm not sitting here saying that he's not stating facts and he's going off of just what the Texas law states. But I don't know if that's going to translate to the jury. I'm just going to keep it real because of, there's just too many conflicting stories out here and they couldn't get a concise story. So again, this is going to be a very interesting situation. Again, yeah, he violated Holly. Yeah. He violated school policy, but he didn't violate the law. Just remember that, okay? What up, Trey? I just said your phrase, garbage juice, okay? When I was talking about Jake Lang, because he garbage juice. But moving on, all right? Sure, it's violating school policy, but it's not breaking the law, having that kind of weapon on him, having that kind of knife on him. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Okay, but let's take a look at this. This is very, very interesting. Okay, so Nick Sorter's even out there now too. Okay, man, people like I said, he was somewhere. I think he was like in where was the ICE protest going on? I forgot. I completely forgot. I think it was in Jersey. Was it in Jersey? Was it in Jersey? I don't remember. But anyway, he went from up there, macing people up there. Okay, to now he's down here. Okay, so he's where the chaos is too. JLR is out there, all that. Okay, we may be hopping over to JLR and seeing some of his live feed here in just a little bit. But Karmelo Anthony supporters argue with each other in the parking lot of the Collin County Courthouse as we await the jury's verdict. There's even they've even got the Black Panthers out there today, but they were there yesterday too. Okay, but they're vastly outnumbered by deputies, cops, and who will not put up with their BS. Interesting. This is from Nick Sorter. Just reading what Nick Sorter says. So let's take a look at this. Very interesting. I don't see them arguing with each other. Okay, they may be debating, or they may be just discussing what happened inside the courthouse. I don't see any arguing. I don't. But you know how it is. People will just try to spin the story as much as they can for whatever reason. I don't see that. I don't see an argument. It looks like they're just filming. I was just inside. This is what I saw. Blah blah blah. But you know, like I said, I don't know what's being said. Right? Let's take a look at this. Wait, what did they say real quick? What did they say? A number of black nationalists have been showing up outside the Karmelo and Anthony Karmelo. What the hell? Okay. So the Karmelo Anthony trial. Okay. The facts of the case don't matter to them because yeah. Well, there are white people that are doing the same doggone thing. I'm just saying. As much as it's like, oh yeah, you know, they're only out there because the defendant's black and the victim's white. But what about all the white people out there? They're doing the same damn thing. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, like I said, let's move on.
Cast it out. Come on, man. Cast it. Give me a hug because all that pain. Because racism holds a heavyweight. Heavy. No, I'm not done.
Oh, damn.
I'm not done. Because ain't nobody gonna stop me. Not on one side. You better stand with Austin. Because if he falls even deeper into hell. Because y'all want to keep sacrificing that baby. I promise you, I'm gonna wake them all. And I'm gonna make y'all respect. And I'm gonna make you clean, you know. You better cast your weight. Cast it. Because baby wanna cast it. But she don't know what I'm talking about. Cast your shit.
Okay. Okay. Well, that was that. Moving on though. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay. Now that was that. We see it all on all sides. The craziness. Okay, that was crazy. Now this is something I do want to share with y'all because apparently they're saying that I guess people are saying that this should be this should be a mistrial because apparently they're saying that Jeff Metcalf. This is just from what they're saying right now. That Jeff Metcalf, Judge Roach, and the DA apparently all know each other. This is from I forgot his name. I'm so sorry. But he's circulated on his content is circulated on this show before. Secret Service Sam, there we go. This is insane. If this is true, this is insane.
Secret Service Sam here with a Karmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf trial update. Now, earlier in one of my videos, I mentioned that Morris Dwayne Turner had informed me that Jeff Metcalf, the DA, and Judge Roach all knew each other. We're friendly together.
That's a big problem if that's true. That's a big problem if that's true.
And now we have that proof. Look at this photo. This is a photo of Jeff Metcalf, John Roach, the judge, and Greg Willis, who is the DA. Conflict of interest, anyone? I don't know. I am still working to verify this picture. I entered it in ChatGPT. It says it doesn't seem to be fake. If anybody out there can confirm this picture for me, I think that is also very important because we need to keep the truth at the head of all of this. Let me know what you guys secret.
Okay, first off, let's go back to this photo. First off, if this is true, massive, grande problems. Okay, grande problemo, whatever the hell it is. Okay, here's the other thing too. I will say this. just because they were at an event and they happened to take a picture together doesn't automatically mean that they know each other. I'm just playing the other side of the fence. Right now, the photo looks bad. It's bad. That's a bad photo. No bueno. No bueno. No bueno. But here's the thing. This photo could have been taken years ago. And they met in passing, took a photo together, looking all chummy, photo time, and then they parted ways. But at the same time, the fact that this photo does exist and is unearthed and it's being shared out here in these streets, and according to Secret Service Sam, he's saying that he did, put it in Chat GPT to make sure if this wasn't AI, if this wasn't fake, and he's saying, hey, it's authentic, it looks authentic to him. If this is true, this is a very, very bad look. This is very, very bad. Okay. And don't get me wrong. If I was the father of Austin Metcalf, or, if this was my son that I lost and this kid, took the life of my kid, I'd want to make sure he really feels justice. Absolutely. Okay. I would want justice served so freaking hard. But if it's done, if it's done in a way that's illegal, then that is a big problem, okay? Let's see here real quick. Let me look at this. Holly just said this. Hold on, man, it's moving. Texas state law has a zero policy on bringing knives to school, even small ones. It's, Hollis, I'm sorry, not Holly. Love you, Pascal. Sorry about that, Hollis. I really do appreciate that. Hollis, all right, very interesting, right? Zero policy on bringing knives to school, okay? But at the same time, right, it's not illegal for him to hold that knife too. See what I'm saying? That size of knife, it's not breaking the law. You see what I'm saying? So again, very, very interesting stuff. Okay. Hold on. We got, I think we got more. Just give me a second. Let me see real quick. I'm going to see if Neek at Night was there, because Neek has been doing some really great coverage of this as well. Oh, dear Lord. Another underage actor accuses Diddy of SA, by the way. Just a little sidestep. Jeez Louise. And the hits just keep on coming, baby. And the hits just keep on coming. Hold on, guys. Let's see here. Did she post anything as of late? Let us find out. No, she has not. She has not. I guess she didn't show up to trial today. Did she not show up because of this situation? Let me show you.
I'm okay.
Now, just a reminder, she was getting harassed like crazy outside. Okay? She was getting harassed outside of the courthouse yesterday. All right? And then this is her, she was obviously very emotional, understandable, because people were like taking photos of her, getting all up in her face. I don't know what else was being said. Let's just find out really quick.
I just got worked up. I'm all right. Anyways, I came here to cover a trial, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick update. We only have a little bit. So far there has been 3 witnesses. The first one.
Yeah, this.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm surrounded by Black Panthers right now, so they protected me. Um, so
It's not right.
the first witness was a 7.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I can't watch the rest of that. I mean, that's just too tough to watch. But at the same time, she keeps on getting, she was constantly getting, bombarded by a whole bunch of people, and it's like, why are they doing that to her? You know what I'm saying? Like, leave that, talented woman alone. All right, real talk. I said it yesterday. I'm gonna say it again. She doesn't deserve that. Okay. Real talk, she doesn't deserve that. She doesn't deserve to be harassed by people. This is already a highly volatile and highly polarizing case. It's already enough going on. There's already enough going on inside that courthouse. Okay, it doesn't need to be going on outside of it too. Just saying. Okay, everyone needs to learn to just get along. Period. Regardless of opinion. Let me go over here now.
Under the Memorial High School tent and went to find shelter there. Austin Metcalf and his brother Hunter approached him and told him he needed to leave. Anthony refused, and the defense says Austin, who was physically bigger and stronger than Karmelo, put his hands on him, shoving him and prompting Anthony, the defense argued, to respond in self-defense. Defense attorney Mike Howard said, quote,
"Wait a second. Is there like a full-on concert going on outside the courthouse right now? What?
There is no evidence that Karmelo did anything, but really think he was defending himself in that split second of chaos. The prosecution, on the other hand, said Karmelo revealed his intent when he brought a knife to a track meet. They also argued it was Karmelo who provoked that argument by coming into an opposing team's tent, refusing to leave, and then escalating that argument into deadly force by stabbing Austin Metcalf through the heart. Prosecutor Bill Gursky said, quote, "This is one of those rare cases where every important fact can be boiled down to one sentence. You do not get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove." Now, Gursky said that this case is ultimately about accountability and what kind of community these jurors want to live in. He has asked them to come to swift justice.
They are blasting gospel music out there. They are blasting music out there. What the hell?
Here for Austin Metcalf by convicting Karmelo Anthony. Of course, now that the jury does have the case, they can deliberate for as long as they feel necessary. If they're not able to reach a decision by the end of today, they will be sequestered at a local hotel. If they do reach a sentence, though, and if that is a conviction, that is once again where the difference between manslaughter and murder will come into play, because
that is nuts.
For manslaughter is 2 to 20 years in prison. The punishment range for murder is 5 to 99 years. That decision will also be in the hands of this jury. But for now, they should be focused on the question of guilt or innocence and what, if anything, Karmelo Anthony is guilty of. Ken?
That is intense. Woo! Oh, my Lord, that is some loud music. My Lord, that is crazy. Let's continue.
Yeah, Andrea, in addition to murder and to manslaughter, the defense, they had another charge that it wanted the jury to consider. What was that?
Hey.
Yeah, that would have.
And I got to be careful because of the, I don't want to get hit with copyright issues. Dang. Okay, dang. They blasting it. They blasting that. Okay, so don't know if I could play that so much, which kind of sucks. I was hoping to play a little bit of something, a little bit of this coverage, but they are blasting music. Let's take a look at let's see what's going on. His stuff is all okay. That's much better. Thank God. Let's see. JLR. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, it's Santa Ana Canyon, maybe. Yeah. I went there. I think I saw you go there. Maybe you recorded? Okay. That's right. Yeah, walk through. I don't think you'll make it. Oh, no. I can move over. Mexico. It's beautiful. We have to move around there. Yeah. There's another. Lajitas, yeah. It's like there's a golf course out there, and there was actually horses that were like come up. Oh, dynamic breeze is taking a new spot. I know it gets hot, doesn't it? It's hot. Oh, the sun came over. Yeah, the sun came over. Yeah, no,
Yeah, so that's nothing right now. There's a lot of nothing going on over there. I mean, it's just verdict watch, so everybody's just sitting, chilling, and waiting. You know. Let's see here. Ooh, okay. Let's see here. Hold on. Oh, that's good to know. Oh my Lord. Thank you to, who was this? Rhea. Thank you. And this is coming from Dominique, by the way. This is coming from Dominique Alexander. So the person who is like spearheading on the side of Karmelo Anthony from day one, okay? So this is him putting out this thing. This is also very interesting. So he's saying, over the last several days, I've received countless messages, videos, screenshots, and clips regarding a photo that is circulating online. The image is being used by some individuals to suggest that Austin Metcalf's father, Judge Roach, and Collin County DA, all right, Judge Willis, were together at a social event or party. After reviewing the image that is shared on these viral posts, I could tell you that the photo being circulated is not of them. And this is coming from Dominique. You know, for a fact, if this was true, he would go crazy. He would go absolutely crazy. Look at this. None of these people are Judge Roach or D.A. Willis. D.A. Willis, right here. This man looking like he's auditioning for the I don't know, what's that show? What's that show? Math, what is that show? That guy. Doesn't he kind of look like he should be auditioning for that show? I can't think of the show. Old school show. Andy Griffith. Thank you. The Andy Griffith Show. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that is D.A. Willis, George Willis, looking like that's a headshot for an audition for Andy Griffith. And then there he is, Judge John Roach. None of these guys are judge. Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Andy Griffith, thank you, guys. Okay, or Hogan's Heroes or something like that. You know what I mean? But look at that. Ain't that about to shut your mouth? So he says none of them are in that photo. So no mistrial or no wrongdoings, no nothing like that. Okay. Then that is nutty. Okay. So Jeanette. Jeanette, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. But this is crazy. So let's continue. This is from Dominique, by the way. That's big. What are you talking about, Willis? What are you talking about, D.A. Willis? Anyway, moving on. I understand that many people are deeply invested in getting to the truth in the Karmelo Anthony case. So am I. However, if we are serious about pursuing justice, we must remain committed to facts, evidence, and truth, not speculation, assumptions, or misinformation. This is coming from Dominique. Wow. Whether these individuals have ever known each other personally before this case is not something I can speak to. What I can speak to is the specific image that is currently going viral. The claims being made about the photograph are not accurate, and continuing to spread information that is false only distracts from the issues that truly matter. This case has been one of the most difficult situations I have ever been involved in, because every single day for the past year, there has been new information, rumors, allegations, videos, and narratives circulating online. Many of these claims spread rapidly before anyone takes the time to verify whether they are true. In today's social media environment, something can go viral within minutes, regardless of whether it is factual. That is true. People love themselves some gossip. I am asking everyone who supports justice and accountability to please do your research before posting, sharing, or repeating information. Verify your sources, ask questions, make sure what you are putting into the public sphere is accurate. We cannot afford to damage credibility by promoting claims that are not supported by facts. Our team is currently processing a tremendous amount of information, and we have significant matters that require our focus over the next 24 to 48 hours. This viral photograph is not one of them. There are real issues, real legal matters, and real concerns that deserve our full attention. Please help us by being responsible with the information you share. The pursuit of justice is difficult enough without having to constantly stop and correct misinformation. Let's stay focused, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to the truth. Facts matter, credibility matters, truth matters. Hashtag Karmelo Anthony. Crazy. No, see, Zoe's like, that guy, Dominique, please. Well, here's the thing. He's the one who's out here debunking this. You'd think that he would get behind this if it was true and be like, yo, whoa, this is bad. Look, that is Judge Roach. That is DA, what you talking about, Willis. And no, it's not. Holy damn. He's the one going out here going like, y'all, stop. Stop talking. Shut up. Because this is not true. Let's focus on what matters, which is getting this kid free or whatever the heck, right? So this is very interesting, okay? My Three Sons starring Andy Griffith. Yeah, theme song, the theme song in your DMs. Okay, I'll take, well, I can't play it. I can't play that song, unfortunately, okay, because of copyright issues, but you know, yeah, okay. So anyway, that's a very interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. Let's take a look, and thank you so much for sending that to me. Okay, because I was like, is that true? Because if that's them, holy crap! If they got caught like that, that is no bueno. That is no bueno. Let's see here. Yeah, people are fighting to get in that mug. Let's see. That's crazy. Let's see. Yeah, deliberations going on right now. I mean, right now there's not a whole lot going on. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what Fox has to say about this.
So watch this now, because in a few minutes' time, the closing arguments are set to begin. In the trial of Karmelo Anthony, a Texas teenager accused of stabbing and killing a competitor at a high school track meet. Anthony faces life in prison if convicted of murder. Brooke Taylor on this trial since the beginning, live outside the Collins County Courthouse in McKinney, Texas. And Brooke, hello.
Hi, Bill. Well, this trial has moved along a lot quicker than really anyone expected. The defense rested after calling 6 witnesses and ultimately decided not to call up Karmelo Anthony to the stand to testify in his own murder trial. So just as a recap right here, Karmelo Anthony is charged with murder. He pleaded not guilty after admitting to fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a high school track meet last April. The two teens didn't know each other and attended different schools. Investigators say the confrontation started after Anthony was sitting under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. The defense has spent days arguing that Anthony acted in self-defense after Metcalf pushed him first. And now the question is whether they gave jurors enough evidence to believe it. The defense called one of Anthony's former teammates. He described Anthony as, quote, distraught after the stabbing, said he heard him crying and say, "I told him not to touch me." Now, prosecutors called 21 witnesses, including student after student, who testified that Anthony was repeatedly asked to leave and that he was the aggressor. Now, one witness testified that Metcalf told Anthony, quote, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet, dude." Another witness testified Anthony responded, "F y'all, I'm not going to leave." And later, quote, "touch me and find out." Now, legal experts say the judge could allow the jury to consider the lesser charge of manslaughter in addition to murder. And if the jury doesn't reach a verdict by the end of the day, the judge said they're going to be sequestered. They won't be allowed to watch TV or have their phones or social media. We are just waiting for those closing arguments now to start, Bill.
Got it. Thank you, Brooke. McKinney, Texas, Collin County, just north of Dallas. We are waiting and watching from here. Thank you. Dana.
And John Yoo is a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General and UC Berkeley law professor and a friend. Thanks for being here. Here's something from one of the witnesses. This is the witness being asked, saying, "I think Karmelo was in the wrong." The prosecutor asked, "Did Karmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation?" And the witness said, "Yes." I know it's not unusual for defendants not to take the stand. Did that surprise you at all?
It does, because it sounds like the defense didn't put on very many witnesses at all, Dana. And the key to being able to put on a case of self-defense to justify a killing that everyone, including the defendant, had admitted he did, that he conducted, is that he has to show that he could reasonably believe that it was necessary for him to use force in order to stop an imminent attack on him. And so that depends on what did he see? What did he think? What was his reasonable belief about what was to happen? Now, it's the case we saw, for example, in the O.J. Simpson trial, where the defendant didn't testify and eventually got acquitted. But I think it's very risky. I think the jury here would want to know what was in Anthony's mind, and they're going to be left really with the mountains of evidence that looks like the prosecution put on instead.
Right. And here is something from the Frisco Police Office talking about the laws in regards to knives, saying that he testified that knives under 5 inches are not illegal to carry in Texas. While they are against school policy, they are not illegal. Would that at all have helped the defense?
I got to tell you, Dana, I spent the last semester living in Texas, and it's not just knives that people are carrying around for self-defense. I mean, in Texas, you're allowed to walk around with guns to protect yourself. So it's not the weapon itself. It's whether he was justified in pulling it out and whether instead he could have just walked away, or whether he saw enough threatening violence that was going to turn deadly.
Wow. Breaking news. The verdict has been reached. The verdict has been reached. Holy crap.
Coming towards him. But having the knife itself is not a sign that he went into that tent under Texas law to hurt somebody. It's a reasonable thing to have to protect yourself in Texas.
About a year and 2 months ago, Austin's brother was on the Will Cain show. It was a very heartbreaking interview then. We played just a little bit of it for you here.
And then I whip my head around, and then all of a sudden I see him run down the bleach, just grabbing his chest. He just blood rushing out. You know, he said, "Yeah, you got stabbed. You got stabbed." First, I froze for half a second. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him about to fall. I would go over there. I grabbed him. I see. Let's stop.
So that family seeking justice, the jury now will have this. How long do you think it will take them to decide? And will you be able to read any tea leaves if it comes back quickly or if they take a while?
Well, Dana, usually the trial lawyers, handbook says if it's a quick verdict, it usually means a conviction. That if it takes a while, there might be one person or two people who are holding out against a unanimous verdict. The evidence, I have to say, looks pretty overwhelming against Mr. Anthony. But look, this is the beauty of the American jury system, is that you have the jurors there, and any one person can prevent the conviction. Jury has to be unanimous. And so I don't think it's safe to predict what will happen or not happen. One other important thing your correspondent mentioned was that they could always choose not to convict him of murder, but convict of a lesser charge like manslaughter. And I wouldn't be surprised if the jury maybe went that route here instead.
Now, let me just say this really quick. There's a possibility that they are going for the lesser charge, hence the reason why there's such a fast and quick turnaround here of this verdict. But I had a feeling that it was going to be a pretty quick. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that this was going to be a pretty quick turnaround? I could have sworn I said that yesterday, given the fact that the prosecution, the defense only had 6 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was bad, right? But let me just show this to you guys so you guys can see really, really quick. I just said breaking news, okay? They're saying a verdict has been reached. So they are going to be going back into the courtroom in the next less than 13 minutes from now. They will be saying whether or not this was murder, manslaughter, or if he is not guilty, and that they believe this was self-defense. So we are waiting for J.D. Miles at around, like I said, 2:05 p.m. is when they're supposed to be going back in and hearing the verdict. What will be the fate that they have decided for Karmelo Anthony? Yeah, I thought it was going to be fast. I'm surprised how quickly it was. I mean, they adjourned, they recessed. They recessed. So he says here, I'm headed into the courtroom, and we will reveal the verdict as soon as it is announced in the Karmelo Anthony trial. Okay. So let's see. So he posted 2 hours ago. So they went in there, and 2 hours later, they came up with their verdict. That could either be one or two. I mean, it's literally 50-50. Either it was, they're like, well, he did it, but nah, it can't be first degree. It's manslaughter. Or they're going, nah, he was getting ganged up on. Definitely he's not guilty. He was protecting himself. It's unfortunate what happened here. My theory, I already said it, and I know that's already pissed some of you guys off. Why? I don't know. But my theory, okay, my wee little theory. I know, Queen. I already said it, Queen. Okay? I already said it, Queen Thomas. The verdict is in. We're waiting, okay? Because allegedly they're going to be going into a courtroom. All right, I'm headed to the courtroom, and we'll reveal the verdict as soon as it is announced in this trial. So we are still waiting for the information, loves. Still do not know. I know the verdict is in. I know. Okay, I know. Hold on. Let me just see. Court TV may have started going live because of this. Yep, and they have. Wow. Let's take a look at this. I figured. I was like, they got to be going live now. So here we go. Sound is only, just so you know. Hold on. Just so you know, because we don't need to listen to all that. Okay. Just so you know, the sound is only coming out my right ear. So if you're listening, if you're going, I can't hear nothing, you might want to hear put some headphones in, or put it on some speakers, because it's only right it's only on the right side that I'm hearing the live, this outside coverage. I will say this. I'm hoping that everyone stays cool, okay? I mean, yes, there is quite a bit of people showing up, but it's not a massive amount of people, which is good in certain ways, because God knows what this verdict will be. Either it could go either way outside too, with people reacting. You see what I'm saying? So we got to be careful on that too, okay? Yes, I already know, Queen. I know. The verdict is in, everybody. The verdict is in. Shout out to Court TV for this coverage. Okay. I'm gonna eat a little bit, guys. So eat it if you got it. That sounded weird. You get what I'm saying, though. If you hungry, go ahead and eat your food, because I'm about to have my lunch right now.
Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo!
Protect yourself. See the look on his face in court. They was bigger than him. They was bigger than him. Big bullies. That's serious.
For our sisters. We need to fight for our community. They always up front. They always fight. They want freedom. They want protection for our community. They want protection for our families. Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo!
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The breaking news: there is a verdict in the case against Karmelo Anthony, which will be read soon. The parties are gathering in the courtroom. The jury was out just under 3 hours before coming to a unanimous decision. They had two choices on their ballot, three actually: guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty. What has this group of 12 decided? We will find out momentarily. As you can see, outside of the courthouse in McKinney, Texas, emotions are running high. This has been a case that's been very polarizing from the very beginning, as we see a standoff here, one of many that we've seen play out during this case. Undoubtedly, whichever way this goes, this will be a chaotic scene outside of this courtroom or courthouse. Police presence has been very intense, according to our Cody Thomas, who is making his way inside the courthouse. He'll be sending out live notes once he gets into his place. The rules that have been set by the judge are very stringent. So getting in and getting out is a process. As we continue to watch the just emotional, this is a horrible scenario outside. Two people with different views of what they believe happened here going face to face. Karmelo Anthony, of course, admits that he stabbed Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year after the two came face to face under a tent during a rainstorm at the track. Well, it was raining. And since then,
verdict will be said soon, in the next 6 minutes.
The face of it, what we're seeing outside that courtroom has been slow burning for the last year. These were two young men whose lives were changed forever. Karmelo Anthony immediately admitted that he stabbed Austin Metcalf. He even asked, how is he doing? Immediately. He seemed concerned after the stabbing. Now it's up to this jury. Not only will the jury decide guilt and innocence. But this same jury, if they find him guilty of one of the two top charges, they will decide, if the defense wants them to, that's Texas law, about the penalty. And if it's murder, that penalty could be anywhere from 5 to life in prison, 5 to 99 years. Of course, manslaughter carries a much lower potential penalty. Michael Jaffer is watching along with us. He is a national trial attorney. And Michael, we've been watching this case unfold through the eyes of Cody Thomas, and I'll cut you off. My apologies if we get word from Cody on either what's going on in the courtroom, of course, if there is a verdict. So, first of all, your take on this. This is, I mean, it's heartbreaking to watch because there was no camera in this courtroom. Each one of these sides believes they know the absolute truth. It's somewhere in the middle, and it's up to a jury. Your thoughts?
I mean, this is tragic. To see the scene outside of the courtroom, it just breaks my heart.
Somebody just asked what I'm eating. I'm eating steak. Steak, Caesar salad, mac and cheese. That's what I'm eating. What you guys eating? You guys eating lunch? It's kind of like a late lunch for me, but y'all eating lunch? What y'all eating? Put it in the chat. We need to talk about something else that's not so heavy. Everyone's so damn angry all the time. And why? Can you explain something to me? What's up with we're still on the verdict watch. It's still happening. Okay. Shout out to Court TV. But what's up with like? Why do we see a lot like a lot of white supremacists rocking the American flag like clothing? Like, am I the only one who sees that a lot of times? Am I the only one who sees that? Tacos, lean cuisine pizza, somebody's drinking coffee, leftovers, which could be a million different things, and I'm sure it's fire, okay? You just ordered a cheeseburger, a pot pie. That's what's up. You eating a pot pie? That's what's up, okay? Cereal. Ain't nothing wrong with cereal. Cereal's delicious. What kind of cereal? That's what I'd like to know. Chips and salsa. Oh, that's good. Baked chicken, rice, corn on a cob. Okay. That's what's up. Okay. But I'm just saying, like, what's up with that? What's up with the American flag garb? Like, I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get the connection. You know? But yes, verdict again, guys, will be in 2 minutes. Well, they'll be going in 2 minutes, and then they'll sit down and they'll do all their stuff, and then they will do the announcement. Okay, they will make. We will hear the verdict. Okay. Good afternoon, T. What up, man? What's up, son? Okay. So, yeah, this is nerve-wracking, but to see all this is just, you know what I'm saying? It's going, like I said, it's going to be interesting to hear how they react when the verdict is out. You understand? Hopefully they react in a peaceful manner. Okay? Hopefully they stay peaceful, but we'll find out. We will find out. We will definitely find out. Let's see what's going on here.
With a knife that he pulled out of a bag. It was a very small knife, 4-inch pocket knife, which was not illegal to have in his possession.
It was
against
not
school policy, but it was not illegal for him to have it in his possession. And the defense argued in their closing argument that Austin Metcalf had no legal right to force Karmelo from that tent that he was in. That was part of their argument. For the state, they argued you cannot bring a knife to a fist fight. These live pictures, we'll continue to show them outside of the courthouse, but we don't have a camera. If you're just joining us or you haven't followed this case, we have the next best thing to camera, and that is our Cody Thomas. He's inside the courtroom. He's making his way inside through security, and he'll be able to send us out in real time, observations in the courtroom once he's settled, and then, of course, the verdict. Right now, we have it up. We're waiting for anything from Cody. So far, nothing, so he's making his way inside the courtroom. But, again, there is a verdict in the case against Karmelo Anthony. Michael Jaffer, the choices are murder manslaughter and not guilty. There's also the element of that this same jury will, if the defendant wants, decide punishment. And it's wide-ranging. Even on the top charge, it's 5 years to 99. If you're representing Karmelo Anthony, do you want the jury to decide penalty, or would you rather the judge decide that? And does it matter on what their verdict is? Let's assume that he's guilty of one of the top two. That's the scenario, of course, that would play out. Otherwise, there is no sentencing. What do you think they'll opt for if indeed there is a guilty verdict here?
Why did I think for a second that was Boosie? I'm done. But anyway, dude out there looking like Boosie. But I would never bring a child to something like this. I'm sorry, I would. There's a little girl there, and I don't know why a little girl's there, because I'd be worried about people losing their minds. There's already people out there getting real violent, not violent, but getting real passionate. You see what I'm saying? Outside of this courthouse. So you would hope that they would just, like there's so much commotion going on. What the hell is going on?
Clearly, I lost. But if the verdict comes back,
so they should be inside that courthouse right now as we speak. Okay, just so you know, they should be inside that courthouse now, hearing something. Okay. No, there was a dude like with the white baseball cap, a white tee, gold chains. I don't know why I thought Boosie for a second. I'm like, what? Boosie here? The hell's going on? What's Boosie doing here, man? So let me. I got the JD Miles doing his updates here. So I'm going to read this off the screen here really quick. Tense scene in and around the Collin County Courthouse. More than 24 deputies outside the courtroom alone. That's interesting. Outside, a crowd is gathering with chants of free Karmelo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know. I'm hoping everyone chills the F out. That's what I'm hoping for. So JD Miles is inside the courtroom right now as we speak. All right. He must have just entered the room. I'm sure they're going to try to get Karmelo in here, the jury out. Those things take time, and then they're going to break down what the fate is for Karmelo Anthony. And then I'm wondering, are they going to do sentencing the same day? Or if he's found guilty, that is, if he's found guilty, are they going to do sentencing the same day? Or are they going to schedule for another day for him to be sentenced? So I'm curious about that too. Hollis, thank you so much. Should he have taken the deal? If there was a deal that was put on the table, I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe you never know. The judge may be gracious. Thank you so much for the super chat. But the judge may, if he's found, this is only on if he is found guilty. Okay? That's only if he is found guilty. If he's found guilty of first degree M, it depends. What is she doing? You're gonna argue with the cops? Come on, man. Don't argue with the cops. We ain't got time for that. Come on now. Don't argue with the cops. Sorry. But again, all right, if he is found guilty, I don't know. Like, it does make you wonder, like, if there was an actual deal presented to him, but I don't know if there was. So you would hope that it would either be not guilty or manslaughter. Because if he's found guilty of first degree M, it's a wrap. He'll be in jail. He'll be in prison for a very, very long time. Okay? But let's see what's going on here.
Pay back to the community there as a result of this.
And they're not. Okay. I'm going to let this play. I'm going to see if I can find some other angles here really quick. All right. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate Court TV, but obviously there's a lot of commotion going on outside that I think we want to hear. So let me just play this really quick.
Now, we'll continue to monitor what's going on outside the courthouse, and then as soon as Cody starts transmitting messages, we'll be able to give you the color from inside the courtroom, and then ultimately the verdict when it is announced.
color may not have been the best choice of words. I will say that. Okay, I will say that just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, but I get what he's saying. Okay, let us continue. Hold on. Okay. Boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is crazy. And then you just got music playing in the background. Oh boy. I'm gonna mute this really quick because of music and crap. But very interesting. Hold on, let me see this. K Travels, Pascal, what's your honest opinion? Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. On the verdict, thanks for your for the updates from Switzerland. Thank you, Switzerland, all the way. We international up in this business. Being from Texas, I know how these court systems are, how racially charged this verdict will be. Now, thank you so much for the question. My opinion, I honestly think that he's not going to get first degree. I think he's going to get manslaughter. That's what I think. I think he's not going to get first degree M. He's going to get manslaughter. We'll see what happens though. I'm still wondering if defense gave a strong case, and that's solely on the fact if defense made a strong case. That's solely it. Did they make a strong case? That is the massive problem here. And I don't know yet. I don't know. That's the problem. I'm having a huge problem with the fact that they had 6 witnesses, and then they could have had the opportunity to bring him on, but then they decided not to do it. I think he's going to get manslaughter. He's not going to get first degree, and he's not going to be found guilty, or he's not going to be found not guilty. I'll tell you what. But let's hear what the commotion's all about over here. Why bring a child to this? Why bring a child to this commotion? Hamburger.
All of you that are complicit in a system, you too. I see you. Yes, you. All of you are complicit in a fucked up system. And it's still peace, love, unity, and respect. Peace, love, unity, and respect. Peace.
And this guy seems like he's been
love, unity, and
debating with
Welcome
everybody.
Back to Court TV Live on our continuing coverage of the verdict in the case against Karmelo Anthony. A jury of 12 has come to a unanimous decision. In under 3 hours, this jury is made up of all non-African Americans, which was a point of contention after jury selection by the defense. Outside of the courthouse in Collin County, located in McKinney, Texas, this is a live picture of the scene outside. You see heavy security, and many people have come out. And this has been the case throughout the trial, that people have come out because it has been a lightning rod, has this case been. There have been no cameras, there were no cameras allowed, so we have relied on our correspondent, Cody Thomas, but all of these people have relied on different news organizations to deliver the details of the trial as it's unfolded. And that, of course, makes a difference, because had a camera been allowed in this case, we all would have witnessed the exact same thing. Not the case in this trial. The closing arguments were done earlier today. Each side only had 35 minutes, and the state of Texas had the last word. And I want to read to you the last words that the prosecutor told this jury. It is your duty to hold this young man accountable for this senseless murder, and send a message that this will not be tolerated in this community. Make justice swift in this case. Michael Schaefer's watching along with us. He's a trial attorney helping us through our coverage. And Michael, eerie words, make justice swift. Indeed, one could argue that maybe this jury listened under 3 hours, coming back with a unanimous verdict in a case that many people probably thought would have taken longer to come to a conclusion of, with 10 or 12 separate jurors. You never know, obviously, but those last words, make justice swift in this case. If you're the defense, what are you feeling right now?
You know, this is what I call a toss-up in terms of the jury rejected one of the cases. They just outright, flatly rejected. They either rejected me as a defense attorney or they rejected the prosecution. Obviously, you hope they rejected the prosecution if you're the defense attorney. But they rejected one of the cases, and they are sending a message to one of the parties. One of the parties, they're sending a message that
thanks, S-Dubs.
This is
Appreciate
complete
it.
bunk. Your whole
yeah, don't forget to hit the like button, guys. It says, S-Dub says, how is an all white jury a jury of his peers? I mean, yeah, majority of the jury is white, but there is a sprinkling of other races in there too, other ethnicities, but there are no black jurors. And yeah, I'm curious about that too. But you know, that's interesting. Yeah, they're not all white, just to make that abundantly clear. They're not all white, but none of them are African American or black. Okay. And that is a massive deal. But yes, again, you know, S-Dubs, I'm curious about that too. Not even one black juror in this trial. So again, I'm, you know, like, again, I am kind of curious as to, you know, I was hoping, because I said, let's lean on what they're going to say for the, you know, with the defense. What does the defense have to say about all of this? And again, the defense kind of, it seemed to me like they dropped the ball. So it's weird, y'all. And while we're listening to this, I'm like refreshing all these other pages just to see if there's any updates. You know, we're looking at JD Miles and what he's been saying, his updates and whatnot. So I'm waiting to hear what's going on. But everybody, if you notice, people are showing the F up now. People are showing up. So, yeah, this is pretty insane. Come on, man. Still nothing. It's been 11 minutes since JD Miles posted anything. And of course, you know, I'm checking other places just to see live updates, and all of them are pretty much waiting. That's annoying. Yeah, verdict is coming. Still waiting on the verdict, y'all. Still waiting on the verdict. Okay. Yeah, a lot of places are just saying, "Hey, the verdict is in. We're still waiting." It'll be coming in after 2:00. And now it's 2:20, so we're still waiting. Okay. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, and yeah, when it comes out, I'll talk to you guys about it.
There's no way that there would be any strategy that would see you not having the twin brother not testify. He looks just like the victim, and he was there. He was in the tent. I don't think there was a strategy. I think the reason he's there now is because the case is over, and he might feel regret not having. How could you? I don't mean to make this kid feel bad. I hope he doesn't see me saying this, but how could you not support your dead brother, your slain brother, in your parents' quest to get justice for their fallen son? There's no way there was a strategy.
I disagree because he's done some interviews.
It's interesting that he did.
Think
he
it
did.
Might have been strategic in that, he was there, and his presence in there may have complicated the clean case the state maybe thought they were presenting. Because just judging from the interviews that he has done, it's clear that he was more than willing to talk about his brother and the loss that can you imagine losing your twin? Oh. But maybe the overwhelming reality of hearing about your brother's loss and you factor in the medical exam. Who knows? Bottom line is he didn't testify. Neither did Karmelo Anthony. Adding another bit of mystery because the jury didn't hear from either one of these players. There were three of them, right? There was Austin, who passed away, Hunter, and Karmelo. Those are the three that know what exactly transpired between the combatants.
Which makes it even more puzzling that he didn't testify. Listen, maybe it was his strategy. I just don't see how. If it was a strategy, Ted, it was malfeasance. It was a terrible strategy. If there was a strategy, that's why I gotta assume it's not a strategy because the state of Texas put a lot of resources into trying this case, and clearly they've either won it quickly or lost it quickly. So I just don't see any strategy that the state could have cobbled together that would have told them, hey, it's a good idea not to put him on the stand. Karmelo not testifying, I could understand that. That's one that I totally get. But I just don't see, I can't even imagine a strategy. I can use my imagination. I still can't imagine a strategy that would keep him off the stand.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's interesting. Hunter didn't take the stand. I agree with that. I agree. I do find that a little bit weird. But I do have a couple super chats that I want to read here really quick. Black Skate Queen, thank you so much for the love. The non-white jurors still come from groups that hold a strong anti-black sentiment. I mean, we don't know who these people are. I would say the same thing about the white people too, about the white jurors. We don't know who they are. They may be, more just sitting on the fence, more unbiased. We never know, right? We'll never know. Probably stronger than your average U.S.-born white person, especially in this area. Yeah, I mean, again, very interesting. Very, very interesting. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what comes of that. Louisa, thank you so much for being a member for over a year. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Pascal, I wanted to thank you for and your amazing mods for keeping us informed on everything. Hit the like. We're 3K in here. Yeah, hit that like button down below. I didn't realize how many people are in here. Dang, there's a lot of people in here. So all love here, guys. All love. All right. Yeah, don't forget to hit like, but of course, hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you. That would be greatly appreciated. Perfect Blackness, what's up, man? What's good? I honestly think that the prosecution didn't want Hunter even in the court because they didn't want the jury seeing the size difference between he and Melo. That is also interesting, actually. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. I meant to hit this. That is also very, very interesting. That is also very, 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 very interesting. I think I had another one. Did I have another one? Yes. Surely, Hunter should have been the first witness called. I agree with that too. Shirley, thank you so much for the super chat. So I do appreciate that. So thank you so very much. Let me play a little bit more of this real quick as we wait. Actually, I'm going to check something here real quick because I want to see if there are any updates in regards to this. So give me 2 seconds real quick, just seeing if there's any updates. Hold on. The X is starting to trip. Maybe too many people are going over there. So far, nothing, guys, but give us a second. I'm going to play a little bit of this. We're waiting, so stand by.
Stay on the trees right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, guys. So apparently they are, just so you know, y'all, they are in the room. They're in there. They're in the room. Apparently the lawyers from opposing sides are like kind of talking with the parents of the, like Austin Metcalf's side. And of course, talking to Karmelo's parents and all that. And they're basically kind of like talking to them, I guess, kind of preparing them for the actual verdict to be said, to be read and everything. We're still waiting for some sort of verdict. We haven't seen anything yet, but of course we're here. We're going to find out as soon as it gets dropped. So do not forget, okay, to hit that like button down below. I'd love to see it get to 2K. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay. Hit that like button down below. Send it all the way up. Don't forget, please, of course, do not forget to hit that subscribe button too. All right. Don't forget to subscribe. We cover everything on this show, on this platform, everything from true crime to pop culture, to politics, and everything in between. And speaking of a little bit of a left turn while we wait, okay, I'm going to hit this refresh button here really quick. Apparently, Iran struck some Blackhawks, I think, U.S. Blackhawks, and now Trump is swearing to retaliate for that as well. So not good. So just saying stuff that's going on overseas in the Middle East. Apparently Trump is big mad right now. And now they're saying, now Trump is like, we are going to retaliate. We may rap about that in a little bit, in a second, just so you guys know about that update. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good, when it comes to that war and whatnot. So let's see what's going on here. Still waiting. Oh, an Apache helicopter? Thank you.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of a verdict is in the case against Karmelo Anthony in McKinney, Texas. Collin County is the scene. This is the outside of the Collin County courthouse. Inside the courtroom, the parties have gathered, and our Cody Thomas is in place. We're just awaiting the judge to take the bench. He says that Karmelo Anthony is there. This is the first appearance of Hunter Metcalf. This is the twin brother. He was not called as a witness, but he is now in the courtroom. He hasn't been in the courtroom for any of the trial. This is his first appearance inside that courtroom, and Cody continues to pass along messages saying the courtroom is filling up steadily. Of course, security is very high. Both sets of parents are in the courtroom, Karmelo Anthony's parents, and of course the Metcalfs as well in the courtroom along with their son.
So that's probably the reason why it's taking so damn long to get to the verdict, because they're probably screening every single person that's coming back into the courtroom, because they don't want people acting a fool if the verdict does not go in the way that some of the people that are in the gallery, in the way that the people in the gallery want. You know, there could be retaliation. There could be a huge reaction. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's not good. And yes, just so you guys know, Cody Thomas is, yes, a field reporter for Court TV. So he's been over there doing some serious coverage about everything that's going on. Give me a second, please, guys. Hold on.
Knife and stabbed the young 17-year-old to death. Along with us, Michael Jafer and Sonny Slaughter. We've all watched this trial play out through the eyes of Cody Thomas. And again, if I cut you off, it's because we're getting some transmissions from Cody. But Sonny, to you first.
They're saying jury has walked in. Jury is in the middle of walking in as we speak. Okay. Alante, you're asking the question, do you think Metcalf family will ever have peace after this? Nope, I don't think they truly will. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean that, like, they lost their son. Will they really ever get peace? This was a heavily racially charged case. I just don't see, not anytime soon. How's that? If it doesn't go in well, no, it doesn't matter. If it goes in the way that they want, they'll have issues. If it doesn't go the way that they want, they'll still have issues. So I don't know. I can't really answer that fully. I think no matter what, losing your son in any kind of fashion, losing your child in any kind of fashion, I don't think there ever will be peace. You know what I mean? I don't think there ever will be peace for any parent, because a part of you dies with them. I hate to say it like that, but that's very true. So I don't think there'll ever be peace, regardless of of the verdict, So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But yeah. Oh, okay. Hi, Louisa's son. What's up? So again, yeah. I can't answer that. All right, let's hear what's going on. I'm checking updates and everything, guys. So
and finding him guilty, I feel like they're going to come back and find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter, and manslaughter was the gift that they needed?
They are back on the record,
okay.
According to our Cody Thomas.
Oh my Lord, have mercy! I'm keeping this breaking news. Breaking freaking news. Here it is, 6 seconds ago from J.D. Miles. I'm going to read it right here. Collin County jury has found Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder in the death of Austin Metcalf. Wow. Karmelo Anthony, again, has been found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Austin Metcalf. Let's see how the audience, outside this courthouse handles it. Wow. I am very shocked. I am shocked. Wow. I'm thinking manslaughter, but no. The jury came to a conclusion, and the conclusion is guilty of murder. Guilty of murder. Let me end this poll before you guys try to change it now. Almost 3,000 votes. 43% of you guys said first-degree murder. Wow. I am very shocked. I am very, very surprised. I'm very surprised. I did not expect that at all, y'all. Let me repeat that again for those of y'all who are here and have not seen this yet. Okay. Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder, first-degree murder, in the death of Austin Metcalf. There you have it, everybody. Okay. Let's hear what Court TV has to say about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ted. This is just dumb. This is stupid. I can't believe that this jury came back in 3 hours with guilty. I'm totally stunned. On top of that, this judge as well, not letting cameras in the courtroom. I mean, good job. Good job, Your Honor. Really, really, really good job. You handled it really, really well. You have this community that's about to get lit on fire. You don't allow cameras to go into a courtroom. The community already believes that this kid is being railroaded. And then look at what happened. Your jury came back within 3 hours for a guilty verdict for a kid who used a 4-inch knife one time, didn't use it multiple times. Was it wrong? Yes. But was it murder, like beyond a reasonable doubt? No. And was it murder beyond a reasonable doubt within 3 hours? Absolutely not. This is insane. This is dumb.
Cody Thomas saying that there are tears.
I agree with this guy 110%. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll find out if he can appeal. I'm assuming he can. But I agree with this lawyer, with this commentator, okay, who if I'm correct, he's a lawyer too. I agree. Okay. I don't agree with the fact that there are no cameras in there. And so we could not see everything. There was no transparency here. That is a big problem. I did not like what the defense did too. The defense did not put up a good fight. Let's be real. And I know some of y'all gonna be mad thinking I'm siding with Karmelo, or some of y'all thinking I'm siding with Austin Metcalf. I'm siding on nobody's side. What happened here, I think, is ridiculous. Okay, like the defense. Yeah, I will say, Allie, the defense had nothing. They came in and showed up with bupkis. They had nothing, right? Like I said, if there was a camera in the courtroom, this would appease at least some people in the court of public opinion, like especially the people outside that courthouse. But the fact that there were no transparency inside that courthouse, and all we're getting is some people, okay, are giving very biased opinions about what was going on inside that courthouse, which only stokes the flame that's going on outside in the court of public opinion. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with what this man just said. I agree with him 110%. Okay, I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. I'm thinking manslaughter at best. Manslaughter. But this young man is absolutely cooked. You don't think that this judge is going to bury this kid behind bars? Let's find out. But I do not think that this kid maliciously intended on taking this kid's life, on taking Austin Metcalf's life. Put all the race aside. Put the fact that he's black and the kid that lost his life is white. Push it all aside and just look at the situation. I truly think that what happened to this kid, it was an accident. It was a mistake. It was a bad choice. But it's not first-degree murder. Manslaughter. Manslaughter. But not first degree. Damn. First degree? Nah, son. I don't see it. But apparently the jury did. And the fact that they went in and came back out within 3 hours, let's just say, have mercy. That is a shock and a half to me, too. Black Lake should have been, so many comments, should have been murder. It should have been manslaughter. This is just foreshadowing for Chud. So those same people, better keep the same energy when he's found the same as Karmelo. We'll find out, right? We'll find out about that because Chud the Builder got his whole trial coming up soon too. LMP, I think they got their verdict because his hand was on the knife while in the bag. Cameras should have been in the courtroom. See, and that's the thing. Cameras should have been in the courtroom. We should have been able to see the footage from the security camera footage, whatever they presented to the court. We should have been able to see all that stuff. See what I'm saying? I wanted to see me, and I feel like this guy who just made that comment we just wanted to see, at least I wanted to see a fair trial, or a trial that is well fought. This was not well fought. Not at all. Okay? Not at all. All right? Not at all. So let us continue on. Okay? I'm going to see if I can find some. I'm going over to JLR real quick because I know for a fact he out here showing some of this chaos, I'm sure. So let's take a look at this.
Where's your morality? Why are you getting a woman? A woman. A woman.
I'll go back to Court TV in just a minute.
I don't know your name. I don't know the first thing about you. Where's I don't know.
Uh-oh. Something's popping off.
But at the same time,
Yeah, his stuff is going in and out. Hold on.
Thank you, everyone. Some of the people that have been attending have been coming out.
Oof. Bad. Hold on. We're checking around. Hold on. Because there's other people live streaming this. For sure. Yeah. People big mad. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Where the hell? Take a look at this.
You have to take the witness stand and you have to say something like, yes, I took these actions, but I did so in self-defense, right? That I had a fear that my life was in danger. And that's really sort of on two levels. One level is the law. It's legal sufficiency. The judge has to hear certain magic words or they can't give you the charge. The second is the believability factor. It was apparent that the defense's strategy here was that they were going to raise the self-defense issue through different witnesses, which is always kind of a dicey, risky move because the judge could turn you down. The judge gave them the instruction, but obviously it wasn't persuasive. So had Karmelo Anthony testified, it may be that this would have turned out better. I mean, between you, me, and everything else that's going on here, it's clear that the verdict couldn't have been worse for him. So, of course, we're kind of armchair quarterbacking it. But
yep, there's going to be a lot of armchair quarterbacks happening. Okay, let me just read this stuff. I'm going to read this stuff off screen really quick for you guys. These are all updates about the verdict, and of course, Karmelo's reaction actually when when the verdict was read. So the jury finds him guilty of murder. So a Collin County jury found Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder in the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a Frisco ISD track meet, bringing an end to a closely watched trial that drew national attention and sparked debate over self-defense, race, and school safety. Before the judge and jury entered the courtroom, Anthony's attorney, Mike Howard, had his arm around Anthony, who looked tense. I would look tense too. Howard appeared to be comforting his client. Austin Metcalf's parents were pulled aside and reminded not to show any public emotion when the verdict was announced. Interesting. So they couldn't cheer, they couldn't go yes or anything like that, or cry. I guess, whatever. Interesting though. Friends of Austin Metcalf were in the courtroom, as well as his twin brother, for the first time. Hunter showed up for the verdict, but that's about it for the first mother-loving time. Interesting. He had not been allowed in court as he was on the witness list. He did not testify, however. He was on the witness list and they didn't even bring him in to testify. What was the decision behind that? But anyway, the jury did not look at Anthony as they walked into the courtroom. I'm sorry. Sentencing could begin right away since the jury came back so quickly. So in other words, he could get sentenced. He could possibly be getting sentenced here soon. Interesting. So then here it is. Karmelo Anthony breaks down after verdict read. Karmelo Anthony broke down in tears, which could be heard inside the courtroom after the guilty verdict was read. His parents walked out. Judge Roach told Anthony that his bond has been extinguished and he's been remanded into the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. The courtroom remains silent. Everyone remains seated except for Anthony's parents, who actually left the courtroom, and the defendant, who was whisked away by sheriff deputies. And that was an update as of 4 minutes ago from CBS. We're going to continue on. I got some super chats here. Let me grab this one really quick. Black Skate, thank you so much for the love. And no adults were held accountable for thinking it's appropriate for a child with no authority in charge of supervising people and property. I guess the crock pot was mad important. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty insane what happened there. He went off to get a crock pot, right? Ooh, you had another one here first. I'm surprised that so many are surprised. We're not allowed to defend ourselves in the country. We can't react in perfect ways or make mistakes. We can't even be seen as victims of crimes. America. Yeah. This is shocking. This is all shocking. Let's just be completely real. Hold on one second, because we're gonna hop around. Okay, there's some stuff going on. Let's see.
Here in this process,
That's right.
it shows very clearly that a black boy was allowed not one black soul.
I think
on
that's
a
Dominique.
jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours.
That was hella fast.
We know
I will
that
say
they
that.
did not prove their case.
Right.
They are currently sentencing Karmelo Anthony.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Grant me some grace here. Okay. I'm pulling this up because there's a feed. Shout out to WFLA. My people over there. WFLA. Shout out to WFLA. This is a much better feed. We're going to check this out. Hold on. We got to check out a few things. Hold on. Just rock with me, guys. Shout out to JB Bueno of WFLA. He's covering this as well. They got boots on the ground coverage as well. So let's see what is happening. And they're sentencing Karmelo Anthony right now as we speak. So hold tight. We will have hopefully the sentencing, the results of his sentencing here very, very soon.
Yeah, Connell, so that was the back and forth. And when you ask that question, what happens when you have the two sides together? Obviously, they're going to butt heads. And it was an Austin Metcalf family supporter. And then you just saw a wave of what was Karmelo Anthony supporters. And you saw that back and forth. And what it appeared to be was just that entire group going after one person, one gentleman with a hat on. Law enforcement was there the whole time, but still, he wasn't backing down. Neither were those people here that are obviously in support of Karmelo Anthony. And that's why the crowd went that way. But I mean, if you look around, it's just law enforcement everywhere, and it's been like that all day long. They anticipated something like this.
Y'all want to know, when they gave Karmelo the verdict, he broke down and he cried. He broke down and he cried.
How do you know that?
He broke down. She was in there with him.
Hold on one second.
Be on camera. She broke down and cried.
So explain to me what the
When
woman
they
inside.
came back with the verdict, he broke down and he cried. Somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy smiled. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
when you're out here and you see all these people, you've been here every day, I know. When you hear that verdict read, I saw you break down to the ground. What's going through your heart? What's going through your head right now?
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
Let me ask you this. Right now, I hear the frustration. Are you more angry or more sad as to what just happened?
I'm angry and I'm hurt. I'm angry because you were in there, I was in there too. Those witnesses were lying on him. You got the judge friends with the prosecutor.
That's
start
not
there.
true.
The judge was falling asleep.
That's not
Some
accurate.
juries was falling asleep and didn't even have a damn notepad. Y'all didn't take this shit seriously.
All right, Austin, come this way because it looks like the crowd is moving, and we're just gonna, Connell, stay with us as the crowd kind of goes this way. We're just gonna kind of.
Jacqueline, thank you so much. Should have spent all the GoFundMe on better defense. I'm saying, who, like, man, what is going on, man? But that's crazy. Like I said,
okay.
What's done is done.
So it looks like family is leaving right now. So this is the Anthony family representation.
Okay.
Connell, he's been speaking on behalf of the family. I got you, Connell.
In the grass. Get in the grass. Y'all go in there. Okay, well, y'all get in here. Get in here. Get in here. When everybody's sick.
Sorry, brother.
Try to skip ahead.
Before the family departs, it appears that they will be speaking here to the media as cameras gather around.
I will
That's
say,
what's up.
I will say this one time, and one time only. I speak on behalf of myself, Minister Dominique Alexander. I speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process, to be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network is this process, feared in this process. But what this process did is shown that black lives do not matter in Collin County. It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown remote emotions.
Come on. Come on. Really?
It would appear the feed is frozen. We're working on getting it back online. We're also queuing up your comments to get.
It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed, not one black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case. They are currently sentencing Karmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. And we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process. But Black America should be very upset about what went on today.
Wow.
Now, before all of the internet...
Just so you know, I'm just reading this here really quick. J.D. Miles is still in the courthouse. Okay, still in the courtroom. So now they are in the sentencing process of this situation. So they are doing victim impact statements. So Karmelo Anthony's mother is taking the stand now as the sentencing phase of his trial begins. Prosecution and defense waived opening statements. So they're like, well, what's done is done. We already had our statements. We already did our thing. Now it's time for victim impact statements. And of course, the mom and parents, speaking out and saying what they want to say. The kid, thank you so much for the super chat. All lives matter. Thank you so much for the super chat. But yes, guys, this is very, very interesting. Prosecution and defense waived opening statements. Mama, Karmelo Anthony's mother is taking the stand right now as we speak. I'm sure she is speaking on, trying to convince this judge Judge Roach, giving Karmelo a light sentence, but we'll see what happens here. First degree. He has been found guilty again, guys, of first degree. Wow. I'm very shocked. Very shocked.
Lawyers, and before all of the interpretation of the situation, I'm only an advocacy leader. I'm not an attorney. I can only help families be able to navigate these processes when they find themselves in this type of situation. I can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust, and I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as support. My heart hurts right now because an ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear, we posted the jury instructions, and right now what we are seeing is a travesty. It lets us know that black lives do not matter in the criminal justice system. It lets us know that we are not going to be afforded the same laws as anybody else. And I give a damn about nobody that feels like I'm playing the race card here. For 400 years, our people have been at the liberty and have had to suffer at the liberty of these laws. I'm speaking facts because that blood of slavery is in my blood, not your blood. And it's not for you to look at me and say, I'm playing the race card. I'm just a black man living in America. The fact supports that. You say I'm upset? Hell yeah, I'm upset. I respected this process, but we're going to fight like hell to make sure that Collin County know that Karmelo Anthony is not going to go away. I want to thank all of the people who traveled across this country, to all of the media's, community supporters, and people who have taken Karmelo Anthony as their own baby. I salute you, I thank you, and we got work to do. Thank you and God bless.
All right, Connell, so you heard that. He's representing, at least speaking for the Anthony family, Connell. Send it back to you. But obviously, fight is not over for the Anthony side of things.
We'll stay here with the News Nation feed. Just listen in. Okay, so it looks like the News Nation reporter here is going to be moving on over.
That's crazy.
Keep audio down here a little bit as we pay attention to some of the scenes here outside of the Collins County Courthouse where, of course, Karmelo Anthony was just found guilty in the murder of Austin Metcalf. Here you see another angle here of the crowd. We want to get to some of the reaction online. We want to give a voice to our commenters who are joining us. You can use Hey JB or Hey Josh with your comment, and we can then see your comments on our screens here in the Stream Center. So if you would like to share an observation, if you'd like to share your opinion, if you'd like to share a message of support or a message of a message that doesn't have support, whatever you are trying to vocalize and want to be heard in this moment, you can use Hey JB or Hey Josh in the chat on TikTok Live, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and it pops up here on our screens in the Stream Center. Josh, clearly things are quite emotionally charged here outside the courthouse, but so far it would appear that we do not have any incidents. There's a heavy law enforcement presence there to make sure that things do not escalate and do not become their own story here outside of the courthouse where the law is broken. So That there's clearly a lot of emotions running high here.
A lot of people are mad. Shout out to my boy, JB Bueno. Okay. Shout out to JB, WFLA. Always great reporting over there. I want to read something. I'm just reading this off screen really quick. Very shocking information. The sentencing phase, like we already know, of this trial, of this case, has begun. So Mama, Karmelo's mama, okay, Karmelo's mother, has taken the stand, and she's basically there to plead on behalf of Karmelo to get the judge to be lenient or soft on his sentencing. She's pleading her case. Apparently, she went up there and she had broken down into tears. And in a shocking turn of events, the defense has now rested. No more witnesses. Get this. Let me just read this to you. Just hear me out. This is why things are so strange and so wild right now. Okay? Let me just say this really quick. So again, Karmelo's mother is on the stand. She's pleading to the judge to basically please be easy on my son. They say in a shocking turn of events, there are no more witnesses speaking on his behalf anymore. Because apparently they're saying that this is a shocking development because a lot of witnesses were expected for defense to plead for mercy. So they had plans on having other witnesses take the stand today during the sentencing. If they were to be found guilty, if he was to be found guilty, they had planned on having a bunch of witnesses coming in and speaking on behalf of Karmelo during the sentencing phase as victim impact statements. And now, none of them, okay? None of them are speaking. None of them are showing up. Here's another interesting piece of information. The jury now has to determine his sentencing. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Y'all don't believe me? Y'all don't believe me? Some of y'all like spreading conspiracy. I ain't spreading nothing. I ain't spreading no lies. Brother told no lies. Hold on. Sentencing is going to be up to the jury. V, thank you so much. If Mackenzie can get parole, I hope this boy can too. We'll find out. We for sure will find out. Black Skate, thank you so much. The racists are celebrating. Meanwhile, they can't afford gas, being replaced by AI, surveyed and sold out by the government they voted for, and can't reproduce. It's interesting to watch. This whole thing is shocking. All right, this whole situation is shocking. But I know some of y'all are like, no, this is cap. You lying, man. Let me just tell you what's going on. Okay? Because of course we got some more info coming from JD Miles. Punishment phase ended abruptly after one witness for Karmelo Anthony came out, and that was his mother. Both sides rested after waiving opening statements. Allegedly, defense had a lot more witnesses to come up and speak. They did not show, like, they canceled those. They canceled those people. Moving on. Anthony's mother, quote, "He's my oldest. He's my firstborn. He will always be my baby. I love him very much." Defense, does your son regret what he did? His mother says, yes, he's very sorry for what he did. punishment phase just ended after one witness, two questions from defense, and one from prosecution. Judge will work on charge. Then it's going to be up to the jury to find out how long he going to be locked up for. You understand how crazy this is, right? The jury, the same jury that just walked out, came back in within 2-3 hours and said that he's guilty of first-degree M, now has to make the decision on whether or not he's going to be locked up for 5 to 99 to life in prison. Insane. Insane. This is not going to be good. This is not going to be good. You got one person, allegedly the defense was going to have more than just one witness, but those witnesses suddenly just disappeared, I guess. Okay, so that's confusing, all right? Mama goes up there and basically pleads her case to the judge, basically saying, please be nice, please be good, please be gentle to not only the judge, but the jury. And now the jury is going to be out to make a decision on what the hell is going on. This is absolutely insane. Okay. And now apparently court is taking a short recess over this situation. Oh my dear God. Oh my dear God. Yeah, this is insane. Hold on. Let me see about News Nation. They must be doing, they obviously have a live feed going on for show. At least I think they do. Hold on one second. Interesting. No live feed here. Let's just see. Let's see what's going on.
I can tell you this is the most people that's been here, obviously. And when that verdict was read, it started spreading very quickly. And you could just tell a lot of these folks felt like they were just defeated, like the air was sucked out of them. And I look around. So you could just see people yelling. Emotions are high. One woman I spoke to, there's some kids around here. One woman I spoke to said they want their son to know what it's like to advocate for your community. And that's why there are some kids here as well, Connor. Your camera's still probably going to be hot.
People big mad.
You're going to take Austin's camera. We kind of got out of all that crazy.
I'm trying to see if there's any. Checking to see if there's any other feeds, because this obviously. Hold on.
They're going to be using your camera. Okay.
Yeah, because this is only going to get a lot of angry people. A lot of angry people.
Okay.
No, not that. Hold on. Miss Ruth, thank you so much. I'm riding with you. I was riding with you last year, this time on the Diddy trial. Now this one, thank you for your coverage. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate the love. Thank you so much for the support. Seriously, that really means the world to me. Let's take a look at this. Interesting, y'all.
The track meet, do you have any connection to this case other than you live here and you heard about it?
I don't have any connection to anybody. I know nothing about either child. I just know sports, and I know this is Collin County, and I know how a lot of things go here in Collin County. Having gone through the judicial system myself, I know how it is out here. So, like I said, unless you've been on the inside and seen it from the outside, a lot of people can just talk and speculate, but until they've gone through this, until you sat there with an attorney and your thought process and what they're thinking and what they're going through, nobody can actually really tell you what's going on.
So is that why you're here? Because you know firsthand the experience of what, Anthony might be experiencing in the courtroom with his family there, his defense attorney there. Is that why you're here? Because, you have some experience with this and you wanted to show your support, or are you here for another reason?
No, I was here just because I wanted to see justice. I mean, I want to see, fairness. And like I said, I wasn't in the courtroom, so I can't say what's going on. I'm not a legal expert, but it's just, it has to be fair across the board. And Collin County, if this trial was in any other city, we probably have, totally different, things happen, but it's Collin County. And, like I said, until you've gone through the judicial system, there's not a lot that, people can just say. People can talk and, they have feelings. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has freedom of speech. But this is just one thing. It's just, we don't know the facts. So,
we still don't know the facts.
We still don't know the facts,
Unless you were inside the courtroom.
Unless you're inside the courtroom. I just know this. There's still a brother. There's still Karmelo. There's going to be appeal. So we never know how this is going to be.
What is your first and last name?
All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was some reaction moments after we learned the guilty verdict that was found for Karmelo.
The plot continues to thicken. Oh, this one's quiet. I don't like that. Hold on, guys. Pulling up some more coverage.
School team tent during a rain delay at the track meet. Students said Anthony responded with threats and became increasingly confrontational before a brief physical altercation ended when Metcalf was stabbed in the chest. So joining us right now to break down all of these developments that we've learned today is former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Nima Rahmani. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me, Anna. Great to be here.
Of course. So
I'm just asking.
Are you deaf?
All I need is an answer.
Are you deaf?
No, obviously I'm not
Tell
deaf.
me about yourself, Jake.
Don't worry about it. I'm just asking a
well,
question.
I'm going to find out who you are.
You can.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will.
That's okay.
I will.
Hi.
I
What's
will,
up, guys?
Jake.
Why
I
are you
will, Jake.
shaking? Why are you shaking?
Huh? Oh, so what? You got to come up and say I'm shaking, but then I'm going.
Yo,
what?
you're just shaking.
Okay, I don't know what that is all about. Don't know what that's all about. We're going to continue on. Confrontations.
Speak on this. We've had a couple questions. Sentencing has already begun. They went right into sentencing.
Right.
And Anthony's mother was called to the stand, which she said, "He's my oldest. He'll always be my baby. I love him very much." Howard asked, "Do you believe Melo regrets what he did?" And she said, "Yes, I know my son, and he's very sorry for what he did." "Is there anything you want to tell the jury?" he asked. And she said, "Please have mercy on my son."
So, do we have any timeline as to when a sentence is ultimately going to be determined? Because in Florida, it's quite different. It's a sentencing is scheduled. I think in a lot of states, sentencing is scheduled for a later date. The immediate sentencing, now and us going immediately into the sentencing phase.
Let me grab this super chat here. Oh, it disappeared. Dang it. Hold on, let me see.
I mean, you're asking, you sound like a broken record, Jake.
I'm just asking a question.
You're sounding like a broken record.
Okay.
So, Jake, I'm going to find out who you are.
And you sound like someone who can't
I'm not
answer questions.
shaking. I'm not shaking.
All right, well.
That was weird. I didn't turn that on. That just came on out of nowhere. That's weird. So as we were, I'm going to close out of that window. As we were, let me get this. Perfect Blackness, thank you so much for the love. Why do we keep integrating with them? Isn't it clear by now we're not going nothing but sacrificing our children's lives? Had enough integrating now. Well, I mean, I guess that's your opinion, brother. Yeah, I guess that's your opinion. I think we live I think our world is better that we're all working together as one. Not everybody wants to work together as one, and it is what it is. But, I mean, that's where you and I differ, I guess. I think we should be able to live our lives in harmony amongst each other, regardless of the differences that we have, you know? But that's just me. Moving on. Let me grab some stuff here. So anyway, let us continue on. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, there's Cody Thomas in the hizzy.
The verdict itself, set the scene if you would.
Yeah, Ted, that's the big headline today, right? The verdict, guilty of that top charge of murder. And as you just stated, 5 to 99 years behind bars. We were sitting in there. We were waiting for that verdict to come in. We reconvened once they let us know it was happening. We sat in there, waited for those parties to come back in, and then that verdict was read. And of course, we know the jury had the option of manslaughter if they chose that, but they did not. Clearly, they did not see this as self-defense. They thought this was murder. They thought he went in there, in the altercation, there was intention behind what he did, because they really outlined the definition of murder before the jury went back to deliberate, that it was the deliberate, the intentional cause of harm or death by another person. So that's the way the jury saw it. And of course, Ted, the reaction in the courtroom, there was tears on both sides, obviously for two different reasons. You know, the Metcalf side feels that there's been, vindication for their son's death. There's been justice served. But on the Karmelo side, of course, now Karmelo's going to jail for a very long time. We'll be seeing his family through plexiglass for a very long time. It's just sad all the way around. I'm observing both sides, of course. Again, tears from the Metcalf family, tears from that side. Karmelo just looking very shocked. They brought him out and they, informed him that he's been reprimanded by the state of Texas. And then he went out for a little bit while they did a quick, they went out and then they reconvened for a punishment phase, a quick little punishment phase. His mother got on the stand for a few minutes just saying, asking the jury to please have mercy on her son, saying that she feels she knows her baby, she will always love her baby, and feels that he does regret this. He's very sorry. That's what she said. It was only about a 3 to 4 minute time on the witness stand for that punishment phase. The state rested during that punishment phase. She was the only witness called. And then Karmelo, as she was talking, she was crying, obviously. He had his head down crying. But when he walked back in the room before she took the stand, Ted, he just had a very shocked look on his face, like, this is real now, because we know he's been out on bond the whole time, which, of course, is a very real situation, but it's hard for it to sink in when you've been at home, not behind bars for the past year and some change. But now he'll never be able to walk inside his home again. So, of course, a lot of emotion out here outside the courthouse here, Ted. A lot of, differing opinions, but everything's seemingly civil for right now. Of course, there's a little bit of yelling. There's some people with megaphones. There's a bit of shouting, but everything's kind of tame right now. You can see that there are several sheriff's cars behind me. The security has been amped up a little bit, but it's a heavy scene here outside this Collin County Courthouse, Ted.
Yeah, I would imagine. Both sides were given an opportunity to argue in front of the jury during the penalty phase, and both sides declined that opportunity.
Yeah, they both declined statements to make, opening statements. They just went straight into the witnesses, which there's only the one singular witness, which was Karmelo's mother. There was no arguments back and forth. The defense asked a couple of questions. Do you feel that Karmelo regrets this? She says, yes, I know my son. He's very sorry about this. I just want the court to, have mercy on him. And then the state, if you call it a cross-examination, all he said was, that you will still be a part of your son's life as any other mother on this earth. We know you love your son very much. And then he passed the witness, and then, Ted, that was it. Very brief, under 5 minutes there. But again, very emotional on both sides. The jury came back in looking, very serious with their decision. They came back in, they gave the paper to the judge. The judge read the decision, and that's when, of course, the emotion broke loose. But there was a lot of hugs on the Metcalf side, a lot of tears, of course, on the Karmelo side, a lot of tears on the Metcalf side as well. So emotion on both sides here, and of course, emotion outside this courthouse. Got a little crowd building up out here right now in the parking lot, Ted.
Yeah, and this was the first time that Hunter Metcalf was in the courtroom. Of course, the twin that lost his brother for such a horrible, nonsensical reason at a track meet. They were both competing. Any observations about Hunter? Because this is the first time he's been in the courtroom. He wasn't called as a witness. What can you tell us?
Yeah, first time we saw him, Ted, and, a lot of, we were expecting him to be called under the prosecution's case. We thought that was going to be probably one of the final witnesses to kind of end their case with the bang, but they never called him. And, we kind of assumed that because he wasn't inside the courtroom throughout the duration of the trial, and we know testifying witnesses cannot be inside the courtroom in the gallery while other witnesses are testifying. So that's why people thought he was going to take the stand, but of course he ultimately did not. But we saw him walk in today, a little expressionless, kind of walked in, sat with his mom and dad, and once his verdict came down, there was some celebratory gestures on the Metcalf side, and then of course a lot of tight hugs and everything, but we only saw him for those brief minutes there before both sides eventually left the gallery and presumably left this courthouse now. We don't know if they're in the back room somewhere, but they walked out of the courtroom, of course.
What happens now? The jury will be charged again with some brief instructions, I assume, before deliberations begin?
Yeah, that's what's happening right now, Ted. They're having a charge conference right now, and then they'll go back there and then deliberate the punishment. So that's where we're at right now. That's why I was able to come out here and give this update to make sure our viewers are updated on the latest and greatest facts that come out of this case. But yeah, that's what they're doing right now. The attorneys are having a charge conference. Then it will go to that jury so they can deliberate what the fate will be of Karmelo Anthony. Of course, with that charge, he's facing 5 to 99 years behind bars. Very serious offense here, Ted, that he's now been convicted of.
Yeah, that's the top charge against him. 5 to 99. Life without parole is not on the table, though, because of his age, correct? And so that this jury will decide that number to which he will be eligible for.
I mean, let's be real. No impact statements either. That's weird. I think that's weird too. Okay, I think that this whole thing is very, very strange. But again, the turn of events seems to be, a bit odd. I'm just going to keep it real. How this whole thing transpired, the trial itself is a little weird. I'm going to be real. Like I said, when I look at a fair trial, are we really seeing a fair trial? I don't know if this was a fully fair trial. I don't know. You know what I mean? This is just a very, very heavy situation. But let me I'm going to pause that one. We're going to come back to that one in a second because there is something that I did want to pull up and chat with you guys about so we can get a better idea of what's going on. Okay, so here's the thing. I know a lot of us are wondering about like what's going on now because I'm not used to this either. I'm used to, not the jury deciding the sentencing, but I'm used to other trials and other cases where the judge is the one who's like, I'm not going to give you the death penalty, or I am going to give you the death penalty, or you are going to be there for the rest of your life. You see what I'm saying? So this is something very, very strange. Okay. So, or something new for me. All right. And I'm sure it's new for you too. So how the jury is deciding the sentencing for Karmelo Anthony. So after the guilty verdict, the trial moves to the punishment phase. In Texas, the jury decides the actual sentence. So both sides present evidence about sentencing, including aggravating and mitigating factors. They only had one person speak, and it was his mom. I find that a little weird. But moving on. The jury may ask questions and consider testimony, records, and arguments from both sides. The jurors deliberate in private and must unanimously agree on the actual sentence. So they all have to agree on, yep, we're giving him life, or yep, we're giving him 20 years, right? With the possibility of parole or something like that, right? Once the jury decides, the judge formally imposes the sentence. So once we hear from the jury being like, give him life or give him 5 years, then he will literally go, okay, he gets 5 years, back, or he gets a life in prison. Here it is, guys. Bap, and it's over. Strike of the gavel, and it's a wrap. All right? So for those of y'all who are wondering what the process is, that's the process. Okay? Very, very interesting. Like I said, I've never seen that before. Honestly, I haven't. You know what I mean? But we're here to learn everything. We're here to learn new things every day, right? The more you know, right? Ba-na-na-na. All right, so let's hear the rest of this.
I don't know, maybe 100 people out here. Of course, some of them don't want to get in the shot, so I'll refrain from, painting the camera over because I don't want to instigate or escalate anything. But there's plenty of law enforcement out here making sure everything is safe.
And that has been the case throughout. This jury's worked very hard, and the judge has kept a very rapid pace. We thought maybe this case would go at least through the end of this week, but here we are on Tuesday and already wrapping it up. Even a 9-hour session on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, we started on Thursday when official testimony started. You know, jury selection was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got underway on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 9 days each, minimal breaks, only 40-minute lunch breaks and a couple of 10-minute afternoon breaks. So the pedal was to the metal here during this case, Ted. We were all kind of shocked when the state rested after only 21 witnesses on Saturday, and then the defense called 3 witnesses Saturday. They called 3 witnesses Monday morning, and then they rested kind of abruptly yesterday. So they only called 6 witnesses. And of course, like you just said, we expected this to run through the end of the week, but here we are on Tuesday and a verdict, you know, in the early afternoon. So there was a really rapid pace here, and they're already getting into the punishment phase. Well, they've gone through the punishment phase. Now they're going to get to the sentencing phase. So they're really trying to put a bow on this thing, and I guess for this community to move on and continue to heal on both sides of the spectrum here.
Will you get notification if, when a verdict has been reached in terms of the penalty phase?
Absolutely. You know, I'll be there inside giving you the latest, Ted. I'll get a notification. We're on a thread here. All the media will know when to go back inside, when to be in there promptly, when they're done with that charge conference, and when they hand that off for the jury to begin deliberating. So, of course, when I get information, you guys will get information.
All right, which has been the case throughout. And Cody Thomas has been our eyes and ears in this case with no camera. Cody, thank you as well, doing a fantastic job for us, bringing the courtroom to life, including the guilty verdict and then the very short sentencing phase in this case. Sonny Slaughter is along with Judge Kimberly Mando, both still with us.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on that, okay? But yeah, again, I am very surprised. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, that pretty crazy stuff. Shocking information, y'all. Shocking information. Let's see here. Trying to see if there's any. Okay, there's a few things. Just people angry, people expressing themselves. Nothing wrong with that.
To protect black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family do? What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. You're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with
I have no relationship. We black. We're brothers. We're black. We're brothers and sisters. We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth. Ain't nobody out here killing them, bitch. We black. It's a repeat. Black people, black sisters and brothers, black kings and queens, we gotta stick together. This makes no goddamn sense. That young boy, he was defending his goddamn self.
Donald Trump is a goddamn bully. Donald Trump
We gotta stick together. We gotta stop hurting one another. Y'all don't see what's going on? Just like they doing this to Karmelo, guess what? It could be your child, little kids out here, it could be you. And I'll be out here for y'all. We gotta fight for one another. It's us, we all we got. They say that it's not about race, but there was not one goddamn black person on that jury. It was automatically about race. I don't wanna hear that bullshit. Straight up.
Okay, so there's that. Yeah, there's a lot of footage apparently. Damn, there's a lot of people, a lot of stuff going on out there right now.
out here with a baby, you dumb motherfucker! You
Yeah, like I said, I really do not know why anybody is bringing any child to this situation at all. Stop bringing your children to these kinds of events when you know it's about to pop off. Stop being dumb, people out here. Please and thank you. It's not making any situation any better. You're putting your child in a bad situation that child has no reason to be there for. If you can't if you can't find a babysitter, if auntie or grandma, okay, gam can't watch baby, then you ain't going. That's it. Okay? And don't be dumb and leave your child in the car. Something wrong with you then too. Okay? Stop bringing these children to these volatile situations. Like, what's wrong with you, man? Doesn't matter what your opinion is. Don't care if you're pro or against Karmelo Anthony. Stop bringing your children to these situations. All right? They're going to get hurt. Stop. It's so dumb. My God. You want to see what Papa do? Come on, son. Come on, little tyke. Come on, my son. You just see what daddy do. Let's go on and protest along with our other white friends. What's that going to do? That's not going to make anything better. It's dumb.
When a man walked up, what did you do? You crossed your arms. But you aren't going to approach a woman like that. You're not going to approach a woman like that. Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Because you only got in a woman's face. But when a man walked up, what did you do?
Karmelo supporter. That's the crazy part. Yeah, that's what y'all. Why did you move him from over here? He came over separated. Let's separate. He came over here and attacked him out. That's what he from over here. With that bullshit. That's what they want to do.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But this is footage that's happening right now. Hold on. Let's see this. Check this out.
Been found. All right, y'all, Karmelo Anthony has officially been found guilty of murder in his trial. And as you guys can see in the above, apparently he broke down in tears as he heard the verdict, and his mother also started sobbing. Now, Karmelo's lawyer immediately asked the judge, hey, can I take Karmelo somewhere to collect himself? And the judge basically told him, nope, he's officially in custody and things move differently now. So Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder, which is huge because this morning the lesser charge of manslaughter was brought forward. If the jury did find him guilty of manslaughter, he would have, had lesser charges. However, they ended up finding him guilty of murder. This was after just 3 hours of deliberation. Keep in mind that this trial started last Thursday, so everything has moved very, very quickly. Now, unfortunately, I am not on the ground to cover this as the verdict was read off today. I had a meeting for my...
Okay. All right. So just stating the same stuff. Wow. Oh boy. Let's take a look at this. Back to JB. Let's take a look. Let's take a gander.
You are complicit in a fucked up system. The 13th Amendment is a fucked up amendment.
You know what's really killing me right now is this calm like music that's playing in the background. You know, like, ooh, nothing's gonna stop this racism, like, or this racial tension, like a smooth alto sax solo over Casio keyboard made music. You know what I'm saying? Like, what in the heck is going on here? But is he talking? Oh, and that's it. And that's a wrap. Let's see this here.
It says here, Lord,
that Austin would have lived until the defense needs to attempt to put pressure.
And we saw anger as well. We saw people yelling, shouting, screaming at each other. But in the last, I would say, 20, 30 minutes, the police seem to have lowered the temperature somewhat outside. Right now, the judge, the defense attorneys, the prosecutors, they're all discussing exactly what charging instructions the jury is going to carry with them into that room. So the jury is not in the courtroom right now, but they're discussing exactly what the jury will be told when they do go into their deliberations as they decide the punishment for murder. With that in mind, I want to bring back in our legal analysts, our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, as well as our senior investigative reporter, Tanya Iser. They have all been a part of this trial from the beginning. As we take a look, obviously, at some heated, folks outside are still somewhat heated. You all can speak to the tremendous amount of emotion that this case has generated.
I'm going to be right back. Got to use the bathroom. 2 seconds, guys.
It's a huge amount of emotion. We still have there's a very large crowd still gathered here. It has, I think, Rebecca, things have settled down. I mean, when the verdict first came out, there was a lot going on right behind us, and there were people shouting at each other, but there's still some things going on behind us, but it does seem to have calmed down, but people are obviously waiting to see how this is all going to turn out.
And what we've seen from the Collin County Sheriff's Department is very much classic de-escalation, where they are not here in military force. They're not looking like they're militarized. They are allowing people to have their freedom to speak their minds, to be emotional. They're not trying to get people to leave or pushing them back or doing anything like that. They're going to allow them to say their piece. I mean, you practice at this courthouse all the time. You work with this Collin County Sheriff's Department. You see the deputies. I feel like they've handled this situation because it's so volatile very well.
They have. That's one thing that it's just been really amazing with the security here, but how professional that they are. I mean, I got here at 4:50 this morning, and there are parts of this parking lot that they won't let you go to without having some sort of credential, but they are so professional. As the people gathered together, they gave instructions of how to get to the court room, and once you get in, I mean, there's a clear presence, but they have been nothing but professional, respectful, answered questions. So it's very impressed by the Collin County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to let people express their constitutional rights, but do it in a way that is respectful of all sides.
Absolutely.
So I'm absolutely very impressed with the Sheriff's Department.
Absolutely. And what I have also seen throughout this trial is there have been a few people that have been told to leave, or they would be criminally trespassed because they were causing some issues. One guy was very disrespectful. I witnessed it myself to some of the sheriff's deputies. He didn't like what they were telling him to do, but we were all following the rules. The judge had an order, and we have to follow the judge's orders, and he was very strict about some of these orders and what we can and cannot do. And the people that were not following them, that then were becoming somewhat belligerent with the sheriff's deputies, were banned from this property, and that would not be uncommon.
Right. Yeah, they're going to want to have control, because if you let one little thing get out of control, you see the number of people, it can escalate pretty quickly. And like you said, Tanya, they have de-escalated. They have been so professional. They listen to people. They give instructions, and if you violate that instruction, you're not going to be permitted to be in there anymore. And it's just that simple. But they clearly show that they're in control, but very respectful about it. As an attorney, someone that comes up here, it's just good, always good to see that, because I think sometimes law enforcement gets knocks because sometimes there are situations where things do escalate, but to see how professional that they've been, and I've heard it from other days from y'all and from other commentators that have been on here, just very, very impressed to see this.
Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
I've been practicing almost 25 years, and I've never, ever seen anything. I've been at death penalty cases. I've watched cases in different counties, been a part of cases in different counties, and to me, it kind of reminds me of like the O.J. Simpson trial. If you remember the tents and the media and the cameras and all that stuff, and that's what it kind of feels like to me out here. It's just a lot of networks and a lot of interested folks. But again, everybody has their space for the most part. Most people have been very respectful and followed rules, and everything's gone pretty well.
We had people every day getting here anywhere from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, but as early as 1, lining up to get one of the 27 seats. I do feel that some of this could have been avoided had the judge allowed cameras in the courtroom. Most judges in Texas in a high-profile case like this would allow it to be publicized. That way the people can actually see the evidence, decide for themselves what they are seeing and hearing versus an interpretation from other people. So I do think that some of this, where people are fighting to get seats and having to get here in the wee hours of the morning and having to pay overtime for the sheriff's deputies to be here, and a lot of them to man this crowd, also some of this could have been avoided had this trial been publicized, Chris. But this is what the judge wanted, and he felt like this was a way to control what was happening out here, and we follow his orders, Chris.
You guys noted right off the top that is at the judge's discretion. So the judge controls his or her courtroom, and they are able to make that decision. Rebecca, Tanya, I'm wondering because I imagine when the jury receives these charging instructions, goes into the room to deliberate an appropriate punishment for Karmelo Anthony, they'll be reflecting on a lot of the evidence that we've heard during trial, some of the same evidence that led them to conviction. They'll now be considering when it comes to punishment, perhaps not in the same way, but perhaps looking at it from a different angle. But they will be going back to a lot of the evidence that they heard. What are some things you think will stand out in their minds? Things that stood out to you during the course of this trial?
I'm also going to ask the question of our attorney. So Chris is asking about the things that the jury heard during trial and some of the key evidence that also then they can deliberate in punishment about, because you can only consider the evidence that has been brought forth before you. You can't consider anything that you heard outside this courthouse, but what you heard in that courtroom. So some key pieces of evidence that you think that they will look at when it comes to getting a better idea how this jury is going to reach a verdict and what they're going to assess in punishment.
I think that they're going to look at the age of Mr. Anthony. He was 17 at the time that this happened. I think most people would think that, hey, a 17-year-old might not make the best decisions in life, and that they also don't want to necessarily throw a life away. That could be something that's taken into consideration. They're also going to look at another 17, 18-year-old that was killed. And those are just things that they'll consider. They'll look at everything that they heard about what happened in that tent. Does it rise to the level of sudden passion? Is this something that they feel that Karmelo showed up at the track meet intending that he knew he was going to go that day and actually cause harm to someone? So there's so many different things that they're going to take into consideration. The fact that they didn't hear a bunch of extraneous offenses about him being arrested and having a juvenile record or anything stuff like that they don't hear. So those are all things that I think are going to be factors. And at the end of the day, they're going to look at, you have, unfortunately, a deceased young man. And that's kind of, at the end of the day, you have to take that. A jury's going to have to say, well, we've got to set some sort of punishment because at the end of the day, we also have that.
What about the statements that Karmelo Anthony made shortly after he is detained and arrested? He is, and you hear on the body camera footage where he is crying and he is saying, I told him not to put his hands on me. Is this self-defense? He, at one moment, told one of the coaches that he thought that Austin Metcalf was going to live, that he was going to be okay, and even asked, is he okay? The jury, do you think that that is obviously something they're also going to consider?
For sure. I mean, because the deal is, at the end of the day, it wasn't something that he planned to do. Went out and said that morning, going to the track meet, I'm going to kill someone. His emotion afterwards, the fact that he's crying, he's emotional. I think he told him that he didn't want it to happen like that. He wasn't intending to kill him, that he was going to be okay. So those are all factors that a jury's going to take into consideration on, you know, what they determine the punishment should be with all of those things. So a lot of times as a prosecutor, they might resubmit their case in chief and punishment, which means, hey, take my case in chief, what you heard in the guilt innocence, into consideration on top of anything else that you hear in punishments. And the jury's going to be able to do that.
Well, we're going to send it back to Chris. Apparently he's got some updates.
Yeah, Tanya, Rebecca, I just want to let you know that the public is being invited back into the courtroom, so we expect to hear those formal charging instructions fairly soon. I also want to get your opinion on this. The judge now said...
You heard that right. So the verdict, they did the verdict, and then now they're coming back with his sentencing that fast. So they already know... Oh my Lord! Oh wow! They moving fast, baby. They moving fast, son.
And also, the public is being allowed back in time now to obviously hear the charges. So, what do you make of the fact that he is not going to testify on his behalf here?
I mean, I understand it. At the end of the day, you have a now 18, 19-year-old man subject to cross-examination. You know, at the end of the day, as a defense attorney, if you call that client to the stand, you better hope he's really remorseful, right? Because if mom says that he's remorseful and he's not up there emotional, crying, or where jurors really feel that, and not to say that he wouldn't just because they're not calling him, but you just run the risk of a lot of things. You run the risk of cross-examination, of the state getting to ask him why he did certain things and underlying facts of the case. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, defense understands. Jury's already found him guilty. Mom testified that he was remorseful. Mom's clearly emotional. Both families are emotional, and they're going to leave the jury with that to determine.
Do you also run the risk of things coming in that you don't want to come in? Right?
Absolutely. There could be things, you know, and I don't know what that could be, but if he testifies, if there's any bad act, if he kicked a dog whenever he was 10 years old, and the state knew about it, they could put it in punishment because all relevant bad acts come in. So, you know, it might not be a criminal act, it might not be something that they got charged with, but if there's other things out there, social media stuff, some other student that says something that happened bad or whatever, it all becomes relevant and all gets put on, and they're subject to cross-examination on it.
And Tanya, you and I have seen where we have seen people and witnesses take the stand that they did not look remorseful, and then there are others that, you know, got up there on the stand and cried. I can think of some of the police-involved shooting type cases, murder cases that we covered, where, you know, it can impact how the jury sentences you.
I think so. I mean, you know, I think back to Amber Geiger. You know, Amber Geiger was quite emotional, and the sense that we got from the jurors after that trial was that she did help herself. Conversely, we had Aaron Dean, and he got on the stand, and he did not come across as remorseful and did not come across as having any sense of, again, that sense of remorse. And the sense we got was that played a role in the jurors giving him 20 years. So you do run that risk when you put your client on the stand, because every single word, every single anything they do and say is going to could potentially harm. And so it's sort of a do no harm kind of thing, right?
It is. I mean, do you think that your client makes your case any better than what it is now? And right now, the fact that the state didn't put punishment evidence on against your client, as a defense attorney, that's probably a win. You can now argue to the jury, if there were other things that they wanted you to see or consider, they would have brought it to you. And so, but you put that client up there, and you don't know how they're going to come off under cross-examination. You don't know what they're going to look like, what they're going to say. It just could cause more damage than where you're at right now from the defense standpoint.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you if you have any questions for us.
Yes, just on the other side as well, we've talked a lot about Karmelo Anthony not taking the stand, not testifying in his own defense, even though defense attorneys had raised this defense of self-defense in this case. I wonder if you could give me some perspective on the other side as well, because we know Austin Metcalf's twin brother was right there. He literally was just feet away from him, watched this happen to his brother. Was the decision not to bring him to the stand just out of concern for what that might put him through, having to get up on that stand and relive everything that he had to witness?
Chris is asking the fact that Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother, did not take the stand. Do you think that perhaps it was because the prosecution just did not want to put him through that again, to relive the worst moment of his life, losing his twin brother, or what the strategy was about not putting him in because he would have been a very emotional and impactful witness for them?
Sure, it could be that. And again, it could be he'd be subject to cross-examination about other things that could have happened in that tent that only he'd be able to testify to, or any other potential impeaching evidence that could be out there. So, I don't want to speculate. I think it's hard to speculate exactly why, but they're all things to consider and why the state might not call that witness. And like you said, it could be just really a hard thing to put a family member through, to relive that, to talk about that. Not to say that he couldn't. He could if they really wanted him to, but maybe for the prosecution standpoint, they just decided, again, it wasn't worth it in their case to do that.
And we could hear from him in victim impact.
Right.
I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but of course that'll be after everything is concluded and the jury has been released.
Right. So by law, the victim, loved ones, victim's family, they're going to be able, usually it's 2 or 3 representatives from the victim's family or close friends, that after punishment, they're going to get to do a victim impact statement. So they're going to get to talk specifically to Mr. Anthony, tell him how this has affected them, and say their piece to him. And so you could see Hunter do that at that point in time, or other family members have that opportunity.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you.
Okay, and I just want to follow up on that.
So just so you guys know, the obviously the verdict's already in. So for those of y'all who are just in, okay, the verdict is already in. Okay, so he has been found guilty of murder, first-degree murder. Now they're coming up with, I guess, his sentencing, how long he's going to be locked up for. Okay, there is a statement from Frisco ISD. They just released a statement after Karmelo was found guilty from this particular track meet stabbing. So I just want to read this off screen really quick for you guys. So the Frisco Independent School District released the following statement after Karmelo Anthony was found guilty today. Okay, our community has carried the weight of this tragedy for more than a year, and our thoughts remain with the impacted families, friends, and classmates. We respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask that our community continue to support each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding. So that is something that just was put up about 20 minutes ago, a statement from Frisco ISD. So just so you know about that. So very interesting. Let me see if there's anything else going on here as we wait. because clearly we are waiting. Sentencing is this may be brutal. I'm going to put up a poll. I'm going to put up another poll here in just a minute, okay? So just grant me a little bit of grace. But again, I see. So the jury will be recommending a sentence, and then it'll be up to the judge to actually go, "Yep, I agree, life in prison." Boop. Or, "Nope, I don't agree with life in prison. I will sentence you to 20 years," or whatever the hell it is, right? So yeah, we're gonna have another poll go on here in just a minute, but this is very, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm just checking to see if there's any more updates anywhere. Real quick before we hop on to other live footage, live coverage. I mean, there's obviously, like, it's crazy because there's still a lot of commotion going on over there at hold on. There's still a lot of commotion going on out in those streets.
This is the way it should be.
So again, Karmelo Anthony is guilty of murder, and his defense team obviously hoping for something less. That did not happen. And we're going to continue, Clarice, covering the rest of the events of this day with this trial and beyond this day, because again, it's
crazy how much news is becoming like YouTube podcasts, you know what I mean? Kind of like what we do here, you know? It's crazy how much they're doing kind of the same thing, you know? No, look, I'll just show it to you. Oh, they just went bye-bye. Oh. Well, when they come back, I'll show you what I mean. And this one doesn't allow me to scroll back for some weird reason, which is really annoying. Let me see here. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Still, I mean, it's quiet, but this is just an overview of what's going on. So it's not like a huge amount of people, but there are people there, you know? People are there. I'm actually happy it's not like a huge, like a massive turnout, because it could get worse if more people showed up, if that makes any sense. So I'm happy that it's not as chaotic, because it could get worse.
Passion. We're gonna, and they'll probably lay out some of the facts that got presented to them that they think would tie in with why they believe sudden passion existed, and they're going to try to get the jury considering punishment in that 2 to 20 range.
We're getting a wrap, so we're going to send it back to the studio. We're going to reset here for our 4 o'clock show, I believe, Chris.
Yeah, Rebecca, Tanya, thank you so much. Just want to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the courtroom right now. The jury is back in the courtroom, and Judge Roach is now reading the punishment instructions to the jury. So within minutes now, they will go into a room and start deliberating an appropriate punishment after finding Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder.
Oh man, so this could go on for a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be today that they'll come up with the answer. I don't know, because I mean it's 4 o'clock now.
Now they have immediately moved into the punishment phase, which is deciding exactly how long he will go to prison for. He has to go to prison, but they are determining for how long he will spend in prison. Again, want to thank you for joining us here on WFAA Plus. I'm going to be handing things over to my colleague, Jason Wheeler. He's going to pick it up from here, and we invite you to watch us on Plus, as well as on the air for WFAA News at 4. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll send it over to Jason now.
Yeah, I don't know, like because they still got to go to another room and deliberate and go, yeah, he should get 20. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody's going to agree on that. Not everybody's going to be like, yeah, he deserves 20. They're going to be like, you see what I'm saying? Unless they are going to agree with that, but that could take hours for them to figure that out. You got to understand, that's the one thing that's really terrifying and messed up about this situation. You have some young man's life on your hands. You literally have a young man's life on your hands. So if they don't do something, like if they go, nah, we're just going to let it be, like we're just going to, they walk in and walk out so quickly, like life, like that would be insane. This is a young man's life. Sure, fine. He was found guilty. Okay, fine. But still, this is a young man's life. And they could walk in there and go, yeah, life. Like that, they need time to deliberate that. They need time to talk about that. Like, you can't tell me that they're just going to be like in and out and it's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be wild if they come up with a decision by today. That would be absolutely wild. But I guess it's possible. They were able to go in there within 3 hours and say that he was guilty of first degree. So maybe the deliberation will happen fast. I don't know. It's just so strange. All right, let's just take a listen to this.
He was doing that he intended to murder Austin Metcalf. The defense, however, arguing that Anthony was just acting in self-defense, that he was protecting himself that day. Anthony was 17 years old at the time, which is considered an adult under Texas law. However, this case does not qualify to be charged as a capital murder because of the circumstances of the case. So the death penalty and life in prison without parole were not possibilities here. Now, we have the verdict in, that is guilty. We just learned that a little while ago from the jury in this case. Now we are in the sentencing phase. It moved on, as I said, immediately to that point of the case. Murder in this case carries a sentence of 5 to 99 years in prison, although if you've been with us on WFAA Plus, you know that there is the possibility here that the defense could get 2 to 20 years as an option in front of the jury as well. So we're going to get into all of this here in this hour. We have experts there at the courthouse. We, of course, have been in that courtroom all day, every day that this trial has been happening. We have been live blogging this as updates have been coming down. We have Jobin Puneker, who is still in the courtroom right now. He just sent as an update a little while ago saying that the jury is now back in the courtroom and that the judge was reading the punishment jury instructions. So he's basically letting them know, here's what you can consider, here's what you cannot consider, and then they're going to send the jury out and they will immediately begin deliberating punishment in this case.
We got something here. This is according to Mary Martinez. Actually, I'm just going to pull this up so you guys can see this too. Real quick, I'm going to pause this because I'm sure I'm probably going to want to listen to that here in a second. Here's something from Mary Ann Martinez. She's been reporting from inside the courtroom as well. Okay. So, of course, you know, the only person that took the stand in the punishment phase was his mother. Okay. She begged for mercy. Please have mercy on my son. Hayes sobbed as she looked at the jury. Both sides have closed out their cases. The court is now working on a charging document and will return. So that's the reason why they disappeared for a little while. They went off to get this charging document, and this is what's going on here. Back in court after the break, lawyers and judge have been working on the charging document the jury in the Karmelo Anthony trial will be using to determine his sentence. Karmelo had been out of the courtroom and returned a few minutes ago. He sat down at the defense table. He was shaking in his chair. Wow. He was trembling so bad, a woman who is part of his defense team was sitting behind him and put her hands on his shoulders to calm down. That's sad. Lawyers have raised the issue of sudden passion. If the jury find the sudden passion fits here, they can give him 2 to 20 years. Issue of sudden passion. What the hell does that mean? What does the issue of sudden passion mean in court? Let me see. In court, sudden passion, okay, often called the heart of passion, is an intense emotional state as rage, terror, or fear that arises without prior planning and temporarily clouds a person's reason and judgment. It acts as a legal mitigating factor rather than a complete excuse. Depending on a local jurisdiction, such as Texas, okay, it functions in 2 main ways. Downgrading the charge. It can reduce a more severe charge, like first-degree murder, to a lesser one, like manslaughter or second-degree murder, reducing the sentence. It is frequently used during the punishment phase of the trial, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. I'm just reading this off the side so we understand what this issue of sudden passion is, okay? So it is often and frequently used during the punishment phase of a trial. If the defense proves the defendant acted under the quote-unquote immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an inadequate cause, a jury may significantly reduce the prison sentence, so giving him 2 to possibly a max of 20 years if they're able to use the issue of sudden passion. So to successfully claim the sudden passion, the defense must usually prove 3 elements. Adequate cause. The passion must rise from a provocation that would cause a reasonable, ordinary person to lose control. Discovering a spouse in the act of, for example, discovering a spouse in the act of adultery is a historical example, whereas mere words usually don't qualify. Immediate reaction. The crime must occur directly in response to the provocation before the person has time to cool off. Premeditated revenge or actions taken hours or days later do not qualify in this regard. No prior planning. The defendant did not plan or intend to commit the crime before the sudden event occurred. So I can see them using, when it comes to this, I can see them using sudden passion and saying, okay, let's reduce this down to 10 to 20. You see what I'm saying? So I can see that, but it depends on the jury if they go with that. Because it sounds like the way they broke it down, thanks to Google AI, the way that they're bringing it down, it could literally be that. It could be that. It falls in that line. Again, the crime must occur directly in response to the provocation before the person has time to cool off. That's the situation, right? Passion must rise from provocation that would cause a reasonable, ordinary person to lose control. This is another situation in that situation, right? No prior planning. He didn't plan on walking into that track meet and taking the life of somebody. He went into that track meet minding his own damn business, and he got himself into a hairy and very sad and tragic situation. So no prior planning. The defendant did not plan or intend to commit the crime before the sudden event actually occurred. He had no plans on doing anything bad. He had no plans on taking anybody's life. He had no malicious intent on taking somebody's life before he actually walked over there, sat down, was talking to Eddie, and then got confronted by Austin Metcalf and a bunch of other teammates at that track meet. So they could literally use that. That depends on if this jury has a soft spot, I guess. Because have mercy. Okay? I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked on the first degree M. I'm still very shocked on that. Okay? And you know what? Here it is. Sure. I don't know what was going on in his mind. I can't read his mind. Okay? But at the same time, anything's possible. I don't think he was like, yo, I'm singling out Austin Metcalf today. Ooh, I hope they really come to me because I really want to use this knife today. I don't think so. I really don't. But no, the people in here are right. I can't read his mind. I wasn't there. And neither were the jury. They weren't there either. All you can do is say, hey, this situation happened and it's bad. And how is this presented? Here's the other thing too. Okay, let's talk about this. The jury. Forget us knowing anything. We're the jury. We sit there, we listen to everything, right? What's absolutely crazy about this is that defense did not present a solid and strong case for them to even think about the possibility of it not being first degree M. Sure, they talked about, oh yeah, no, he had his hand, the knife was, he was holding the knife with an underhand, not an overhand, like he was, like this or like a this, you know what I mean? He had it in his hand kind of like this, you see what I'm saying? Like they did not present strong enough saying that this was beyond or, this was under or less than a first degree M. To me, the way I understand the information, the way from the information that we've heard in this trial, to me, it still sounds like this is manslaughter. To me, it sounds like he made a mistake and he did not know, he did not want to take his life, but it did happen, right? But it seems like the defense did not present that strong enough. Okay, Bro Anthony, they have to consider the precedents the sentence sets for future incidents, letting kids know it's not okay to stab others or over a shove. That's deranged. I mean, yeah. I mean, it almost seems like they're using him and setting an example. But again, we'll see what kind of sentence he gets. He may get a sentence that is light at best. Or he might be in there for life. God only knows. It's pretty shocking stuff. It's all pretty shocking stuff. But let's continue on. Let us continue on. Let's see what? No. Let's see what's going on over here. Oops. I meant here.
For a lesser charge, and they were perhaps hoping that maybe. Everybody's just, you can tell emotions are running high.
There you are. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go for
Okay,
it.
sorry. We switched to a stick mic here. No, I want to bring in Kelsey Mittauer. She is our producer, and she was actually up front. While I was here keeping you updated, she was up there with the crowd. You were talking to some of the people up there and getting the reaction.
Yes, a lot of emotion, a lot of anger. Once it was announced, people were going around yelling what the verdict was. People were very upset. There were people that fell on the ground, and then there were, it seems, supporters of different sides that were really screaming at each other. A woman and her children got caught up in it where they were trying to get away. It's a little bit of a mob mentality right now where everybody's just, you can tell emotions are running high. People are just really upset or celebrating, and those things are mixing down there.
Yeah, a lot of people had their phones out too. Did you get the sense everybody was live streaming or capturing this for social media?
Yes. I don't know if anybody was actually watching it in making eye contact, but watching it through their phones. And then it's very much, it is a mob mentality because you see one or two people move and then everyone moves that way, and it feels almost like you don't know what's going to happen if there's going to be violence, because like I said, the emotions are running so high that people were screaming and yelling at each other and getting in people's faces. The police have had to break it up a little bit. Dominique Alexander just spoke down there and was talking about how disappointed he was in the justice system, that he said the Next Generation Action Network has donated the first $10,000 toward an appeal. He did say that obviously the sentencing is going on right now. They're deliberating the sentence, but yeah, just in general, a lot of emotion down there.
I saw some people showing up with chairs. Did you get the sense that people are hanging around? They're sitting around for sentencing?
Yes, I get the sense that people are camping out. I saw, people with their strollers. I saw a little boy on a scooter. People have brought coolers. The parking lot is full. I don't get the sense that a lot of people are going to leave. They want to see this through and make sure that the sentencing isn't going to come out today.
And you mentioned the kids out there that got caught up, and are they okay? What was the sense?
It was hard to tell if the man that was yelling at everyone, because at one point it was one man against everyone else, it felt like, and he was kind of pushing this lady with holding a baby and a toddler along, and they were trying to get away, but I couldn't tell if he was with them or not. But yeah, there have been several people out here. Like I said, I saw strollers. There are a lot of kids down there kind of in the middle of everything.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Hold on. I want to read this too from CBS News. So jury returns for closing arguments. So the defense team returned to the court, as did Karmelo Anthony, who was visibly shaking in his chair and putting his head in his hands. Members of the jury, you have now found Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder, and it becomes your duty to assess punishment. This is what Judge Roach said. So prosecution stepped up and said, Austin Metcalf was a son. Austin Metcalf was a brother. I'm going to ask you to consider the age of the victim in this case. Nothing you do with your verdict, nothing you do will take more from Karmelo Anthony than it did from the Metcalfs. Austin Metcalf didn't have the opportunity to meet the love of his life, hold a plaque at graduation. The prosecution showed an image from the track meet of coaches praying over Austin Metcalf at the Frisco ISD track meet last year, saying they were praying for healing. Austin Metcalf, or Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's brother, has his hands on his face and is shaking his head. Addressing social media, the prosecution said they don't know what the jurors know, but said they trust jurors will hold Karmelo Anthony accountable. Damn. They're like, bury this kid. Go ahead and bury this kid. So that's what's happening right now. Damn, son. Damn. Let's continue, though.
You didn't know if it was going to get violent. Did you actually see, I guess, beyond the pushing, was that the extent of any kind of violence that you saw?
Yes, it didn't get physical. It's just a lot of screaming. We approached a woman that was visibly upset and asked her if she wanted to interview, and she turned on us, and I was honestly worried that was going to get physical. Like I said, people are so upset that I've just kind of let them be because nobody really wants to talk during that. But Yeah, I didn't see any actual violence, just people getting, very close to one another.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I wanted to bring her.
Yeah.
She's been the one up there.
Ask her, because we are seeing.
Did you have questions?
Just from our aerial view, we're seeing a lot of sheriff's deputies out there. They're noticeable in their cowboy hats. Are they doing a good job of keeping the crowds apart? These two sides, or are they just there in case things go south quickly?
Do you feel, sorry, she can't hear you, so I'm going to repeat the question. Do you feel like the law enforcement up there is doing a good job keeping the two sides apart, or do you feel like they're just there as a precaution?
I get the sense that they're doing everything they can to not escalate the situation. They've been very direct with people, get out of the street or I will arrest you, and they're kind of giving some people chances over and over again, because I get the sense that they don't, any kind of escalation like that is going to lead to more emotion, and so there have been a lot of them up there. When we saw the state troopers arrive, we kind of got the sense, there's a lot of Collin County Sheriff's deputies down there, but it's mostly just standing and directing people in, at one point it was like, if you're media over here, if you're everyone else, you're over here, and just trying to keep everyone settled and separated.
I know sometimes the introduction of law enforcement becomes in itself an escalation. If they were to step in and throw handcuffs on someone, it would likely trigger the crowd. And so, is that the sense that law enforcement is also using restraint in how they respond?
That's definitely what I saw. Like I said, I've seen them say a lot of warnings and just really trying to direct people and keep them, away from each other. The ones where there was a lot of screaming, they would step in and kind of try to break it up. But in a general sense, I haven't seen anybody bring out handcuffs or anything like that.
All right, thank you. Ken, Karen?
I want to bring up, we're hearing all kind of reaction right now, not just from where you are there on the ground, Andrea, but, now getting, text messages and just messages from other people in the legal community throughout North Texas who've also been following this. And I just want to put this out there because some of the things that people are referring to, they're saying that he was overcharged, that maybe manslaughter would have been more of an appropriate charge. Obviously, you're not in a position to say one way or another because, we're just reporting on it. But I want people to know that these are some of the things that the legal community is now saying, and that perhaps it sets up a pretty significant appeal for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, and the word gerrymandering is being is used a lot. I don't know if you've heard it throughout the coverage of this, Andrea, because we know that from the very beginning there was an issue with the fact that there were no black people seated on this jury. We know that race played a key role.
We should say that there are a lot of people of color on this jury panel, none of them African American.
African American, exactly. But that word seems to be, I heard it a lot in the early stages of this trial, and it seems to be coming up again.
Well, that was certainly the opinion of the defense they put out there. They actually wanted another lesser charge. Homicide, but they were denied that by the judge. So it did seem like the defense was really hoping to convince the jury to, if they were going to find him guilty, to aim for a lesser charge. And they were.
That's what I think too. Let me see what's going on here. We're going to jump ahead.
That up.
I don't want to see the young man go away for his whole life. I think he's young enough that he can hopefully grow, learn something, come out and be a productive part of society. I don't even think he went there to do what happened, but that's what happened. And we don't need to be setting a precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody in the heart. For Christ's sake, man.
And that was a supporter of
the Metcalf family,
Austin Metcalf family, and of the prosecution. Interesting, though, he did say, he didn't know that if he went there to commit the murder. He said, but that's what happened.
Exactly.
So again, what you're hearing, though, is people in the legal community, and now people who've been following the case, just folks who are out there, hinting at this idea that maybe even they were surprised that the charge was murder, that the guilty verdict was for. And I've been hearing for the murder charge.
I've seen a lot of people comment saying that they were surprised that they didn't plead out. Anthony family didn't accept maybe a lesser plea from the beginning, that this had to go to trial on a murder charge.
Absolutely. We heard from Metcalf supporter. Let's go ahead and listen to a Karmelo Anthony supporter now who also spoke to her crew there on the scene. Have a listen.
Nobody wins. You know, it's a loss on both sides. You know, for the Austin family and for the Karmelo family, man. I don't want to be in this situation.
And that was actually, as a mother, was my take on this, is that nobody wins in this case. My heart breaks for the mother of Austin Metcalf, and it breaks for the mother of Karmelo Anthony, because again, this one decision, this one act, in a moment of whatever, adrenaline, whatever it was, it ended a young man's life, and it ended Karmelo Anthony's life, his future that he could have had, because now no matter what happens,
formidable years, right?
Yeah, this is going to change his life forever.
Yeah, whether an appeal goes through or not, that you're right. I mean, this is something that is going to be a big stain on his trajectory as an adult.
Exactly.
In
he was a straight A student, and we talked about that.
Absolutely.
He had such promise, and it's just heartbreaking all the way around.
We've got J.D. Miles. He has been able to make it outside of the courtroom.
Oh, there he is.
He is wired up now. He's got.
This is the guy we've been reading all of his texts, all of his tweets. This is the guy right here. J.D. Miles.
His microphone, presumably, J.D., you can hear me. You got Ken and Karen back here in the studio. Can you hear us okay, J.D.?
Yes, I've got you, Ken and Karen.
Okay, great. Give us a sense of what it was like in there.
Well, I just got out of the courtroom. The jury only deliberated for 2.5 hours in this case, and we went back inside so quickly. There was obviously a lot of tension inside that courtroom because of the hostility we've seen building over the last year on both sides. I remember when I saw Karmelo Anthony enter the courtroom, his lead defense attorney, Mike Howard, had his arm around him. His forehead was on Carmelo's forehead. They were in quiet conversation. It looked like that Howard was trying to console or to prepare Karmelo for what's to come, like he knew it would not be a good outcome with the jury coming back so quickly. The courtroom filled up. The judge announced that the jury had had a verdict. The jury came in. Nobody on the jury that I could see looked at the defendant when they walked in. They sat down. The judge was handed the verdict. He read, of course, guilty of first-degree murder. At that point, we looked around the room for reaction. I didn't see any reaction from the jurors. Karmelo Anthony, who I was looking at, he stood with his head partially down, his eyes closed very tightly. You could see the wrinkles on the side of his forehead. He was obviously in some kind of agony internally hearing this news. His mother, who was on the front row behind him, leaned against the railing and put her head down. We didn't hear any emotion from Karmelo Anthony, but within just a few seconds after the verdict was read, you could hear him sobbing out loud in a very quiet courtroom. It was an interesting experience to be in there. The Metcalf family, which was told by the prosecutors not to show any emotion, did just that. They were pretty stoic when this verdict came down. At that point, the judge very matter-of-factly said to the defendant, Karmelo Anthony, that your bond, you've been the whole time, more than a year, has been extinguished, and you are now remanded to the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. And you could feel, obviously, the anxiety on his side and on his family when that was relayed to him. They took him out, took him into a side room. At that point, the judge said that he was going to talk to the prosecution and defense about the upcoming sentencing phase, or the punishment phase of the trial, which in Collin County begins right after the guilt or innocence phase. And they brought Karmelo Anthony back in after a few minutes, and then we started this punishment phase, which we normally expect them to last about a day and a half, 2 days at most.
Yeah.
This moved lightning fast. It's supposed to include opening statements, witnesses, closing arguments. A judge charged the jury. It's like a separate trial. But in this case, the prosecution waived its opening statement. The defense waived its opening statement. Prosecution rested immediately. The defense called one witness, Kayla Hayes. That's Karmelo Anthony's mother. She took the stand. She was asked by the defense, first of all, if she loved her son. She tearfully broke down and said, "He's my oldest. Of course I love my son. I will always love my son. And he's my baby." And then
still no word on
the
sentencing.
Defense said, "Pass the witness." And the prosecution then said, "Ma'am, just have one question for you." And that question was, you could still be with your son, right, in incarceration, making the inference that she still has a son to at least talk to and visit, if not, more, because the Metcalfs have no one. They don't. Austin Metcalf isn't coming back. And so she said, "Yes, I do," and reaffirmed that. The prosecution rested after, or passed the witness. She was excused, and then the prosecution said, "We rest," and the defense rested, and the judge said he was going to go back and work on the charge to the jury, and once he comes back, which should be around now or soon, once they read that charge, then I'm understanding there's going to be closing arguments on both sides, but I really don't know at this point. There really has been nothing done to try to mitigate Karmelo Anthony's, punishment in this case. He's facing 5 to 99 years in prison. He has no criminal record. I haven't heard anything about a sudden passion defense that can be raised after a murder conviction that can help minimize the amount of time that a person stays incarcerated. I don't know if at this point if that's going to be part of the sentencing. We'll find out here in a minute from the judge and the prosecutor and defense attorneys, but we fully expect this case to go to the jury here in just a few short matter of minutes or hours, and the jury will deliberate as long as they want to into the afternoon and evening. If they don't reach a decision on sentencing, they will be sequestered, and then they will come back tomorrow morning and then come back with a sentence again of either 5 to 99 years in prison in the case of Karmelo Anthony, which has generated so much hostility, tension, conflict, not just here in North Texas, but all across the country, as we've seen.
JD, you made an observation and you presented a point that I think so many of us who have been following this case have also observed ourselves, and that is the lightning speed in which all of this has moved. I mean, from the beginning, right? They worked through the weekend, closing arguments. This went to the deliberations. Within 3 hours, we had a verdict. Then it was read, and here we are. It's not even 4 o'clock right now. What do you make of all of this, the speed of it all? I mean, is that just the style of this judge? Is that because, I mean, you've been watching, you've been sitting in there. Is it because evidence was overwhelming? I mean, why so fast? What makes this so different than other cases and trials like this?
Okay. Yeah, well, you brought up one reason, and that is the judge, Judge John Roach Jr., who I've covered many trials under his watch for the last 20 years. He is very meticulously organized in terms of getting this done. That's why we had a testimony on Saturday. We're going to have testimony as long as we had to on Saturdays. He runs a very tight court, and he doesn't tolerate anything other than what's necessary. I know it doesn't sit well, though, with a lot of the people out here around me you can see and hear, or people out there in the social media universe who think this was some kind of a railroad, that somehow that Karmelo Anthony didn't get a fair trial. That's certainly going to be something in the social media blogosphere, whatnot, that it's going to fuel that feeling, because this is going so fast, whether it's legitimate or not. If you live in Collin County, if you cover Collin County like I have, I mean, it's very conservative. People get acquitted here very rarely, and they get the maximum punishment very often. So it's something that is not unusual here in Collin County. We're used to having trials move at this pace. Obviously, in other places, this might have drawn out weeks or months. But this is obviously a case that people are going to red flag, and they're going to be talking about for a long time. The fact there were no black jurors, the fact that the defense was not allowed to incorporate some things into the court, into the evidence that they wanted to. Those are all going to be raised. I'm certainly on appeal if they appeal this verdict, which is more than likely. But just the fact that the optics of this trial matter to not only the people out here, but just to the credibility of the justice system. And so, whether or not it is fair or not is not for me to say, but it's something that is clearly going to resonate here for a long time, because we're seeing a trial that it's happening faster than anyone expected. For sure.
Yeah, much faster. And JD,
I don't like that he said that this is like the acquittal rating is very, very minimal or pretty much non-existent in this area, in this town, and all that. It's almost like this kid did not have a fighting chance whatsoever when it comes to this. But we got another thing from CBS that I want to share with y'all. Defense makes closing arguments, introduces sudden passion. Like we were just talking about what sudden passion is, right? We respect your verdict and we respect your rule, the defense said to the jury in closing arguments. We as Americans trust in our community, the defense said. I know it's a heavy burden and I know it's a heavy weight you're carrying. I can only ask you to consider both sides. The issue of sudden passion was brought up, asking them to decide if there was sudden passion in a split moment. If the jury unanimously believes that in sudden passion, which means emotion, feeling that is directly caused by provocation, passion arises, then decisions made in the heat of a moment are different. So the defense argues that if the jury believes Anthony felt terror in that moment, didn't have time to cool reflection, then sudden passion applies and the burden is on us. But the burden is much lower. So the defense said the video shows sudden passion. This is not about blaming the victim. I ask you to consider both sides. According to the Texas Penal Code, at the punishment stage of a trial, the defendant may raise the question as to whether he caused the death under the immediate sudden influence of passion or sudden influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. If the defendant proves the issue in the affirmative by a preponderance of the evidence, the offense is a felony of the second degree. Sentence can range from 2 to 20 years for sudden passion. So this majority white jury with some minorities, some other ethnicities sprinkled in there as well, will have to make a decision on whether or not Karmelo Anthony did this out of sudden passion, and that could lessen the possibility of him being locked up for the rest of his life. But that's the thing. It depends on what this jury decides, because they said this is first degree. They didn't even say, and I wonder what it was. I wonder if like some of them were like, no, this was manslaughter. And somebody came up to him and was like, no, man, you got it wrong. This is first degree. And then they convinced him otherwise. Because again, you got to remember, they were in there for less than 3 hours. So a little over 2.5 hours. They were in there deliberating. So they were deliberating for something. So maybe 1 or 2 or 3 of those people, even more of those jurors, may have gone in there into this, into deliberation right now. And they could be like, wait a second, see, now we have this. Now we have this sudden passion. Let's talk about this. Because again, it's not like he walked in. I'm telling you right now, he did not walk in there going, ooh, or at least this is the energy and the vibe that we're getting so far. He didn't walk over there or walk into the stadium or show up to this track meet saying that he was going to take the life of this young man, Austin Metcalf. I really don't think that. I think that there was a moment where he felt threatened. He grabbed his knife, Austin pushed him, and he got stabbed. Karmelo stabbed him. That could be sudden passion. That could very well be sudden passion. So maybe some of the jurors might be like, listen, okay, you guys convinced us on first-degree murder. Fine. But I still feel that this was not fully a premeditated thing. And maybe that's what they're arguing about right now. And maybe they're going to be like, you know what? Okay, yeah, this is sudden passion. This isn't a fully premeditated thing, like he was harboring this feeling for the last 2 hours, and then he, 2 hours before the track meet, and then he gets in there and he's at the track meet, and then he takes the life of Austin Metcalf. You see what I'm saying? So it could very well be sudden passion, which would give him a lesser sentence within 2 to 20 years. So that could be a big situation, okay? That could very well be. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just talking about the possibilities. I don't need to defend anybody. He has been found guilty. I'm just saying what is going on and what could possibly be happening inside that deliberation room right now. Because here's the thing, 2.5 hours of them deliberating, they were able to say and make a very strong claim that this was first degree M. Okay? That is insane. That's wild. It's shocking. Okay, I'm shocked how quickly they were able to turn around. I was thinking that they were going to take the rest of the day and then they'll have their verdict tomorrow. But no, okay, this is now a situation where they're going, hey, all right, well, we got first degree, but maybe sudden passion. And that's it. Maybe a sudden passion, right? So again, like I said, some of y'all need to stop getting in your fifis, okay? But because all I'm doing is stating the information and just breaking it down a little bit for those who want to understand this a little bit better, okay? They could be going into that court, into that deliberation room, and there could have been some jurors that did not feel that he did this with intent, that they don't believe it's first degree. How did they get convinced otherwise? I don't know, but they were in that room for 2.5 hours. If they knew for a fact that this man, all of them unanimously believed that this young man did this with malicious intent and it was indeed a first degree murder, they'd be in and out of of that deliberation room within an hour, less than an hour. You see what I'm saying? But they didn't. They were in there for 2.5 hours, which is still very, very fast and still very shocking how quick they turned around, which means there were some people that believed that it was manslaughter, my theory, and some that believed it was full on first degree. How they convinced the ones that thought it was manslaughter to get them on the side of first degree, I do not know. But I do think that those that believed that it was manslaughter may be looking at this and going, hey guys, look, sudden passion, this does make sense. It does. If you look at the situation that happened, okay? If you're looking at the situation that happened, maybe something different. But you never know. They may go, yeah, sudden passion makes more sense. But they may not do that at all. They may go, F it, this guy's getting the full extent. We're going to give him 50 years in prison. I don't know. We'll see, right? Now, prosecutions, I guess, responded to this whole sudden passion thing. So they're saying it is completely inapplicable. So prosecution says sudden passion is directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual that lost their life. He says that did not happen here. He said that adequate cause does not apply here, meaning a cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, or resentment. This murder, said the prosecution, this murderer, sudden passion does not apply. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. That's bars. I'm sorry. That is bars. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Yeesh. That is bars. I'm sorry, guys. That's bars. But anyway, moving on. I mean, this guy has like the, if you don't quit, if it don't fit, you must have quit type of vibes. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting from this prosecutor. But moving on, because remember, he said a shove does not meet a stab. Remember? He said that in the beginning during their closing arguments. He said a shove does not meet a stab, right? Now you got this. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. That's going to stick with those people. That's going to stick with the jury. Guarantee. I guarantee you that. So moving on. Life sentences have already been handed down in this case. Prosecution said, talking about the impact to the Metcalf family. Only a lengthy prison sentence is appropriate here. Your duty is clear. I beg you to do your duty this afternoon. What you do here sends a message. Yikes. Yikes. Ay. Okay. That's crazy. Well, you may have said something that was rude, salty quackers. Okay, so they may have timed you out because you may have said something rude. I saw the other super chat. You were saying some mean things, so you might have been timed out for that. Okay, say what you need to say, but keep it respectful. That's all we're asking for in the chat. All right, that's all we're asking for. But if you're out here saying stuff that's racist, mean, of any kind, you're coming at me in any type of butthole way, you're gonna get blocked or you're gonna get timed out. So those are the breaks here, okay? This is my world, okay? This is my show. This is my town, all right? So be kind, and you won't get blocked. How's that, okay? Love you. Moving on, okay? So again, that's very, very interesting, all right? Very, very interesting in this situation, okay? Because again, he said this murderer, sudden passion does, with this situation, this murderer, sudden passion does not apply. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. This sudden passion, though, I see it, though. I do. But it depends on the jury. If the jury does not see that, and because you got to remember what the jury heard, guys. What the mother-loving jury heard. The jury heard one thing. A lot of one thing, which was touch me and find out. Touch me and find out. Right? That's what the jury heard. Just keeping it real. The jury heard countless times. He is the one who is provoking Austin Metcalf. Karmelo, was the aggressor. Karmelo was the aggressor. Karmelo was the aggressor. He provoked Austin. And then it was the whole, yeah, I'm kind of curious. Why would anybody bring a knife to a track meet? Over and over and over again. So, with all that being said, the jury's going to hear all of that, okay? The jury's going to hear that over and over and over again. And they're going to have to make a decision on whether or not it was sudden passion or not. I'm telling you right now, I see the sudden passion. I do. I see that part. And I'm hoping that they consider it. I do see it. But this jury, who has not been following this case for a year, allegedly, they're in that courtroom and they're hearing everything for the very first time. And everything was very much prosecution against Karmelo. It was a landslide against Karmelo. He had not a fighting chance in that courtroom. They ate him up. I'm sorry, but those are the facts. So now they're going to sit there. They're going to sit here. All I'm saying is they're going to sit here. They're going to go through the evidence that I'm sorry, but prosecution showed a lot. What did the defense give? Not a damn thing. So this is going to be tough because you got 21 students, 21 kids that loved and admired Austin Metcalf that are saying one thing, and all of them back to back said it was Karmelo who was the aggressor. Karmelo. Defense came with 6 other people. 5 of them were students. And some of those students got debunked in real time. And then the defense rest. So again, like I said, this is all very, very bad. Very, very bad. And I would hope that this would be a different turnout for I would hope that they would, the turnout would be a little bit different. But I don't know. They just said he did that with intent, with malicious intent, that he intended on, he wanted to take his life. So that's it. Okay? Just crazy. Just absolutely crazy. So here's another update. So I don't know if they're going to be back before the end of day. Okay, I really don't, because I'm assuming courthouses are going to be closing in like 10 minutes, right? So jury excused to deliberate. So the jury is excused to deliberate at 4:38 p.m. They will be considering the sudden passion argument while they're deliberating. So we'll see what happens. Prosecution argued that that only a lengthy prison sentence is appropriate here, which would be anywhere between 5 to 99 years in prison, which is basically life in prison. The defense is asking the jury to consider a clause and law called sudden passion, which can mitigate the sentence if the decision to unalive was made during an agitated state. So we'll see what happens here, guys. We're going over to CBS News for some more coverage here. Let's get it.
We understand that while you've been out here talking to us, which we very much appreciate, the jury has been given the charging documents. And as you mentioned, they probably were going to waive the closing arguments. It looks like they've done that because the jury. And we also have some sound from a Metcalf supporter that hopefully we can go ahead and cue up for you.
I don't want to see the young man go away for his whole life. I think he's young enough that he can hopefully grow, learn something, come out and be a productive part of society. I don't even think he went there to do what happened, but that's what happened. And we don't need to be setting a precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody in the heart. For Christ's sake, man.
All right, and we understand that Frisco ISD.
So what do you think of that? What do you think? Do you agree? Do you agree with that man? Or no?
The communications department has issued a statement saying our community has carried the weight of this tragedy for more than a year, and our thoughts remain with the impacted families, friends, and classmates. We respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask that our community continue to support each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding.
That's from Frisco ISD.
Yes.
The school district.
Now, both of those students, both were Frisco ISD students, different schools,
right,
but both in Frisco ISD.
That's where the school district plays a role in all of this. All right, my friends, we're going to go ahead and break away from the stream right now that you've been watching. We thank you so much for following along with us and getting up to date with us here on everything that's been happening with this trial. We will see you again in about 30 minutes at 4 o'clock over on the air on CBS News.
Okay, so we're going to continue on. I'm checking one more thing. I might take a break here or stop the show here in a little second. But I want to see if there's anything else going on in regards to this here. So give me a second here, guys. But yeah, there's a lot understandably, a lot of people are very shook, very much shocked about everything that's going on. Totally understandable. I will say that. I know some people are excited, some people are very happy, but there's a lot of people too that are very sad about this situation. Hold on one second. I'm just checking. Wow. Wow. This is a new one. Let's take a look at this real quick.
Hold on. That's not necessary. We understand the N-word very well. We use it, we coddle it, we understand. Niggas being niggas. All I'm saying like the fuck I said. It is time to just disperse. See how I got a freedom of speech? You can't control it.
And so then why are we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Karmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black woman? Why are you out here calling people niggas and degrading each other? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here more so not to stand up for Karmelo.
Let me tell you why. That's the best time for you. Go suck a dick. Chasing, trolling motherfuckers out here. That's why.
Y'all, they laughing at y'all. The enemies who y'all need to be arguing with, they right there. They watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all.
I'm not, but I'm
They right there laughing at y'all. I got my bottle. The enemies right there. Look, he's smiling. Looking at y'all laughing, fuck him! Look at him!
Exactly. Why y'all getting consumed by me? You shouldn't be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. Ignore me. Focus on justice. Don't worry about me, baby. Don't worry about me, baby. I ain't gonna shut up for shit, little ass girl. You got to talking to me now.
I slapped that motherfucking phone out your motherfucking face. Fuck you!
I do it.
Them motherfuckers.
Ay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, people are angry. And that's the thing. People are angry and they're starting to get at each other. Now that one guy is basically saying he's throwing slurs at a group of black people. Black guy is throwing slurs at a group of black people, which is causing some issues, right? Which is causing arguments and fights going on. Well, just arguments. They're not putting hands on each other, but they are, that group is like, going after each other, which is crazy. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's never ending. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. So this is interesting. So we got, let's take a look at this. So, I'm not going to show it. I'm good. I am good. Okay. So, all right, guys. So again, like I said, very interesting stuff going on here. All right. We don't know what's going to happen, what the verdict is going to be. We're still waiting on that. Buffy loves Miami. Thank you so much for the love. Karmelo had a chance to leave. He was asked multiple times. He didn't. He played the game, and this is what happens. He was held. He wasn't held hostage. He chose to stay and be cocky, and now this happened. I mean, literally, okay, here are some facts, right? He had the choice to leave. He had an opportunity to leave. Yes, he did. Absolutely true. Okay. But at the same time, he didn't. Now, of course, there's a lot of questions that are going to be asked, like, why did he do what he did? Why did he make that decision? Why did he bring a knife to the freaking track meet? They never answered those questions. And that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, Austin was cocky too. I think there was, like I said, I think there was a lot of egos involved on both sides. Real talk. I think that there was a lot going on, a lot of issues, testosterone, ego, trying to represent each other's schools, not trying to look like a wimp, so on and so forth, and all hell broke loose. I will always say this. I've said this from the very beginning. He had a choice to leave. He did. He could have just left with his head held high, but he didn't. And now we're in this situation. Is this first degree M? No, I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think it's first degree. I think it's manslaughter. But now he's been guilty. He's been found guilty of first degree M. But here's the thing. What's next? You know, there could be a possibility that they could say that this is a sudden passion. That is starting to make more sense to me if we're going in under the awning of this first degree murder charge. So all we can do is sit there and see what they're going to say when it comes to this sentencing that they're about to give him. When are they going to give him that sentencing? I haven't the slightest clue. I don't know if it's going to happen today. I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow, right? But what I do know is that it's not looking good for him at all. It's not looking good for him at all whatsoever, okay? So we'll see what happens here. But again, man, a lot going on. A lot going on. I mean, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not. Hold on. Yeah, apparently there's like a huge protest going on in Belfast right now as well. What the hell's going on? Huge protest going on in Belfast? Does anybody know what this is all about? What in the hell is going on? And then apparently there was like a knife attack out there too. Okay. I don't know about that. Okay. WIHD, thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for that comment. I do appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I'm trying to debate if I should stick around and wait to see if there's any more updates. Let's see. Well, there's something here. Let's take a look. So they're saying from CBS, big reaction outside Collin County Court after a guilty verdict. There's been a big reaction. Of course, we've been seeing it all over the internet. We've been watching it right now in real time, okay? They'd gathered in front of the courthouse to wait for the jury's decision to be announced. Real quick, Buffy, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. This is not a race thing. This is a sad story about ego and bad decisions. Case in point, it should be a lesson learned on a grand life scale. Use critical thinking, people. Stop being small-minded. Well, I agree with that. I think that it's been very much in the world of there's been a lot of small-mindedness for sure, and everyone needs to look at the facts and look at the situation and look at it solely as a kid doing something to another kid and not look at it over race. But again, it is about race. As much as we don't want it to be about race, it is about race, y'all. Okay, my miracle mama, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Hey, Pascal, thank you for your coverage and time always. Of course, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry, people have their priorities messed up, giving you a hard time. Tensions are too high. Yeah. It's crazy because it's like they go after go after the not even the messenger. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of like the middleman, not even the middleman. You know what I mean? I'm just reading stuff off the internet that they could go and look up themselves, but they suddenly, you know what I mean? People are just crazy. It is what it is. We ain't paying no mind to that. No more energy to that crap. Okay? No more energy. But moving on, they gather in front of the courthouse to wait for the jury's decision to be announced. As the news rippled through the crowd, anyone who didn't see it on their phone heard the man running through the crowd yelling, "Guilty of murder." Wow, somebody ran through the crowd. "Guilty of murder." Like that, right? There were people crying, yelling, and pushing. Some women who came to support Karmelo Anthony and his family told CBS, what is this? TBS, right? CBS News Texas, that their hearts were broken by the verdict. And they didn't feel that the system worked. Those supporting Anthony were in particular upset about the absence of black jurors in his trial. I already told you guys, everybody and their mama would be talking about that for sure. When we talked about it, when that first was initially, alerted out there for everyone to see, and some people got mad about me talking about that. And I'm like, because the court of public opinion is going to be talking about that. You feel me? And they are. Lo and behold. Okay. The jury appeared to be a mix of people of white, Middle Eastern, and Southeast Asian ethnicities, but none who identified as black. In a trial that's already heightened racial tensions in the community, the law enforcement, from the local police to the county deputies and even state troopers, are all in attendance, positioned in front of the courthouse. Yeah, everybody and their mama out there ready for something to pop off. Just saying, they're just getting ready. They ready, getting ready for something to pop the F off, whether they like it or not. So hold on. I'm checking one more thing. Just grant me some grace here, guys.
That goes along with all of this. There has been no violence outside the courtroom today, and we wanted to say that out loud because it's worth acknowledging. But the trial, we know, it's got national.
Back in wait-and-see mode. They have once again scattered. They're all seeking shelter in the shade. When the verdict came down, though, they had all consolidated right here in front of the courthouse. They were standing out here waiting to hear what the jury is.
It took the jury less than 3 hours to find Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder. And as we go on the air at 5 o'clock, that very same jury is now deciding the price that he will pay. Good afternoon. I'm Doug Dunbar. It's good to have you. It was less than 3 hours ago, if you were busy this afternoon, Karmelo Anthony was convicted in the stabbing death of 18-year-old young ISD track self-defense. Since jury selection began some 9 days ago. JD, begin with you today. The jury has a fairly wide range to consider when it comes to the punishment.
They're from around North Texas, one from South Dallas, one from DeSoto, about what brought them here. They said they were here to support the defendant, Karmelo Anthony, and his family. And they said that they were disappointed, that their hearts were broken by this verdict. They said that they didn't feel like the system worked in this case. Listen to what they had to say.
I feel like, and this is just my perspective, from everything that has been put out in regards to this case, I feel like more so with the jury that he had amongst what is supposed to be his peers, they weren't going to look at actual facts of the situation. They were going off of emotions and color. And unfortunately with that, he didn't have, he wasn't going to get a fair fight in this.
And those supporting Karmelo Anthony have in particular been upset by the absence of any black jurors in this trial. Now, there was a bit of a mix from what we could tell of white, Middle Eastern, and Southeast Asian ethnicities on the jury, but no juror who identified as black. And in a trial that already had some heightened racial tensions, that is a big point of contention among some of the protesters out here. Again, those who are out here supporting Karmelo Anthony. Law enforcement, meanwhile, has been very aware of the tension out here. They have been present. We have seen McKinney police. We have seen Collin County deputies. We've even seen state troopers, and you might be able to see them behind me. They have at times up there on the courthouse steps. Right now I see them parked in front of the courthouse. They are keeping watch. The protesters who were out here throughout the day, I told you, they are seeking shelter in the shade, but they are still out here. They are still waiting to see if anything else comes out this day, and if we will hear a sentence coming out this evening.
We'll look forward to it. Andrea?
Yeah. Okay. So it won't be until this evening that they do some sort of, I mean, if they do make the decision about a sentence. And if they do that, I will be back on to give you guys that information as well. Either that's me going live with you guys to discuss that, or you'll see it in a short or in a video when that verdict has, or when that sentencing has been decided. Okay. But guys, I've been on here for almost 7 hours. Wow. This has been an action-packed 7 hours. I will say that. It really, really has. What a roller coaster ride. What a ride. But guys, that is the show. I appreciate you for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Yeah, I can't believe I've been on here for 7 hours. Holy crap. Time flew today. Time definitely flew. But unfortunately, I got to get going, okay? Got things to do, many miles to go before I sleep. So please do me a favor. Do me that solid. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please make sure, okay, to hit that follow button. Follow. Subscribe right here on my YouTube channel. We cover everything from true crime to pop culture to politics and all the mucky muck in between. So if you appreciate that, make sure you're subscribed. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Make sure you're doing that dag-nabbit. Subscribe, okay? Hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, okay? Because it is random and whenever I can get on here, all right? Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon. It's in the ticker down below right there. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Be safe out there. Be kind to each other, for Christ's sakes. Okay? Go take a walk. Go have a smoke. Go get yourself a drink. We'll be back to talk about more of this mucky muck later. Anyway, it's time to get going. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.